serious. The character assassination that has gone on against Kyle Rittenhouse is far more serious than that was, and I hope he pursues it.
It's totally reckless. I mean, they were saying things they knew weren't true. It's not like they had ugly opinions about the kid. It's like there was never any evidence he was a white supremacist, whatever that is. It's like it was ridiculous, and they did it anyway.
What was the plan on January 6th? I don't know.
Thank you.
Honestly, I think that January 6th,
for you tonight. Our friend Jason Whitlock,
there was a plan to go in there and handcuff people with the zip ties. I'm sure different people like Proud Boys and the Patriot Front and these people were trying. Some of them definitely
Join Pete Hegseth for Fox Nation's biggest event of the year. Don't miss this special encore presentation of the Patriot Awards, Sunday on Fox News Channel. Brought to you by Golden Corral, proudly honoring our nation's heroes for 20 years. Golden Corral, the only one for everyone.
I guess they knew what was going on, but like, there's a lot of people who were just like scrolling through it. Once it was busted in, they were just like walking through it like, oh, so it was like definitely like people were like battling there, and there was a lot of people who I don't think really fully understood the weight of what they were doing right there. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I'm committing a federal crime and I'm live streaming it. I'm some lady. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think some of those people, a lot of them, like, probably didn't realize, and I could see that some people on one area maybe not know the chaos that's going on over here, but people died on both sides of that.
Selling a home is expensive and stressful. So we created our smart seller system to sell your home for top dollar and save you thousands in commissions.
I was amazed in the fact that my house sold in one day. Ideal agent saved me in the neighborhood of $25,000 in commission. The process was as easy as it
shit like that. They
are the
done
number
some bad
one
shit.
way to sell your house.
Our service is free, available nationwide, and there's zero obligation. Call us today or visit idealagent.com.
Also,
there were problems.
Hair loss? I know what you're thinking. Should I shave my head?
What's up? I gotta turn all this shit down.
Just stop. This isn't 1970. Keep your hair.
Hang on, I got too much shit going on.
Bosley, America's #1 hair restoration expert.
Let me mute that. Yeah, close that.
I'm sure there was some Antifa people dressed as Trump supporters.
There were for January 6th.
I bet there was some feds in the crowd. I bet there was. But I think there was also Patriot Front people or whatever, some groups, you know. I think there were some groups there that were also planning to like break the fucking windows and doors and like get people to go that way and rile them up. I think the speakers riled them up real bad. The speaker, if you listen to the speeches that night, they were very inflammatory and very like, we need to put our muscles and where our mouth is, and we need to go down there and storm the Capitol, you know what I'm saying? Like, there was some, they basically said it, you know? But I think a lot of people, there's some people getting off easy, and there's some people that are just like someone's uncle who's just a Trump supporter, like outside of the place. I don't know, maybe, I don't know. They came, they're still going after those people. It was almost a year ago, and they're still nabbing up new people, and they sentenced that shaman guy to 3.5 years.
And by the way, a lot of the
and he was there to agitate.
I literally
right?
shouted in excitement, and thank God when they read the charges.
Dude, I did too, man. I fucking lost my shit. I came out of my chair and I was screaming.
No.
I was so goddamn happy.
Nobody. This is why you can't talk about this stuff, because it's just so divisive. It's just so inherently divisive, you know? I don't really care one political way or the other. I used to be super left-wing. I'm now more in the center, I guess. I don't even know what you would call a center. I don't even know what the center is of our politics anymore, because they're on such far extremes. And there's, you know what? And there's something about you know, you're on a far left or on a far right. You go so far left or right, you eventually are the same. And I think that the far left and the far right are so much the same, yet South Pole. You're both
Verdicts
from the pole,
asterisk.
right?
Man, I'm telling you.
But
Oh wait, is my screen not running?
Hash it out. A lot of it's performative.
Why is my screen not showing?
A lot of it's anger built up.
Camera working?
Different
Yeah, camera's working.
Let's just put the police.
Oh, here we go. All right, yeah, I've got Genghis on.
316 scopes is too retarded. Man, I can't listen to him anymore. He just rebels on and on repeating himself. It drives me nuts.
He's stoned as shit right now, but he's a good cat.
Violence in South Chicago, right? How are you going to do it?
It attracts the same type of people, is what I'm saying. The far left and the far
He never
right.
shuts the fuck up.
He's stoned.
But at the end of the day, it's the police power. So put the police
An idea
in
will
the
eventually
communities where
attract
there are
enough
violence.
people that are willing to
I
go out
shockingly
and fight on the
think
streets
that will
about
not
it.
turn out the way we
All right.
And he just repeats himself over and over, which drives me insane.
I like it. I like it.
He's stoned. Like really stoned.
So I'm okay.
Man, I hate getting into lobbies with that guy. Not like this, he always slaps me around. You have no idea how much of a pothead I used to be.
Yeah, he's still a pothead. So he's like what, 36, I think. That's what he said. So and then Genghis is on. So
Not everyone who smokes weed is like that.
I am aware of that. I'm very well aware.
People like that drive me nuts.
He's just a talkative cat. He's all right.
You can use weed as the excuse.
Now you can't defend hate speech unless you hire a Mark Randazza, right? Like you have to
I
hire
wasn't like that when I
best
smoked.
private attorneys for
Yeah, some guys are just real quiet and just sit there and smoke. I get it.
that involve
Bro.
unpalatable speech. And as far as I can tell, that's the Randazza legal group. I mean, they're the most prominent.
All right, let me get out of here. Genghis is all right. All right, let's see. What was I doing?
It's just really sad.
And I got Nick Ricade on too. So I've been watching him all week, man. He has been killing it. Him and his team, his all the lawyers he had during his live streams, fucking killing it. Absolutely killing it. I was watching his stream when Kyle got acquitted. Man, I came out of my chair. I was so goddamn happy.
Have you seen any of my new vids, Ritz?
I just saw you posted one up 2 hours ago. We'll take a look.
Got me a plug and now I be rolling with me. You think you shit, I think you a bitch.
As the music will get it demonetized, not that I'm making any money.
Voltage 3. Gangaselli TSGO.
Oh, that drag was sick. Can't believe you parried it.
Trying to get back to the bus. If I do not make a few million and shit it, I might just go back to the hustle. I got me some product and I ain't gonna hide it.
Man, I like never kick. I can't even tell you. Every time I kick, I end up hitting the wrong key.
ADHD is a social experiment. Who pay attention the most when they hearing it? You cannot stop it. There's no one interfering it. This is my moment and no one is sharing it. Nigga, I'm just getting started. I hit on my targets. I promise I'm very defiant. If I do not win the Grammy this year, then I blow that bitch up in the
Damn! That's how you almost finished. You should finish that whole thing. Playing Polehammer, or no, what is that? Fucking what is that weapon? I'm fucking drawing a blank. Poleaxe. Derp.
I ain't got no patience. I love to get dirty, but fuck it, I'm cool with the drama. When niggas be hating, I tell them to work.
All right, I can only take so much of that. I like rap, but it's like when it's real monotonous like that, and just fucking drives me nuts.
Yeah, every time I try to kick, I accidentally hit G and drop my weapon gel. I feel Swidman.
Yep.
Keep the song on Brew PLS.
Oh man, it's not that good. And I'd rather hear the combat.
It syncs with the clips.
Only critique there is you wasted like a quarter bit of stam. What's up, Genghis?
It's a good day for the American justice system.
It is a fucking great day. And what's really great about it too is like a lot of people haven't noticed is that a lot of people got exposed at how shitty fucking prosecutors are. I'm seriously.
That was bad, bro.
I mean, seriously, that prosecutor was lying to the public, lying to the court. I mean, seriously.
Set to AVP too, by the way.
Oh, is it? Is it set to AVP too? I was actually gonna hop in and test my Mirage server. We're just watching DRB's video at the moment. Yeah, dude, it's like, you know, people want to bitch about, you know, they're saying, yeah, justice wasn't served, and I'm like, yeah, because it never should have been served to begin with. You know?
Yeah.
It's like, you know, and we saw the corruption of the fucking the prosecution. I mean, how many times did the judge stop the court and yell at the prosecution? Seriously, like 5-6 times? Even during the like final deliberation, they were like, yeah, no, you can't say that, you know, and had to kick the jury out, you know, and give them instructions.
Oh yeah, he mainly talked shit about. He's mainly pissed off about. Sorry, I'm terrible multitasking. Like, you know, when you get arrested and they say you have the right to remain silent.
Yeah, the Fifth Amendment. Yeah. Yeah, there were Fifth Amendment violations. Yeah, like 3 different times.
The prosecutor was.
Yeah. The prosecutor was violating the Constitution. Fucking amazing. You know, and people want to say the justice system isn't fair, and I'm like, no, you're right, it's not. Pay attention to the trial. But what 360 No-Scope was saying earlier was like that, you know, so many people don't know, they didn't watch the trial. They don't know anything about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So they think that Kyle Rittenhouse, like, killed 3 black men by carrying an AR-15 across state lines. They still believe that shit.
So my ex-girlfriend in high school shared some post or whatever that said, like, pretty much if, like, you were on Kyle's side, that, like, you like, sympathize with, like, murderers and white
Oh,
supremacists
Jesus.
and shit like that.
Fucking hell.
And I was like, what?
These are
I was like, dude,
that's
that's
not
a
true.
stretch. I was like, a lot of people.
Yeah.
I was like, given all of the facts, right? Given all the evidence in the trial, people believe that it is an attack on the right to defend yourself. Is what it is. And then, like, he ended up taking it down. And I told the story about it on a stream, and Zorgs was like, coward didn't defend her own position.
Well, that's the thing is, like, most of the people had no idea, you know, at the level that this trial was going to affect, right? Because it would put a chilling effect on anybody, you know, carrying a weapon in self-defense, because clearly the prosecution went after this politically. No question. This was even during the trial, the prosecutor said it was a political trial. Basically admitted to it by shaking his head, going, mm-hmm, when the judge asked him if it was a political trial. I mean, just the level of just scandalous bullshit that happened was unreal. And imagine if there was no video. So 2 things to imagine. Imagine if Kyle actually shot and killed Jump Kick Man, because he was black, and there was no video. Kyle right now would be sitting in prison without that video. Of all that video footage, he would be sitting in prison right now. No doubt in my mind. And this is probably the most clear-cut case of self-defense you'll ever see.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
everything was there. Everything you needed was right there.
Yeah.
The cameraman didn't know he was filming proof of innocence.
Yeah, and they tried to get the one guy on that. They tried to get the I can't think of his name. They tried to gig him on the stand, saying, "Well, you're a conservative video blogger, news guy, right?" And he's like, "What does that have to do with the footage? The footage is the footage." You know, I mean, seriously. He was like, "Well, you know, haven't you been tweeting about Kyle Rittenhouse?" He's like, "Yeah, so what?" He's like, "I've never met him." You know, I just witnessed it. I was like,
John's
I mean, just fucking great. Fucking great. All right. Oh, yeah, Jimmy John's. Jimmy John's is a shit. If it wasn't so late, I'd order some Jimmy John's right now.
No,
all right.
What about Jimmy John's? Did they like...
Oh, yeah, Danny was like, Jimmy John's, PogChamp. All right.
Wasn't there like some famous company that like that helped out Kyle financially for this?
Well, okay, so like Black Rifle Coffee initially jumped on the bandwagon, right? And dropped some money for his defense and was, and then all of a sudden their PR team, like, I guess they hired a bunch of liberals, and so they backed away from it.
Go, Kyle.
Yeah, they fucking backed away from it and said, "Oh no, we're not supporting him," right? As he was trying to get bail money, and oh shit, where's my Mirage at? And so now, same with GoFundMe, because like GoFundMe, there was a Rittenhouse defense fund, and GoFundMe took it down, but kept the other two guys' GoFundMe. The
guys who died?
Yeah, the skateboard kid.
Skateboard kid, dude. The whole skateboarding community was like, or not the whole skateboarding. It was like, like calling him a hero and shit. Even so many people were
Yeah.
on that, like who were skateboarders, like
the cataclysm of Dina opened a rift
guy hit him on the head with a skateboard when he was on the ground, defending himself.
Yeah, but anybody who's ridden a skateboard or ever held one in their hand knows that if you grab it by the chucks and you swing it like that one guy did, you could literally do what's called a non-disconnected decapitation. In other words, what you could do if you hit somebody hard enough with the blade of that.
People actually play it.
Yeah,
there's more players than Chiv. One, I'd be surprised.
It doesn't.
Kyle free.
But yeah, if you hit somebody with the blade of a skateboard, you could literally separate the vertebrae.
Very cool.
And technically decapitate somebody without taking their head off. But you could separate the spinal column from the head, and you could kill somebody that way. Oh shit! Did I just get dropped? Hang on. I did, I think. No. Okay. I think Genghis muted himself. All right. Hey, the server is up and running. All right. Does the Discord not show up? It's supposed to. It's on the about page. Oh, there's the Discord right there.
This is where I go to get my news and information.
Oh.
He's gonna have a hard life, though he'll always be a target for crazies.
He had a rock in his hand? What, jump kick, man?
No, there was another dude that hit Kyle and knocked him to the ground. So,
oh yeah.
Why can't I think of the one guy's name? The fucking dirty hippie that had all the charges that like domestic violence abuse that he shot in the stomach. Oh, I can't think of his name right now. That's how memorable that asshole is.
Gage?
No, not gross crotch. Nah, the other guy.
Gross crotch.
The skateboard guy.
Oh, Hubert?
Hubert, yeah. So the prosecution couldn't even get the skateboard, so they could pull DNA evidence on it, right? The other thing too is in the video you see Huber grab Kyle's weapon, grabbed the MC, AR-15, and that's when he got shot, right? But for some reason, the DNA experts did not swab that area of the weapon, the barrel, where two people grabbed it.
I hop in VC with you boys.
No, go right ahead, man. We're just shooting shit.
Yes.
Yeah, they couldn't even get jump kick, man.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing too, man. They knew who Jump Kick Man was. Prosecuting attorneys did not divulge that information because they knew that dude's rap sheet is very extensive. There's so much bullshit that went on. I mean, if you want to talk about the justice system being corrupted, I could absolutely agree with Black Lives Matter at that point, looking at what the prosecution did to Kyle. And I think if anybody with their right mind saw the lies and manipulations and the bullshit the prosecution pulled to try to get this conviction. Now, keep in mind, Binger was the backup quarterback. He's not the official district attorney at all, right? Binger is not. He's second string. so the primary district attorney refused to take the case. So
Binger was fucking bad, dude.
Oh, man. God, some of the memes have been fucking epic.
Yeah, the memes have been legendary.
God, did you see the one with the courtroom where the hot police officer walks in, and all the men are looking at her ass, right? And Binger is looking at her hair. And somebody drew lines with arrows going straight, 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 straight. Then Binger was gay. It's fucking awesome. It's so funny.
Or something?
It might be in the memery. I don't know if I one of the links I put up with all the memes, the one Twitter account that's got a shit ton of those memes, and they're just fucking great.
Brandon Herrera?
Not off the top of my head.
You should watch his last gun meme review. It was fucking hilarious. It's got a bunch of Kyle Rittenhouse memes in it.
Yeah, there's just
tempting me to re-download social media just for the memes.
Oh, I don't download anything, dude. Just
pretty sure
I deleted all my socialist media.
Oh, yeah, no, Binger is gay. And here's the controversy on Binger. The reason, okay, so if you saw the rebuttal, right, where Fatlock goes in and was talking about how he's got all this press talking bad about him in the prosecution team, well, that's because Binger is fucking one of the other male judges in Kenosha County. So there's a potential conflict of interest there. And Fatlock was pitching a bitch about it. He's like, yeah, they're all mean to us. And it was like, yeah, because you're dicks.
Did you guys think it was funny that what's the prosecutor's name? Was it fucking he's like, so
Binger.
You play Call of Duty, right? You like play Call of Duty? What's your username? 4 doors, more whores.
God, that was great. There was so much fun about this.
Like, how the fuck is defending yourself and playing Call of Duty? Anything?
He was going about like, isn't it in Call of Duty you just try and shoot everybody? You try the goal is to kill everyone or whatever.
Yeah.
No, but that fucking username 4 doors, more whores is hilarious.
Yeah, it was great. All right. Oh shit. Let's see. I gotta add bots, don't I?
Rats, your category is still alien.
Oh, is it? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll fix it real quick. Hang on.
My goodness.
Oh, I'm not even in the stream. I freaking forgot.
That in a case.
Yeah, they had blown that. Yeah, this is Mirage.
I never played Mirage. I just heard how bad of a flop it was.
What was the one dude that?
It's really, it was really a decent game.
Why did it crash and burn so
like
bad?
5 years ago.
So the thing about Mirage is that there's a couple of things. Well, so Torn Banner did. God, I can't remember what year it was when they did.
Equals bad.
They did like a poll, right, of all the Civ 1 players, and they were like, what would you? Shit, I don't remember my fucking. I gotta remember my commands. So they did a poll, right? They asked what would you like to see in our next game? And what happened was everybody put in magic, right? That was the overwhelming, it's like, hey, yeah, we want magic in the next game. But everybody was...
is that the arcane warfare?
Yeah, so everybody was thinking, Lord of the Rings kind of magic, right? Like Dungeon Crawler kind of magic, right? Lightning Bolt and Magic Missile and that kind of shit, right? Mm-hmm. They weren't thinking this at all. And so there's a bunch of problems with this in that
I've actually never seen gameplay of this game.
Yeah, it's actually really good. The combat's great. There was a lot of advances to this that really advanced on the chivalry combat. And
game called there real quick.
And the problem is that nobody really knew anything about like Arabian Nights. I mean, some of us do, but most people have no idea about the jinns and all of that. So, and I don't know who influenced the Islamic, Arabic, mystical stuff into the game as their background, and so that kind of pissed a bunch of people off because we were still right in the middle of terrorist bombings and shit when this was being developed. Then they changed the graphic style to match similar to what's that stupid game? Overwatch, right? So color scheme and color palette design-wise, it's got a little bit of cell shading, so it looks a lot like Overwatch. So, but this was done independently. It was just, the latest trend. So by the time the game dropped, Overwatch had already been dropped, months ahead of time.
Overwatch got Game of the Year.
Yeah, and it dropped early. So anybody who ran across Mirage was like, what is this? An Overwatch wannabe? And they have no idea this game at all. It's like completely different than Overwatch.
They probably never played Chivalry.
Yeah, and they never did. So, but they saw it and they're like, what is this stuff? So and then on top of it, you had the Civ 1 community that, and all the clans and the comp clans hated this game, hated it, and never even played it. They were like, this looks stupid. They never played it. The alpha testers, about 50%
of the art style?
Art style, because it wasn't Civ 2, right? And keep in mind, between...
Well, they got Civ 2, but they don't like that either.
Right, but...
really simple-minded with games.
But keep in mind that prior to Mirage, the second game from Chivalry is technically Greatest Warrior, right? And a lot of people don't know that either. Chivalry Deadliest Warrior was their next game.
I thought that was like a DLC, though.
No. It was a completely separate game that they got contracted. I don't know if you remember Spike TV, but Spike TV had a show called The Deadliest Warrior.
Oh,
where they would match, right?
No,
so,
you're right. I remember.
And so they contracted
MFIs and shit together and make them fight.
Yep. So they contracted Torn Banner to basically take their engine and their game and mod it for Deadliest Warrior. So we had ninjas and Roman soldiers. I got that game too. I can load that up and show it to you. But each step was an advancement in the combat mechanics. So, for example, in Deadliest Warrior, one of the advancements was they removed, they semi-removed reverse overhead, mostly. Not quite, but you could still do it. But they did, beginning of the swing and end of the swing did less damage, right? So you had a 50% of your swing did maximum damage. The beginning and the end did a fraction of that, like a quarter damage.
So
right?
They tried to nerf swing manip.
No.
Everything that makes melee slashers fun.
No, you could still swing manip out the wazoo. The thing is that if you did a drag,
damage.
It would do less damage, right? Because you're slowing.
Swing manip.
Not really. I actually kind of liked it a lot because it extended fights a little longer, and you weren't getting like two-shot by cheap shots. Right, by someone hyperextending or over manipulating the animations, right? They would still only do a quarter damage on the tail end of the drag, right? Because they're slowing down the momentum, and you're not at full momentum when you
swing. So they're going for like hyper realism.
Well, not even hyper realism, just a little more balance, and I've kind of argued for that after playing both this and Deadliest Warrior. That I thought that was a nice advancement to the skill level, right? Because compared to like Civ 2, which they kind of dumbed it down to a heavy attack and a light attack, right? And then a special attack, a sprint attack, right? So that's how they overcome that. And I think that was a mistake. I really think they should have kept with the beginning of the swing, because you'd still do damage. Right,
something about
on your Excel.
But I'm sure you're not talking.
Well, dragging doesn't matter. Like swing manip doesn't really matter that much in Civ 2 because you just have held block.
It does though, because you can still get around that held block. You really can.
Well, yeah, but that's like that's like kind of comparing it to like, you remember side stabs in Civ 1 where you could like just like kind of hit around the parry box?
Yeah.
But that's not really. I mean, I guess that's swing.
You can
like,
still do that, and it's still footwork, so it requires more footwork.
Yeah, that's not. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
I'm very pro swing manip. I think that's the heart and soul of Melee Slasher, and I think
is,
that's what makes competitive Melee Slasher so unique and so in depth.
Right, but think about. Hang on a second. Yeah, God, how did all my settings get fucking changed? So that's where I kind of differed from some of the comp too. Is I don't like some of the super cheesy mechanics you can do to two-shot somebody, right? Especially on a very delayed drag, because if you're on a let's say you're playing at 70 ping and the other person's at 20 ping, right?
Yeah, well, the games are so latency like reliant,
right,
heavily,
right,
that is always going to be a problem.
Exactly. So that's why I'm saying that, like, to try to parry someone with low ping or higher ping than you on a drag,
like a max excel.
Yeah, or
even
a max excel that's instant.
Like above
Absolutely.
60 ping,
yeah,
and it just goes right through your parry because your parry doesn't reach the server in time.
Correct.
Like their excel reaches the server if they have lower ping than you.
Correct. That's
literally just red parries in Mordhau, which I constantly whine about still.
So that's where I'm saying, like, the excel, which would be the first wind up of the swing, would do 20% damage, right? Or, you know, 25% damage versus, you know, the 100% damage of the 50% of the swing. Same thing with the drag. That could make up for that difference, right? So that someone with really low ping and playing a fast weapon, you know, it's just animation shit that you can't see. Makes a lot of sense. So what Civ 2 did, they did a couple of things. One, they slowed down their combat quite a bit. So it's not necessarily tick rate, but animations and everything are super slow, except for the fucking arrows. The arrows are actually faster.
Bullets. It's like hit scan.
Yes, they're faster.
It's like you're shooting a gun.
Yep, they are faster than Civ 1. And I have been bitching about, even in alpha, I was, you know, because I was an alpha and beta tester for Civ 2, and I was bitching about it then. I was like, archers, you guys got to balance this archer. You will lose people, you know, and that's the thing, and that's what frustrates me about comp, and I've talked about this before in Mordhau, is that they basically, you know, archers in Mordhau are the most balanced beyond craziness at how balanced they are, but they're completely banned in comp.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, they don't want the game to be a first-person shooter. They want it to be a competitive melee slasher. So, if you take
it still applies
people
though.
Like Xeon literally came to Mordhau from semi-competitive CS:GO. Imagine if Archer was available in comp, and he, from the moment he started playing Mordhau, he played Archer. You know how he would literally like completely change the scope of the comp scene.
Yes.
Just by being an Archer because he came from CS:GO.
Yes. Yes.
No, I don't think that's.
No, you
don't
understand.
We
had guys like that. We had guys like that in Civ 2. We had guys that we played Archer in comp, right? And we just limited it. We played mostly 10v10. You were allowed 1 or 2 archers max, right? And you had to have another archer or a shield player, you know, to combat it. So you're talking strategies and skill, right?
You know why I don't like Archer in Melee Slasher? Because
you're closed-minded.
Maybe that too. But here's the thing: the reason the people who enjoy playing Archer in Melee Slasher enjoy it because the melee players can't shoot back. Like if they went to go play an actual first-person shooter game, they would get shit on. They would probably be horrible. But they enjoy playing first-person shooter in a Melee Slasher because nobody can shoot back.
That's not entirely true though. Okay, because. Now, some of the range stuff, I know, but some of this, look, okay, for someone who's played like Melee Slasher comp like longer than you have.
I know. You came from Age of Chivalry,
I'm just
which
telling
is like,
you,
what, a Half-Life mod.
Yeah, I'm just telling you that it adds so much more to the game, right? That And keep in mind, we were playing when archers were unbalanced, and we still had them in because there were skilled archers, and it took skill in a melee. Listen to me. In a melee furball, right? A good archer will hit their target, right? They won't hit their teammate, right? But that's always a risk. So that's where the skill comes in. And if you got archers that counter arch, that changes the dynamic. Additionally, there was objectives to do. There was something to do in the game, right? Comp in Mordau and towards the tail end of Shiv devolved devolved to that.
Get my teammates to level the playing field.
So it got to a point where, you lost 20% of players that would have played Archer that would have joined Comp. I mean, I can think of 5 right off the top of my head that were very valid archers.
If you put someone who's good at first-person shooters in a melee slasher and allow them to play the shooter role, the archer, in Comp, nobody's having fun except for the archer.
That's not entirely true.
If they're good at first-person shooters and you give them the ability to play archer, nobody's gonna have fun.
That's not true. Because that's just simply not true. We played with archers for over 10 years. I mean, and this is with archers unbalanced. And this is, I know, but this is, like I said, how Mordau Comp evolved to where it is now. It's boring to watch. It's boring to play, right? Nobody watches skirmishes, really. You got 50 viewers now. Even at the height, you had maybe 250. When we first started doing full scrimmages with, we were playing Frontline because that was the only thing available. Yeah, we'd have 500,000 people watching. Competitive matches.
They're trying to get Hardpoint popping off, which I really, really, really enjoy Hardpoint. I think it's a super fun mode. I think it just needs a bit more time. I
haven't seen it and haven't played it, so I don't know.
It's really fun. I love it a lot more than Skirmish, and a lot of players do.
Well, if it gives you something to do, like an objective to defend, and
like
you can build a strategy.
So basically, there's little areas that alternate. There's like 4 areas per map, right? And basically it's kind of King of the Hill with these like specified areas. So it'll be like you'll have one spot and it's called the hard point, and then whoever team is on that point is collecting points as they're on it, like as they're holding that objective. And then after like a minute, it goes to another objective. It's another part of the map. And
Where are my swings?
It's like King of the Hill for those objectives, for those specified hard points. And whichever team has the hard point, whichever team is like the king of that objective, gets points constantly while they're on it. And it's like the first to 150 points.
Yeah, I don't know.
You just don't have to capture them. Like in Frontline,
no, I got you.
It's the same sort of thing as those Frontline circles, but you don't have to like spend time capturing the objective. You just sit on it and you get points for your team, as long as no enemies are on it.
Yeah. See, I think capture the flag would be a better mode, by far. Than that. It's a special ability. I don't remember any of this shit. Cancel into parry. That needs to be... Alright, hang on a second. Alt attack. Let's see, alt slash. There we go. Alt overhead. Okay, let's try that.
By the way, you're still playing Alien vs.
Am I? Oh, god damn it! I'm sorry. I had it up and no, I just didn't save it. Yeah, here it is. If anybody actually gives a shit. Why do I have like no audio for some reason on this game?
Twitch don't even care.
Yep. So, but this game has a shit ton of potential, and I wish they would release it.
Some random section that is literally made for illegal streams.
You think they gave up on it too fast, or what happened?
No,
did it just completely flop? Wasn't it at like 3 players after like the first like 2 weeks or something?
Oh shit. Damn it. Oh shit, I gotta set that again.
I remember hearing it like literally died on launch.
Part of it, but like I said, part of it had to do with the GDRP bullshit. So because the game, so that's the European like Privacy Rights Act that they passed just as the game dropped. So the game initially, like, you know how most games, like, you log into Steam, you know, Steam tracks your information, you know, and then the game will track your information, but also keep track of, like, you know, your points, your scores, your unlocking weapons, things like that, right? So that's considered personal data. So where the fuck is Crouch? Oh, there we go.
Glyph unlocking soon.
So when that law passed, right, what that law means is that anybody who plays your game, they have the right to download all the data you have on them. They also have the right, at least in Europe, to delete all that data, right? If a player says, hey, I want you to delete all the data that you have on me, right, they have to do it. And from certain game standpoints, that's really hard to do, right? And you're looking at like various lawsuits, and you know, you got to get lawyers involved. You know, there's a lot to it, and so they decided to. That was pretty much the death knell of the game.
Huh.
But yeah,
sounds weird.
Yeah. So, and like I said, they got a bunch of bullshit from oh shit, how did I I thought I fixed that, damn it.
Graphically, it looks so much better than Shiv. It looks a lot,
yeah, frame rate, yeah, that's the cell shading. But yeah, it's got swing manipulation, but the nice thing is it also has like magic and stuff too. So you have special spells and stuff that you can cast over time. See where it says Q, E, and F?
Yeah.
On that bottom corner.
Epstein's covering up Q.
Oh, you can't. Okay. Well, those are different spells that.
Their ability is unique
to
each character.
Right.
That's why people compared it to Overwatch.
Yeah. Whoa! What the hell just happened?
Well,
I can't move.
Some slow-mo going on.
Yeah, that was weird. All right, so I still gotta check my settings.
The bots are cheaters. No, I'm joking. They're hacking.
Oh, okay. For some reason, I didn't save. Crouch. All right, is L. Okay, that's where it. And then is L anything else? Okay, so shit. What just happened? I guess I won. But yeah, I'm hosting a Mirage server, and I wanted to test it out. And I still haven't played through all the maps. This game dropped with like 10 maps. And
more than Mordhau.
Yeah, and more than Shiv 2. I mean, these guys really fleshed it, and it was so much of it was completed. You know, it just had a couple of bugs that were irritating, that caused some issues, and the Shiv community basically buried the game. There was some bad marketing, and then the community itself just completely rejected it. And it's sad because
is it because they wanted the style of like the medieval?
Yeah,
like,
they wanted Shiv 2. They wanted Shiv 2 with magic. They basically wanted Lord of the Rings, right? And so.
And this looks more cartoony.
It's
kind of like Fortnite, Overwatch kind of.
Yeah,
stuff.
exactly. And so that turned a bunch of people. Initially, it turned me off too. To be honest with you, it really did. What am I missing? I'm missing something here. Which one did I... Oh, okay, this one here. Okay, so I gotta escape. No. How do I delete this? Or
is the game on Steam?
It is, but it's hidden. It's buried.
Oh, so you can't even buy it.
No, you can buy it. There's still like, there's still
check the
there's
Steam
still
for it.
You have to like go to like a third party thing and buy a key. That's about the only way you can get it.
Really?
Yeah, it's like leftover keys.
Reds. You're the only person who's played it in the last 24 hours.
Oh well, that may but there's a tournament going on. I guess in another couple of weeks. So they asked me to kick.
Really?
Yeah, there's a whole Discord called Mirage Leftovers. And why am I not spawning?
Yeah, it says one playing right now.
Yep.
And 24-hour peak was one player, and that's got to be you. It can't be anyone else.
Yep. But they have timed days that they play. Why am I not spawning?
So its all-time peak was 43,000 players. But
yeah.
Where did they all go?
And that was the day that they. Why is this? I don't know why. There we go. So they did give the game away. They had when they were going to pull the plug on it, they're like, well, we're just going to, we're going to give it away over the weekend, and anybody who wants a free copy can get it. And I'm sad that more people didn't get it. Because like this mode here is actually pretty awesome. Oh. And keep in mind, these are bots, man. The guys that play this are fucking awesome. Oop, I don't even know what team I'm on. Alright, I guess I'm these guys.
I started playing Shiv just because I was curious and I was interested in the beginnings of Mordhau. And my buddy also, one of the friend who literally taught me and got me into like Mordhau comp, I guess, like kind of just showed me how deep the skill ceiling is. He was a Shiv vet and he
Who was
loved
it?
Shiv. So he asked me to get Shiv, and like he's like pestered me about it to the point where after a while I was like fine, and I finally bought it, and I put like 10 hours into the game. I just dueling him. It's really
Who was it?
You probably don't know him.
You'd be surprised who I know.
I don't even know how to. He just on Discord he goes by Maui, but his name in game I can't even pronounce.
Yeah.
It's like some Slavic shit.
Okay. So this version right here is an objective mode where you're pushing this fire pot.
I don't think he was a comp Shiv player.
Yeah.
He's just he played Chivalry on console for like 500 hours, and then when he got a PC, he immediately got Chivalry.
Wait, I think I know who that is. I think I do know who that is.
Hours on PC too.
Yeah,
I'll put his name in chat, but I think he said he went
like
by a different name back then in
yeah,
Shiv, so
there was only like 3 guys that played Shiv on controller that went to PC, and they ended up being pretty good. But look at these maps. These maps are gorgeous.
No, he didn't play. Like he switched to PC, and then he doesn't play on console anymore. But he started playing Shiv on console. He didn't use controller on PC though. He used mouse and keyboard. I put his name in your chat. I can't even pronounce it.
Cool. Oh, missed my stab. Yeah. Well, the other cool thing is, I mean, this had some really cool features. Like when you killed somebody, you could pick up their spirit. That's what I just ran over.
Does it heal you?
Yeah, it heals you.
Did this come out before Overwatch, or did Overwatch come out before it?
Well, they were being developed at the same time, but Overwatch came first.
Oh, okay.
But Overwatch doesn't have any melee. Nothing like this.
Well,
I mean,
yeah,
it kind of has the shield thing.
Shooter.
Yeah, it's kind of like the shield thing, but
Overwatch has like every character has its own unique kind of abilities, and obviously play styles. So like people main different heroes in Overwatch. I used to play Overwatch like crazy way before I got into melee slasher. But I left the first-person shooter genre. I don't play FPS games anymore.
Dude, I haven't played like a real first-person shooter in forever.
I got very bored of FPS because, for one thing, the genre is super oversaturated. And
completely.
It just got stale to me. It just got stale because literally, once it just became pointing and clicking and there was no satisfaction, I got really bored. Yep. And I was contemplating like just quitting gaming. I was like, damn, maybe I'm getting too old for gaming. Maybe I'm just like not a gamer anymore. And because I thought everyone else was having fun, but I wasn't. And then I discovered Melee Slasher, and I was like, wow, this is fucking nuts.
Yeah. That's kind of the same with me. I was playing first-person shooters like Quake, Quake 1, Quake 2, you know, just all Unreal, fucking all these old games. I was playing them all the time. And yeah, it got kind of boring, so
because you're just pointing and clicking.
Yeah. And so the things that interested me were stuff that were kind of off topic. I always love
niche.
Yeah, but I always love aerial combat. So like, you know, World War II air combat, love those games. I've got thousands of hours in aircraft simulators.
Like plane shit.
Fucking, and I got a joystick and fucking everything, and I fucking love it. But you know, some of the games, there was a spurt where there were no World War II games that were decent for a while. They kind of went like Call of Duty style, right? And so there wasn't, not even Call of Duty. It kind of went, so like there was Quake. And that was like sci-fi first-person shooter, right? So there was a lot of those. Then there was the fantasy first-person shooters. Then there were some Star Wars games coming out. And so there really wasn't a decent World War II game or even flight combat game until like Battlefield 1942. So there was Air Warrior, there was Air Warrior 2, there was Combat Flight Simulator by Microsoft, and that was the big one. Microsoft Combat Flight Simulator was fucking great. And then
my stepdad's got like some super old Macintosh computer from like, I don't even know, probably before I was born. And he has the original Flight Simulator on it, and it's pretty sick.
Yeah. And there were a few games that were pretty decent back then. But you know, Microsoft quit making Flight Simulator. You know, and then they went didn't
the new one come out recently?
Well, the new one came out, but they got rid of the Combat Flight Simulator.
Oh.
Right? So they just went to like Aircraft Simulator. So where you could fly jets and, you know, all the various, and they tried to make it more realistic. But they didn't, but they kind of removed the combat. So that was the big thing, was the aerial combat.
Yeah, I would be really terrible at it. I'm terrible at Flight Simulator anyways.
Oh, I love this, because you're playing in three-dimensional space. So you know, there's a Z-axis that a lot of people don't know how to take advantage of. So you know, there's and what was really cool in some of the really good flight combat games was that like the real combat physics, like tactics, right, from like World War II that were really developed, you know, actually apply. So you know, Emmelmans and split S's, you know, those kind of flight tactics really work in the, you know, in the game. You know, you need to actually master them to pull them off right.
Sounds like you could have been a pilot.
I would have loved to have been a pilot, and I should have been, to be honest with you. When I was in the Marine Corps, that was what I was going for, was aircraft maintenance to come here, asshole. Into warrant officer to become a fixed wing aircraft pilot. You see that Excel? So.
Third person in this game is so much better than in Civ 1. Oh my god.
Oh yeah. But I never.
Third person in Civ 1 is like unplayable for me.
Yeah. Oh, is it? No, see it. I can only play Civ first person really. I mean, I'm just playing third person.
Too. I only play first person.
Yeah, I'm only playing third person because I'm streaming, and a lot of people haven't seen the game, so. And yeah, but there's a Mirage tournament coming up soon. You may get into it. It's especially when you learn like the special magic and the spells. Oh. I haven't really done a lot of spells either. Let's see. Oh yeah, there's one. It's like that spinning swing. Let's see, was it Q? I'm trying to remember all of them. It was Q, E, and R, I think. But I mean, this game is very fleshed out. There was just a few things they needed to work on.
Polished,
yeah, it's just there were just a few things that they didn't finish. You know, but as far as like the blood and gore and chopping people's heads off, you know, it's still there. I mean, look at that.
It just looks like a cartoony game.
Yeah, that was
Which is
one of
not appealing to melee
Right.
slasher,
Yeah.
medieval, knights, epic, cool armor, swords, fucking
Yeah.
castle, fucking shit like that.
And like I said, the mythology which they built, and the mythology's decent. I mean, like I said,
Oh,
you know,
they try and do like lore.
yeah, there's all lore. There's
Well,
a
I know
bunch of lore to
Agatha and
this.
Mason, but jeez.
What?
What a shame! It all went to waste.
Oh.
Is there a real player in your game?
Yeah. Yep.
What the hell?
Yep.
How the hell?
So yeah, there's like I said,
come
there's
across a real human being on this dead game.
yeah, like I said, there's a whole fan base of it. And I guess they were playing earlier tonight. He was saying that should have played earlier. Let's see.
I could join.
Anyways, wait, hang on a second. With admin commands, can I take a picture of my character and such? Hang on a second.
Yeah, bored. Get in there, dude.
Tell the guy you're talking to buy it. It's less than $2.
Yeah, it's like you can pick up a copy for $2.
Bored.
I mean, yeah.
It's DRB.
With admin, let's see. Anyway to use free cam while alive. I am not sure.
It's me,
to be
boy.
honest. Oh, okay. Oh shit! Oh, fuck off! Oh, nice headshot.
It's dirt cheap.
Yeah, it's a great game, and I have a server. I can just throw it up anytime. Streaming and showing off the game.
You should go duel him. I want to see.
Oh, he probably kicks my ass.
I'm very curious though. I want to see.
Yeah, so like I said, some of the classes are a little overpowered because, like I said, they didn't fully finish the game, you know, or at least have enough time to.
I mean, they didn't really get a chance to even like see how the balance, because you don't really know what the balance is going to be until
you have a couple thousand players playing.
Hands. Yeah, I mean, there's only so much testing you can do against bots and against the other developers.
Yep.
Jeez, the dude's level 53? Oh my god.
Oh, is he? Wait, wait.
53.
Yeah, well, okay, so the levels, the master server doesn't work, right? So, like, leveling up never got, like, I can never level up, but supposedly, I think someone may have been able to unlock the leveling. Unlock the levels. Because he's level 53, so he must have. He must have been playing. I think because I don't know. So the fan base of the game, those guys are wanting to really bad, and to create a like a free server version.
They should just give it out to like the Shiv 2 community.
Well, yeah, they think they should bundle it.
They should or make it like a DLC or something, and try and get people who've never heard of it to try it out, try and revive it, because if it really does have that much potential,
it really does.
If it all went to waste, like it seems like it did, which is really a shame, then
it is.
Try and...
Well, that's the thing is, and all they really need to do. So, I tried to convince them to not do anything until Shiv 2 drops a couple of patches, right? So that yes, yeah, so that the dev team wasn't, because there's no interest in reliving this game for them, right? They're pretty butthurt over the loss. I mean, it was in development for a long fucking time.
Yeah, it seems like it
flopped. And to have the game not find its audience is really sad. It's heartbreaking, because look at it, it's a beautiful game.
Graphically speaking, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not a fan of the graphic style, the art style, or the pastel color palette, but it looks good. The special effects work, the everything fucking works.
I won't lie, it does look very similar to Overwatch, but with the whole melee slash.
Yeah. Ooh, got me. So yeah, and there's like weapons to unlock and skins to unlock. So there's a lot of customization that is available if we could, figure out how to unlock. And I think someone figured out how to unlock all that. But the thing is without the ooh, nice. Ooh, did you see that drag? Bam. And riposte. Oh, what's this slow-mo? I wonder what that is. I don't know if that's like something for the server to get caught up on. Wait a minute, why am I out? I can't move. That was weird. That may be a spell. The slow-mos may be a spell. I never got into the game as far as it, as I should have.
We've considered asking TVS for tools or methods to allow us to control the cosmetics and leveling of the game, considering both are locked.
Right, and that's because of the master server issue, right? So until you guys can fabricate a master server, and the reason why I know this is because the guys that I play with, that I work with, Alien vs. Predator 2, when Sony shut down the master server, the game was dead. That's the thing is last time I was on the forums, I was telling people, hey, their focus right now is on Shiv 2. So even though we've got a couple of devs in the Discord, they're not going to spend a lot of time on this game considering they consider it dead.
Shiv 2 is so garbage though. I'll run one in my frickin' attic if I have to. At Hercusum, but they are not. They barely have any devs for Chivalry 2.
On to Shiv 2
Shiv
after
2.
the second beta.
Shiv 2 isn't that bad.
I didn't even wait for it to launch. I hate that game so much.
It's not that bad, and the maps are far better than Mordo. I mean, I'm an objective player, so
Shiv 2 is pretty bad.
I don't care about maps. I care about gameplay, to be honest.
Yeah. There's still some neat elements in Shiv 2. The Healy banner,
I don't deny that.
the horn healer, knocking people down, helping people back up. being able to throw everything in the game.
The main reason TV
I just think that
insufficient labor,
Shiv 2, they aim
to hire remotely.
I don't know. They're trying to make they tried to dumb down the game too much and make it too noob friendly, because Melee Slasher is just like notoriously not friendly to new players. Like the entry barrier is just really high to Melee Slasher games, generally
of course it
speaking.
is. Yeah.
But then I think I don't know. The second they said it was going to be built around a held block, I knew the game was going to be dog shit.
It's
like mechanically, like the actual nitty gritty, the combat of it. I do agree with you. I think the healing banner's sick. I think the maps are sick. But I think like the combat of the game, in my personal opinion, I hate it. It's so bad. I think it's a fun game. I think it has no viability competitively though.
Well, it actually does if more comp players shared my mindset. And that's the thing, is most comp players don't share the mindset because...
Yeah, I think you have the unpopular opinion,
Yeah,
Red.
and that's fine. It's fine. It's just that the current mindset in Shiv, or just in comp in general, they kill their own community. In other words, there's no real diversity.
Is inherently inaccessible to casual players.
Yes, that's
of their skills.
That's one, and my argument was always 10v10. It's always been 10v10 because it allows you to add so many more players and skill levels to play, right? And because you're doing objectives instead of, just basically 5v5, duels.
I agree with what Board said. I think Melee Slasher, the skill floor is so high that casual players struggle to get over the entry barrier. I think, honestly, if the player bases were larger, so that noobs could fight against noobs and not just get their teeth stomped in by a skilled vet, then it would be more accessible. But I think the skill ceiling being high is not a bad thing, because any good competitive game has a high skill ceiling. Like CS:GO has one of the highest skill ceilings of any game ever made. And games like Dota 2 or something, very, very high skill ceilings, but the skill floor isn't so high either. The skill floor being so high is what really kills Melee Slasher.
Yeah, but here's the thing, is like, I can agree with all that, but how are you going to get those new players interested if the skill ceiling's so high and the gameplay is set to where, no one wants to play with a noob? How are the noobs ever gonna get good, basically, right?
They have to see, it's like,
and
they have to really want to. It takes that commitment, and like they have to really love the game and want to improve and want to get better and learn, and
yeah, but see,
they have to seek it out on their own.
Yeah, but see, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. Right?
No, I'm not saying that's how it should be. I'm saying that's how it is.
Right. And so
You want high skill ceiling, but it needs to be casually accessible.
Correct. And to do that, that's why I said they need to do 10v10 scrimmage, because that way you can have an archer, you can have all the things in the game, especially like Mordau, for example. You've got toolboxes, horses, you can include all of that, and each one of those have a skill.
Something that isn't fun. When you're new to Mordau and
Red, so we disagree so
but you've
like
never
our opinions are so
played
polar
but you've never played
Mordau.
comp
No, for
in the way that I'm
Mordau.
talking about. I know, but you've never played
I'm
comp.
one of those guys who thinks like horses and toolboxes, all that shit should just be deleted from the game. Throw it out, remove it.
See, I completely disagree. I think
horses are so fucking broken, man.
Agree with D.
Toolboxes, engineers, they're so broken.
Fuck toolboxes.
Fuck horses, fuck toolboxes, fuck archers. Me and Board are one and the same.
So I'm of the opinion that, all those aspects to the game, right? And I think of it like strategy, like large scale strategy, team based, like football, right? That's what I always compare it to.
Imagine the scenario where they aren't done utterly terrible.
Right? To where like, if you played, Shiv 1 Melee, where we were doing team objective, and you had to have objectives. I mean, you had to have strategies like flanking, going around buildings, and getting behind
Hodor
people.
Hosted a
and
Shiv 1 tournament a while ago, like 2 months ago or something.
Yeah, and
it was objective.
And because of that, you could have multi-level skilled players, right? And what it did is if you had 10v10, it forces every team to go out and recruit and train people, right? To get them better.
Nobody wants to do that.
Well,
anymore, at least. No one wants to do that.
Well, I don't want to do it anymore because I did it for, 8-9 years? And we were the only clan that were training people.
The only way to get into comp is to literally ask and
And you gotta beg, and you gotta, you gotta suck enough dick to try to get someone to teach you. And
or
it's
you have to learn the game on your own and then prove yourself as worthy to even get in.
Yeah.
Nowadays, at least, for me at least, I'm a very obsessive gamer. So when I really like a game, I get very hyper focused on climbing the ladder and trying to get better at it and learning and increasing on the skill ceiling, right? But some people, they just want to go in and have casual fun and just laugh, because Mordhau is really funny. But
2 isn't like that at all.
I don't know. I was lucky that
and there are regular classes.
I guess the way of putting it is I draw my enjoyment in games from improving, whereas some people don't care about improving and they just want to relax and they play games when they come home from a long day of work. And Mordhau's not that game,
Right.
And skill floor super low as well.
So the
which is why it's fun for 50 hours.
But that's exactly. So that's kind of where some of my arguments lie, is that if you want a comp scene and you want a community, you have to build it. And I don't think you have to dump that on the devs to do it, right? I think that's bullshit. We've had a comp community in Melee Slashers before devs even created it, right? We just did it on our own. So you don't need the devs to do shit other than balance the damn game. So yeah. So but the thing is if you have a mechanism,
skill ceiling games, I tend to like them, LOL.
Well, of course, there's nothing wrong with high ceiling games, but the thing is you want to be able to get people interested.
Competitive is not accessible to newer players. That's why competitive modes with MMR exist.
Does Shiv 2 have advanced mechanics?
In some cases, there's a few. Yeah, there's a few mechanics that are improved.
Shiv 2 got so stale for me.
But it also got dumbed down because they slowed down the fighting. They slowed it down on purpose to try to avoid, the miss parries and the ghost swings and things like that. But in this, because this is such a niche game, right? A niche genre. It's very small. The community,
mode, but there is no LO or MMR. It's just random matching.
Community's pretty elitist.
Yeah, and that was the thing I was always fighting. It was like you can still be elitist, but I mean, if you knew how many top end comp players that I personally trained and got them into the clan and got them into Melee, I mean, I probably trained thousands of players. Literally over the years, either they were in the clan or not. But I mean, some of the top guys that no longer play, yeah, and it was kind of one of those things where we had a training program. It was like, Mondays and Tuesdays, we trained people just to play. Right, we did it out of our own time. It's like, hey, here's these inside mechanics that you're not going to get from the tutorial and things that you don't really understand. Hey, let me turn on the swing trace to show you why this manipulation works, right? That kind of thing, where we'd walk them through. I mean, I got videos on my YouTube channel where I'm walking people literally through training of the basic duck mechanic, right? And everything you could do. With
which
duck
becomes
and
instinctual.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, okay.
That's what the goal is, to make it for them a habit.
So with Shiv, okay, so one of the big things that Torn Banner created that now they shied away from, which is another reason why Civ 2 has issues, is that in Age of Chivalry, which was their testing grounds, they bent the player bent at the waist, right? Yeah, but you're looking at it wrong, Dave. So I've never been a fan of ranked because it limits it to dueling or 3v3. Really, what I've always preferred is 10v10. Objective based, using every asset in the game. Now you have to limit it, right?
I met extremely high ego toxic shitter earlier.
But and you're gonna you'll run into those.
I beat him, LOL.
Most of the super inflated ego toxic shitters aren't very good at the game.
Right.
They like just hit level 100.
But see, the problem with the 6v6,
and they're like they think they're hot
yeah,
shit now.
Right.
And then they meet like a genuine player who's been in the comp community, or a genuine Board, someone like Board who's hugged against some of the best players in the game, and they get just decimated.
Oh god, I just got wrecked by a bot. But what I'm saying is that
even a washed comp player will destroy a high ego shitter though.
Yeah.
Like when you have pug experience against the best players in the game, then
messages today with
I mean it's just you're playing a different game than he is.
Shit compared to how I was able to play.
Yeah,
he's definitely still a noob.
Yeah, but if you're looking at 6, okay, so there's two. The major reason why they went to like a 6v6 or 5v5 has to do with the fact that to get comp level players to play together, it's hard to get more than 5 egos together. That's one. 2 is that
he called me gambler.
That 5v5 and 6v6 meta, right? What that does is that forces teams to poach people. It also doesn't force.
You don't like that, do
Oh,
you?
I fucking hate it. It's like
people still get poached today.
It's so bullshit. It's like, how can you ever? No, seriously, how can you
there's
ever?
No loyalty anymore.
How can you ever create a team if you have no loyalty? How do you create rivalries if you have no teams? Right? God, when Killer was at its peak, man, we had like 3 or 4 rivalry teams that like Knights of the Round Table, fucking love those guys, and we were very competitive against them. Vanquish, VQ basically back in the day.
When the only kills he got on me was quick starts while I was typing on another.
And VQ has been around and not, but
feel like they are making a greater impact on the field.
They just revived Reliquary. Rodeo did.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Road just rebooted Reliquary, and it's now a low tier training camp kind of team. It's like to make low tier players better.
But
get them into comp.
But see
I'm on Reliquary.
Yeah, so like the 10v10 is literally the perfect balance, because it gives you, if you play with these rules, right, 10v10, 50% weapon loadout. In other words, you cannot load like everybody's all archers, or you can only have 50%, right, of any one class.
At this point,
right? You allow 1 toolbox, 1 health box, and 1 horse. That's it, right? And that's gonna. And then, because of the way that the maps play, you have to create strategies to deal with the toolbox as a strategy, right? It's like, think of it like football and chess.
As long as it's balanced.
Right, and so are you going to say 5v5 is balanced now? Of course it isn't, because you're basically dumbed it down to basically the same 5 weapons that everybody's playing.
At Fusion, they are extremely organized and roleplay a lot, and they have
back to Civ 2. By the way, I know I shit on the game and I hate it, and I talk a lot of shit about it. But to be fair, I was on the Civ 2 hype train. I wasn't necessarily. I knew that I personally wasn't going to enjoy it because of how the combat was going to be. But here's the thing that I really did hope for it. I
think a lot of people had hope for it.
I wanted to support it. No, here's the thing that I wanted it to be. I supported it, and I pre-ordered it, and I played the first beta and the second beta, and what I wanted out of it was it to grow the community and help grow the melee slasher genre but it didn't. I thought it was going to be able to get people who've never played a melee slasher into the genre and expand the community and grow the genre as a whole, not necessarily just the game. And then I thought new players would get into Shiv 2, really enjoy it, have fun because it's accessible to new players. And then a select few of people who really enjoyed Shiv 2, who wanted something more, who wanted to take it to the next level and get more in depth, would discover Mordhau, and then it would help. It would literally like benefit the genre as a whole. I was hoping that it would help grow Mordhau as well, but it didn't, and that's what sucks. That was the biggest disappointment for me.
That's understandable. So with the 6v6, to answer your question in chat, is that what's up? Is that the thing about the 6v6? Nobody wants to watch it. No one really enjoys playing it.
I kind of mean any game, TBH.
And the only reason why they limit the teams to 6v6 or more is because they're trying to. No, we did.
Well, I'm not saying there should be comp 20v20.
We did do 20v20. No, we did. Killa used to play 20v20 with Knights of the Round Table.
Imagine 20 players on a team nowadays.
Imagine 20.
There's like 8 players max on team.
Yeah, but think of 20 players that are comp level play. That's the thing. On one team, both teams of comp level play.
I think the biggest team right now is like 11 players, not including like B teams and C teams and whatever. Because then then you kind of become like an org.
Yeah, and you know how we handled the 20v20? We split off into two teams, 2 squads of 10. And we had and basically played it as 2 teams. Like one was a defense that would hold the objective, the other would push forward. And it was great. That was some of the best gameplay I've had in decades. Was when we did those 10v10 and 20v20 matches. They were incredible. And even when we did the Thunderpugs, I mean, everybody that was playing comp that would hop in on the Friday Night Thunderpug, and I know Lesky played them. Everybody was like, these are more fun than comp.
Into 5 squads of 4 with each of them having a squad leader.
Yeah, you could do it that way too.
Pretty loud, but they seem to be winning so.
Yeah, and it's very doable. Like I said, if you think of the game more like a football team, where you've got 4, was it, how many players, 13, 14 on a football team? You're gonna, there's more strategies to do, and it gives new players a way in to play comp. Because they can play Archer, they can play, they can play a support unit, right? And you could still, and it forces the smaller teams to go out and recruit and train people, because everybody's searching for the same, quality guys.
At that point, anyone can play comp.
That's the idea, because it's such a small group, a small niche game, that you have to build the community.
I know that kind of ruins the point of competitive.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't if you're trained, because look, you're going to have your casual players, right? But if the casual players don't know that there's a competitive scene,
well, yeah,
and you're not reaching out to them,
isn't necessarily supposed to be hyper.
No, it's not. It's not.
It's supposed to be a large clan
battle. But the large clan battles were a blast. I'm just telling you. If you guys didn't play in an organized large clan, it was fucking a blast. And then why does that happen?
I don't agree with the super elitist way of competitive having to really find your way in on your own nowadays. But I also we do fundamentally disagree on certain things about competitive, like archers and toolboxes and shit.
Well, oh shit, how can I not?
But I do agree that it should be easier for people who want to get into comp to get into comp, because it is very difficult.
And that's the comp scene's own fault. That is, dude, I'm telling you, I begged and pleaded like 6 months before Mordhau dropped, of all the active clans. I said, guys, this is going to be a prime opportunity. I begged them and begged them. I tried to get them all together and say, let's organize our comp scene. Let's go out and put like training groups together, because we're gonna get so many new players. I said, this is the only time that we're ever going to be able to recruit new players and build a team. and build a comp scene, get people interested by reaching out. It's like, I know you guys want to scrim and everything, but let's scrim like on the weekends or whatever, and Monday and Tuesday go out and recruit and reach out and train new players how to play the game. And the comp scene laughed
at.
It
sold 500,000 copies in the first week.
So you know what? You know what I was told by several clans and their clan leaders? Why should we reach out and train noobs when Killa's already doing it? That's what they told me. And we could just poach from you. And I'm like, guys, there's going to be thousands of players. Tens of thousands of players.
Hundreds of thousands.
Yes, yeah, it ended up being hundreds of thousands.
Yeah, there was 500,000 on the first week.
And that's what I was saying. I was just trying to say, it's like, if all the clans reached out and did a training group, just, Monday and Tuesday, train these people and bring them into a scrim, and show them what we're doing, right? And then we can organize our teams and get it set up like a football league. That's what I wanted. That was my envision for this game, and I still think that is going to be ultimately what will save the game.
Is much more enjoyable.
If you had
for a tourney and perform.
If you had, imagine like large teams that played like in a football league where you played 10 weeks. You played each team once or twice, right? And then, you play the maps twice, you flip sides, because the maps are not always balanced. So, you play through the map one way, whoever gets the furthest or finishes in the shortest amount of time wins, right? And then you do a point system where, if you won the match, you got 3 points. If you fully completed the match, you got 5, right? If you did it in the shortest amount of time, you got another 3 points. If all your team members showed up, you got a certain amount of points.
I can't handle Civ 2. I can probably count on one hand the amount of times I didn't top score in like 100 hours or so across alpha, beta.
Yeah, I agree with Board. I don't think Civ 2 is competitively viable.
I think it is.
I think Civ 2 is too dumbed down. It's more of a button masher than a melee slasher, in my opinion.
But
the fact that a controller player can play on the same level against a keyboard and mouse player and there's no disadvantage at all whatsoever just is like, how can you argue that that's a competitively viable game?
Any game can be competitive. Here's the thing, any game could be competitively viable. Any game, it doesn't matter.
Well, and
you find me a game and I guarantee you there's a way to make it
same level in my opinion.
I don't think Civ 2 has enough depth. It has no advanced, like real advanced combat. It's too dumbed down. It's more of just like it's a button masher fighting game in my opinion.
No, there's
I don't think it
no, fucking what's his name was a controller player, and he wrecks comp players. Yeah, Jimmy the Crow was fucking raping comp players with his controller. So I don't think that's I don't think controllers.
I'm talking about in Civ 2. I think the game is so dumbed down that I don't think it's viable for competitive.
Okay, any game that has objectives in a time period, you can make it competitive. That's just a dumb excuse. It really is. You could.
Anyone bring a controller to comp?
Jimmy, no, there were 3. I think at one time at the height of Mordau, there were three controller players. Jimmy being one of them.
I'm specifically referencing Chivalry 2. It was just some stuff I saw on YT. NGL not the best I have ever seen.
I'm interested, seriously.
Yeah,
How the hell do you play Mordhau on controller?
You go reach out to Jimmy the Crow. He streams. Is Jimmy the Crow still going by Jimmy the Crow on Twitch? Let me pull him up. Give me a second. Give me a second. I'll take a look. Give me a second. I'll see if I can find him on Twitch. Why did my Twitch thing go away? That's weird.
Except my Steam friend invite, that's
is not viable.
Except my Steam
It is heavily skill-based, albeit very accessible to newer players.
You've got 14 ignored friend requests, Reds.
I do? Where'd
Yeah,
you see that at?
Mine. Except mine.
In Twitch?
No, on your friends thing on the Steam overlay.
Oh, you can see that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it shows your Steam overlay.
Oh,
on stream.
I thought I had that turned off. Okay. These are the 14 requests. There's Hyfro. I
would simply just watch dual tournaments
Hang on a
like
second.
Trial by Blood.
Wait, cancel it. I thought I sent
I
him
was
in.
literally top scoring the first time I launched the game.
Yeah, these are
and
all
I
just-
refuse
yeah,
to
I don't-
believe him talented, cause him a dumbass LUL.
I'm not even up there.
Yeah, you're not. Yeah, so I think my
added
think
you,
my
you
friends
must have
list.
declined it.
No, I haven't declined anything. It's just my friends list is probably full. Oh, there we go.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, let's see. I did try to clean it out a while back, but so anyway. So anybody with any, just because you're top fragging in a game that you've already got 1,000 hours in the genre.
Well, to be fair,
yeah, I mean, think about it, right?
Top fragging in a pub means nothing because pubs are just where noobs hang out.
Well, see, okay, so see, that's just a dumb mentality. Because the thing about it is, there are some pub stars that are not only diamonds in the rough, but they're incredible players. And to just go
with others playing the genre in the servers.
They're incredible in the pub, but they're not
was
incredible
just
when you
law
put them
and
up
order
against
that
actual
beat me.
incredible players.
Yeah, but
like you have no idea how horribly I get shit stomped and my teeth absolutely smashed in when I play against people like Cashmate or Morning or Rock or anybody like that.
I know, but that doesn't mean that they're good team players, and it's the same thing with duelers, right? Duelers are great at dueling. They suck at team objective. They completely
Not
suck.
all of them.
A good majority of them, because they don't know what to do.
But I am telling you that
Well, if they have
competitive tournaments in
1vx
chivalry the game
experience, that doesn't mean they're like a full-on dueler boy. They might just have most of their hours spent in duel servers. But I've seen some like dueler boys be insane, like better than me in skirmish.
Oh shit. Oh. Yeah, Tinker was a bit overpowered in this game. I'm not playing against people, so.
NGL, my argumentation is garbage now. Might be due to sleep deprivation, but it's a poor excuse anyway.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, I believe not far in playing Civ 2, the combat is going to be 50/50. Funnily enough, I feel Mirage is the most well-balanced slasher. Right, but saying really good pub players aren't worth having in con, you're basically shitting on most of the players.
That's basically what I was saying. Yes.
I didn't say they're not worth. I just said that they're not as good as you think they are just from watching them in a pub. Just because you're really good in a pub doesn't mean you're really good. I'm saying they definitely should get into comp, but I'm not saying that they're really good players just because they can top score in a pub. Because me and my buddies literally kill servers and everyone rage quits when we play. Like Frontliner Invasion.
Racenum, did you watch our tournaments we hosted in Mirage?
No, I didn't. I think I saw like one of the first ones. I watched a little bit of it.
Enjoyable and high skill the gameplay can be.
Yeah, that is true.
Skeptical smiley.
Yeah, that's why I said Mirage has all this potential, and really, I wish they would fucking either release the code so that we can make a master server, and then just make the game free. You know, put it on the free game list and let it find its own.
Draconics is pretty alright, keeping in mind that he only play pubs.
I disagree with Dave though that Civ 2 is skill based. I think it's not skill based at all.
I think it can be skill based because you're still playing mind games. You're still doing a bunch. You're still doing a lot.
No, there's no mind games when you have held block. What mind games are there?
You can get around held block.
Shiv 2 is low skill
Not really.
and low skill ceiling.
I mean, my grandma could probably play Shiv 2 and be competent and get kills, because all you have to do is click buttons. You don't even have to time your blocks. There's no reaction time involved in that game. Unless you want to counter, which don't even get me started.
Swing manipulation is gone.
Shiv 2 has no skill floor, and the skill ceiling is so low that, yeah, I agree with Board. It doesn't really have a skill floor, though. It's so easy to play that, I mean, a noob can
yes, but you can make
fine.
it. You can still make it competitive.
No, not at all.
Of course you can.
No. There's no depth to the combat res.
There's more depth to the strategy. That's the thing that Mordhau Comp is missing. Is there's virtually no depth in the strategy, like virtually none. It's all just button mashing and timing.
No,
yes, it is. Of course it is.
No,
it's all about the swing manipulation. You're still pressing buttons.
Swing manip isn't button mashing.
You still have to button mash at the right times, regardless if you're dragging or not, or excelling or anything. And the other thing is like there's virtually no strategy to the game. That's what I keep trying to say.
The strategy is more of like your teamwork.
But it's really not. It's literally you just line up, circle jerk each other until you can get somebody to outflank and have a rat run around and then and that's it. That's the strategy. There's no more strategies than that. Right? There's no strategy about like literally flanking around an objective.
See, the
right?
difference
There's no strategy in building barricades to prevent your team or your
something completely unique to this genre.
Yes, but so's all the other aspects.
Objective. So team objective gives you a lot more room for like team strategy.
Yes,
but you can't
exactly.
Say that there's no skill in Mordhau Comp.
I didn't say there's no skill.
In-depth combat.
No. What I said was there's less strategy in it.
Not to get them to block early, but to make them
right? There's virtually no strategy in 5v5 comp. It's not. It all breaks down typically to 1v1 duels. Just happens to be 5 of them. Occasionally you'll get a 2v1.
No.
Right?
Maybe an EU, but not in an A.
You know, and if you're lucky, you might be able to throw a fire pot. Maybe.
High-level duels.
You know, it's just.
I don't like Mordhau or Shiv 2 now, to be fair.
So it's just like I said. I need something more cerebral than just trying to outwit the guy in front of me. Right? I want to be able to outwit the guy in front of me and either defend the objective or. I mean, the whole genre is attacking castles, sieges, things like that. It's like you can still do duels and tourneys and all that shit, the 5v5, but the heart of the game has always been team objective. Period. It's like go on the servers. Look at how many pub players and players in general are playing on those servers. Until the game dies to the point where there's only duelers left, then yeah, it's a dead game. That's exactly what happened to Shiv 2 or Shiv 1. Same thing happened with Deadliest Warrior. You know, it's
all my hope for the future of competitive melee slasher lies in Gear's hands.
Maybe.
All I care about it. I want Ad Mortem. I'm gonna buy
that's
super high tier for that.
That's 5 or 6 years away, dude. Easily.
Yeah, I know. I know it's really far away. I'm not saying it's gonna be soon. That's where all my faith is.
I don't have much faith in it because of comp people in general, the attitudes. I mean,
yeah.
You know, it's like
there's a lot of different things in comp that you just have like a different opinion than the rest of the community. Like we just fundamentally disagree on.
And it's sad because you're gonna have a no comp scene, just like you do now.
No, I have a lot of very high hopes for Gear's game because Gear not only knows how to build a community and how to
somewhat.
He knows how to he knows how Melee Slasher works, and he knows how to make it advanced and skill-based enough to, but also, I don't know, we don't really know yet whether he's going to even try and make it a casual, like friendly to new players, because think about it, Mordhau's original intention was to be another comp game, and that's not what they made. Like,
server died?
If you think about it, Mordhau was never even supposed to be casual. Like, it was never supposed to be easy and friendly to new players,
I don't think that's the case either. I don't think that's true either.
It was a group of competitive Shiv players that got together to make a new comp game, a new comp Melee Slasher, and then they didn't do that. Like, hold on, there's a really good quote in the NACL Discord right now about why Mordhau's dead. Stouty's making a video asking why, and he did a thread in the Discord on why Mordhau's dead. Or no, it's in NAPC.
I've already explained why Mordhau's dead for many reasons.
It says, comp game made casual, but only kinda, but wait, just kidding, it's still comp, lol, it isn't, but hey, we're backing the comp community, but we aren't. Okay, well, it's a casual game anyway, but actually. They didn't know what direction they wanted to take the game and kept flip-flopping. Because originally it was supposed to be a comp game, and it's become casual.
Alright, so I like I said, I have very hard opinions on what happened and why with Mordhau. You know, keep in mind we had 68 peak players of 68,000 at a time. The game is dead because they dropped the game early. They only had 4 maps, 4 game modes, and after about 30 days, you're bored for the average player. It also had a high skill ceiling. Hang on, let me finish. It also had a high skill ceiling. You had players that had 1,000+ hours or more in Shiv, and then you had players that had 1,000+ hours in Alpha and Beta. So we had guys
Those were all the Shiv vets.
Yeah, and guys that kickstarted the game, right? So you start out with this such a high level of incompatibility, right, between the high-end top guys playing and, you know, any noobs coming into the game. And keep in mind that, you know, Melee Slashers are not compatible with shooters. They're just not.
So why do you like archers?
I don't like archers. I fucking hate archers. Anybody who knows me knows I hate them.
Why do you sympathize with archers and say that they should be in
But
comp?
in Mordhau, because they're balanced in Mordhau, and it allows, it adds another 25% of players that would be playing comp if it was allowed and if it was viable.
So
right?
Here's the thing.
So, and the problem with the comp community is they don't know how to grow their own community. They do nothing but kill it. They killed it in Shiv. They killed it, and it took 4 or 5 years to basically kill it in Shiv. And they brought that same mentality of, you know, I just need 5 guys. I just need the top 5 guys. I don't care where I get them. You know, and no ethics, no loyalty, no nothing. Right? And they brought that into Mordhau, that same fucking mentality about me. I'm the best, we're the best, period. Right? They had no desire to build the community. So all they ended up doing was being destructive to the community when they could have been building it. If they were smart and had half a brain, they would have fucking realized that, hey, in order to play top tier guys, we have to create top tier guys. We have to help that. We have to help facilitate that. Why do you think football teams? Why do you think football teams have training groups, have training teams? Why do you think there's A-level baseball? Right? These are large team sports.
I understand what you're saying, but to be fair, Mordhau's intention was never to be as big as it was. It was supposed to be for the Shiv vets coming over to make. It was supposed to be a new comp game. It was made by competitive Chivalry players to be comp, but then it blew up way bigger than they expected.
I don't think that's the case.
And all the money went to Crush's head, and they started catering to the casual player base. They do. They cater. They're trying to kill the comp scene, the comp community, which is their only loyal and stable player base, to cater to all the casual newbies, which want something completely different than what the comp players want.
That's where I'm talking about where the divide happened, right? And it's the comp players' fault, right?
It's not our fault.
It absolutely is your fault.
So it's all the devs' fault because they were all
No.
They all were comp players.
Yes, they were. I trust me, I know half of them, right? I'm very, very well aware of what happened. But in order to make it to where you can actually have the money to live and make the game, right? You have to make it to where, you know, you want casual players. And even in the comp scene, you want casual players. You want them to come in and build the community. Again, build, right? I'm not hearing anything about building. All I'm hearing about is what's the destruction that's happening, right? So, you know, I built communities. Dude, when Mordhau dropped, right, within 2 months, I had 3 competitive teams, A, B, and C. And we played in almost every tournament for the first year with A, B, and C teams. There were tournaments that they're begging us, hey, can you guys get your B team to play too? We don't have enough players. Why? Why was I able to do that? Why was I able to go out and recruit and train players and get them at a competitive level to play, even though we might not have been top tier? Imagine if every fucking clan did that, right? We would have these great rivalries. We'd have so much more than we do. And the comp has devolved down to basically the 200 people that are the best, and some will wash in, some will wash out. And that's it. And once we hit, like if Mordhau hits probably $2,000 average daily players, the game's dead at that point.
That's what it's at right now.
No,
but
it's
Retsnum, I agree with you for the most part, but you can't expect every clan to kind of do that recruitment type beat and, you know, that training noobs to get them at a competitive level.
Why not? You have people like Stouty who charge for coaching.
Why not?
Well, yeah. First of all, right? Like everyone charges, but like I charge for coaching, and people pay me. Like everyone can do it, and it's just not something that they want to do. Like, I mean, I understand that it might be better for the overall health of the community, but it's just not enjoyable to them, so that's why they don't do it. I mean, there's a lot of things. Like, why do you think more people play Chivalry 2 right now than Mordhau? Because Mordhau isn't enjoyable. Even if it might be more.
I think Shiv 2 has less players than Mordhau. We just can't prove that because we can't see the numbers on Shiv 2. But I saw Genghis try and load it up last night and play it, and there was not a single populated server in America. Not one single one.
Well, then you might be right about that. But I truly think that the player count is high. The only thing we could do is wait until it drops on Steam, and then, you know, see. That's the only possible way we could ever compare. But I can tell you that like, you know, there are certain things that people will do, and they're just going to do what they enjoy, right? The only reason that people play competitive is because they enjoy competitive. And the only reason people play in pubs is because they enjoy pubs. No one goes like, damn, I'm just gonna.
That's not true either. That's not true either. That's not true either.
People don't just play what they enjoy.
No.
It's play for fun.
No, of course. That's all I play for anymore. But no,
what you're saying isn't true.
What I'm saying isn't true is that people aren't interested in playing at a organized or competitive level, and I'm saying that that's completely false. To say that they don't want to do that is simply suggesting that they don't know any better, which is true. They don't know it exists. At one time, it existed. We had competitive level.
I'm saying only for Mordhau.
They're doing it in
Chivalry 2. They're doing it in Chivalry 2.
I'm talking
about doing it in Mordhau.
I'm talking about Mordhau. When Mordhau dropped, we were doing 10v10 scrimmages with other clans, and we even did a 20v20 several times, and it was a fucking blast. Right? And
but it's
everybody
just not what they want to do now.
And what I'm
saying
is,
really quick, say something
I know what you're saying.
to counter L7's point.
You don't know what you don't know.
Comp's dead. I think Mordhau Comp's only dead in EU because in NA we still have like 23 teams in the league and 200 plus players. So,
but that's
NA Comp is still very much alive.
We could have had 5,000, 10,000 comp players. That's my point.
I don't disagree with that. But
it's wasted effort. I know, that's why I'm done. That's why I was done. I know right now, within 30 days, I've said it before, I could recruit a team that could be competitive. Easily. 30 days, I could do it. Why? Because I've done it. I've done it many times.
Reds. No, I'm joking.
No, I wouldn't have to poach. I mean, there's enough people and old players that I could just call up and say, "Hey, I'm putting a competitive team together," and they would just play just because of the memes.
The only
and it would be low tier.
To go off on the other point we said, the only metric that I can think of is like Discord communities to measure player counts, besides just like Steam charts, because it's not on Steam. But I would also say that the fact that it has console players would probably bump it up, if you even count console players.
Oh, are you talking for Shiv 2? Shiv 2 numbers?
Yeah, but to go off what you said, Redstone, right? Like, they don't want to do it now, so they're not doing it. Like, it's sad, but like, they just don't want to.
Oh, I know.
I mean,
why do you? Like I said, look. Some of the comp teams were so bad at how they treated us, right? I mean, Killa in general, right? We at one time we were the only clan training anybody in anything, right? And so many top tier guys came out of Killa, right?
I love Despair.
Almost all the guys from H, they and Ape Men, they were from Killa, right? And you go further back and there's more guys. Some guys from Tempest were from Killa, from old Killa, right? So the thing is how these other clans treated us. When we're the ones doing the heavy lifting, we're reaching out to pub players, because we'd have a couple guys go out and play pubs and find good players, recruit them, invite them, hey, you ever played in a scrim? No, what's it like? It's organized. We lay down some rules and, we try to, do strategies and stuff. And we were the only ones doing outreach. I think, finally Peasant and a couple other guys started doing it too, finally, but it was too little too late. And that's...
I think that's really cool, but again, it needs to be very specific people who actually enjoy that kind of thing. Like, for example, I'm actually like setting up Mirage tournaments on a regular basis just because I enjoy the game. And like, if I tried to go to like a Mordhau competitive player and like, hey, you want to play like a few rounds of Mirage, they'd just tell me to fuck off because it's nothing like what they want, But then I go to like a Chivalry 2 player, like you want to test that, like, oh my god, cool, it's like Chivalry but with magic. It doesn't matter how brain dead that statement is, because it's what they want, so they're gonna do it.
No, I understand your point, but my counter to that is, you can't play what you don't know exists, right? And so if people doesn't know it exists, how are they ever going to be able to play it, right? That's the biggest problem with comp and Mordhau. Most people don't know it exists, right?
Well,
we just had a new wave of new players that came in. And the most
find yourself your way in is not a good.
It's like
way
if you're a new player that comes to
the people
Mordhau,
who really want to will get in. See, I got in.
The truth to
from
that
a
is
nobody who didn't know anyone.
The truth to that is you need official support for that.
No, you don't.
Actual...
No, you don't. You do not.
Well,
it helps. It helps.
You might be right that it is totally possible that you do not need official support to make it work.
Nope.
But there is no successful, like community competitive thing that has managed to draw the casual community in a substantial way. Besides, like all of you doing hardcore labor on recruiting people.
Okay, so here's where I'm going to disagree with that again too, right? So we did it in Age of Chivalry, we did it in Chivalry, but how do you think games like Counter-Strike developed? That whole comp scene was created by the players. They created the comp scene. Right? We created the comp scene in Age of Chivalry that went to Chivalry, that went to, all the way through what you are now, right? What it's evolved into. But it started way back in the day. All fan base, player base, right? I mean, Counter-Strike was a stupid mod, right?
I agree with you, but like back then, like when Counter-Strike mod existed, MMR systems and actual like official competitive was like mostly an idea and not even fully implemented into the mainstream.
But it got done regardless.
Right now, Yeah, but if you look at any actual Major League competitive game, unless it's like Smash or something, right? It's mostly officially supported. If you look at like Fortnite or Apex Legends or and you might laugh at those names because they're, you know, stupid games, even like Rainbow Six Siege, but like they're the biggest competitive games. And
why, but why are they the biggest competitive games? Do you know why?
I truly one it's because
esports.
No, they're AAA. They're AAA.
They also are fun to watch, Reds.
Yes,
it's fun to watch.
Yes, they are AAA, but I think it's beyond that, right? It's the AAA level quality of complete implementation of a competitive setting inside the game, right? When you play Siege, it is totally a competitive game. Even the casual mode is just basically the competitive mode, but copy pasted.
So are you going to say
no ranks?
So are you going to say that Frontline isn't competitive? That
no, he's got a big point.
Like when you play Siege, they want you to know you are playing a competitive shooter, and
Siege is hardcore, no joke.
Yeah, and guess what? It's one of the most popular shooters of all time.
Yeah, and you can't just like fuck around in there and just like.
If Mordhau wasn't like, oh, here's Frontline where everyone's just doing shitters and playing with their OC donut steals.
And running around naked, throwing javelins,
and then the competitive community is like this hyper elitist like 3-3-2 longsword, right? Copy paste. Right. Then maybe more people from the actual casual setting could get into it. And same thing with Chivalry 2. I'm not commending Chivalry 2 for shit. They also have a complete disconnect with their casual players and their competitive players. And I guarantee you the next slasher that you guys were talking about, made by Giro or whoever it's being made by, is going to be the same. Because I doubt that he's going to make it a setting or a game that is totally accessible to new players while simultaneously implementing features that allow them to learn competitive in a healthy way that's actually enjoyable. Dude, I know that's a lot.
I hear you.
We don't know if that's the intention yet. See, Giro
might
be making just a purely, strictly comp game.
As much as work.
That
we don't know
could
yet.
happen, but like then he would have to just like, you know, he would have to cheap out on graphics, music, pretty much everything that a game needs to like look presentable, because he knows he's not going to get a lot of sales if he just makes a hyper competitive game only for the people that he knows.
Okay,
and
so
sure, it would probably be loved by the hyper competitive community, but it just wouldn't be that effective at selling.
I hear what you're saying, dude. I really do. I disagree because I know what works, right? It's the same reason why I know what works in a map and what doesn't. You know, it's that kind of knowledge because I've done it. I've hosted tournaments, I've ran tournaments, you know, I've recruited people, I've built communities. You know, the thing that's, look, you're expecting indie. I mean, Torn Banner is still a very much an indie game, an indie development studio, right? You're expecting this, you know, and
to be
keep in mind
they got Tripwire and Deep Silver behind them, and
to
they
be
got
fair,
the big deal with the Epic Games Store.
And Torn Banner is
That's
indie by choice. They are completely
that.
indie by choice. They had a lot of money.
Oh yeah,
but the problem is they refuse to hire.
Right
they refuse to hire remotely. They just, I don't know why. They are genuinely like inept in that decision.
They're kind of brain dead.
I'm going to disagree with you on that because that's how they started. They started remotely, right?
Well, yeah, but they live in Canada. They're not going to be able to grow. No one wants to live in Canada.
I
not a single
get some of that.
person who was on Torn Banner who made Shiv 1 is still there, right, Reds? Not one single person.
That's not true.
No, it's a completely different team. Like
Tibbs
the
is
people
still
who
there.
made Shiv 2 are the people who made Mirage.
Tibbs is still there. Tibbs is still there. Tiberius Spain. He's
One
still
guy.
there. And I think there's probably
one guy, man.
I think there's more than that.
I'd have
to pull up the developer list and see who I know and then compare that.
We took you off your original point, but I just wanted to say that they're indie by choice, even because they have infinite money. They just refuse to hire people.
Nobody has infinite money. That's God, Jesus.
Man,
well, I mean, okay, yes.
Again,
I'm exaggerating. I'm saying they have enough money to be able to go through with any endeavor they so please. It's just that they don't have enough labor.
I don't know if that's true, and here's why.
They have the devil's money.
No,
they have more
because,
than enough.
No, you're making massive assumptions.
They just got 1 million sales on Chivalry with the decreased royalty from Epic Games, on top of half the game's budget being paid for by Epic and Tripwire producing the game for them. They have a lot of money.
Wait, you're still making massive assumptions. They lost so much money with Mirage, and even with Deadliest Warrior, even though they made some money initially, they ended up losing money with Mirage. They lost. I mean, it was like what, 3 years, 4 years worth of labor gone, dead, right?
A lot of people tell me Mirage broke even.
It may have. Well, I don't know how it could have broke even on sales. Yeah, I don't know how, because
if they gave it away for free, maybe.
Yeah, no, they did give it away for free at one point.
I mean, this is a completely like off-topic point, but they did like sponsor one of our tournaments for Chivalry 2, and they just threw us random money when we asked. They threw us like a couple $100, and I just don't see why they would do that unless they were pretty liquid.
Dude,
obviously it wasn't that much.
I could throw you $100.
Well, it was like $500.
Seriously. I mean, I could throw you $1,000. Big fucking whoopie-doo.
I know. I'm not saying.
You see what I'm saying? And there's little rich kids that daddies will throw money at shit all day long. So I mean,
I'm just saying it's not like typical behavior.
I am not convinced.
Studio.
I'm not saying they're bankrupt. I'm just saying I don't think they're that flush with cash. I don't see the evidence for that. They hired, I think that at one point they had 30-some employees at one point, and that was all on location. So they had offices, they had overhead, they had computers, they had all of that shit. Especially during Shiv 2.
They're still like that. They're still
I know that. I know they still are. So it's like that overhead is not cheap, and 1 million sales, okay, so let's say they sold 1 million sales. Well, now start taking out all the cuts, right? You're saying that, the Epic Game Store gave them so much money. Yeah, that was maybe to put food back on their table because they lost so much money on fucking Mirage. I mean, Mirage, they spent more time, I guarantee you they spent more time on Mirage than they did in Shiv 2 in development.
I disagree.
In development time.
I only disagree because
development
playing
time.
Chivalry 2, that game is extremely maybe in development time, but like the actual content that is there, whether it's good or bad, there is a lot of content in Chivalry 2.
Yes, but here's the thing: is the content in Chivalry 2 they already had templates from Shiv 1, right? They already knew what they were doing. With Mirage, this is completely new. Mirage is completely new. Combat minus some, agree. The whole magic, the three-dimensional, the mapping, the graphic design, the color, all of this, the marketing, everything, and the voice work. The voice work is actually pretty damn good in Mirage, even for the female voices, and I typically hate female voices.
So why did they give up on it so easily?
It was a combination of things. Like I don't know if you heard earlier that why it failed. The first one was the Shiv 1 community.
Combat.
Chivalry was still popular at the time.
Chivalry was still popular, and what the Shiv community wanted, they wanted the game fixed. They wanted it tightened up.
I think people in the West don't care for Arabian Nights.
That was okay. So that's another issue, is that when they did the polling, I can't remember what year that was when they polled what everybody wanted for Shiv 2, or their next game. They didn't say Shiv 2; they just said their next game. Overwhelmingly, everybody said Magic, right? And I was against. I typically don't like Magic in games in general.
What were the other options?
No, they could. No, there was. It was open. God, I'd have to maybe go through the old forums and see if I could find the poll. But they were asking, like horses was one, females, stuff like that. It was a whole bunch of shit. Being able to crafting. I think that was on there. Crafting and all that, right? So, and I think Renown is going to be.
Renown's going to be like that.
If they can
Renown's
pull off
a survival game.
If they can pull off the melee, because it's pretty damn close.
Renown will be a good game only because it will just have slasher combat and VoIP. That is the only reason I am even looking forward to it. I have no doubt they could make a good game as well.
It's going to be like Rust with Shiv.
Yeah,
yes, that's it.
Yeah,
and that's all I need.
Yeah, it's going to be Rust with Shiv.
I just need to be able to yell at people and trash talk them while we fight. That is already an enjoyable experience.
But they're adding.
If Mordhau had voice, that would be amazing.
But see, they're doing it so that the maps will reset, right? So that if you build, if you build a castle like that, like the server's going to, so it's going to be great.
It's Rust. It's literally just Rust, but with chivalry combat, and that's all it needs to be. And I am looking forward to it. Yes, because a lot of people. I mean, this has nothing to do with the slasher community, but survival games with VoIP. VoIP is way more valuable,
fun. And a lot of content in that.
What I was going to say was it's even more fun when it doesn't involve guns, because guns kind of prevent VoIP from being used to its fullest potential.
Yeah, long range.
Like, if you didn't know, games like PUBG actually have VoIP, but you would never know because you're just killing each other with guns from a mile away. So the Rust is less so because you have bases to kind of impede on that killing.
Yeah.
But Renown, even the best player is going to take at least 10 seconds or longer to kill you because they have to walk over and beat the shit out of you.
Well, so that's why I was surprised that Civ 1 didn't have VoIP, because Age of Chivalry did.
I actually don't want Chivalry to have VoIP because the voice acting is so good. So with the characters, I actually think it would take away from that. The emotes
really...
and the expressiveness of the characters genuinely overtakes it for me.
No, I get that.
Chivalry 2 though, it has voice chat. Chivalry 2.
Only with people in your group, in your party.
God, dude, could you imagine?
It's only party.
Can you imagine 32 people just talking all in the same chat?
No, that was Age of Chivalry, dude.
Little kids.
That sounds so ass.
It was. Oh my God, no, it was awesome. Because
oh my God, it would be hell. It's like a giant TeamSpeak.
No, well, it was. But what you could do is you could, if you were because I still host servers, but I hosted servers back then. You can separate the chat by teams. You could admin the chat.
Yeah, it's like a Battlefield lobby.
And the way the system worked was if somebody was spamming, you just muted them.
Devs would get racism.
You just did it really quick, or the admin could mute them. Someone was spamming.
Doing that a lot. If there's a team of 32 people all talking.
Yeah, every
Jesus
single game
Christ,
you gotta
hear?
them. You gotta go through the list. There's 15 people you gotta individually
Why do you think every game separates it by squad or party? Because they know how fucking just crowded it can get. It's not even anyone's fault.
No, you're right.
But lobbies with 15 people.
No, but the Age of Chivalry, and it was the same with Half-Life 2. It's the same thing. It was great to have it. It was the same thing with the sprays. Remember in Half-Life 2, you could spray logos and and it was fucking great. People were doing porn and fucking all kinds of crazy shit, and it was great. And it was just it was kind of like the Wild West of gaming. And you're right, there would be 20 or 30 people chatting, but they had distance chat, so you couldn't hear somebody, from on the other side of the map, and it was all. I mean, you could manage it. That's what I'm saying. I think new gamers are just so fucking spoiled. You just don't understand how much fun. And I'm always more freedom. Give the player more stuff, right? More stuff to deal with. It's the same reason why I argue, for secondary objectives. Protecting your ballista and your catapult.
Rets just needs a community of people that agree with him.
Yes, I do.
Poor guy, man. He has the unpopular opinions in every gaming community he's a part of.
Well, it's.
I think you have some good opinions. I think that you're right.
I agree with a lot of what he says, but I also fundamentally disagree with a lot.
Maybe when you say 10v10 TO is the best TO, I think you might be right. I mean. If let's say Chivalry 2 just released 10v10 competitive tomorrow, I wouldn't complain, and I would be very satisfied. I don't think they'd do that though. I think they would only release.
Just happy Kyle's free.
Understandable.
Yeah, very happy Kyle's free. Sorry.
I only think that just again, if you want competitive to launch and you want it to be something that actually is played by the casual community, then the developers need to care and they need to implement features.
The only thing that I think that the devs could do to help improve that, right, the transition, would be to have tiered servers, right? And Chivalry 1 tried to do that with their 0 to 15, but they needed 15 to 60, right? 60 to 90. right? Whatever that breakdown is, because what happened with their 0 to 16 level player servers is you got a bunch of noobs that are playing and they're just running around swinging and slashing and having a good time, right? And they start to kind of pick up the game by level 16 and they start to, top frag and doing well. Then they get into the real game and they're getting wrecked. They're getting just trashed, right? So
got stream notice showing you were playing Aliens vs Predator 2.
Well, I think
I
think that system could work.
No, that was me, Spider. I'm sorry, brother.
Into the other servers and
I could think of a significantly better system. Just talk to the competitive community and ask them what types of, game modes they want to see, and then implement those into a living document type beat where the competitive rotation is constantly ever changing to fit the needs of the competitive community. Done. Competitive players will play the official game mode because they'll actually get to play with other competitive players that are at their level, and then weaker players can play. Why not?
It was.
It would. At that point, it would be right.
I'm not almost like skill-based matchmaking. I think.
I am. I am talking about skill-based matchmaking. At the beginning of a game's life cycle, it can totally sustain it. And at the moment, Chivalry 2.
I agree.
At the moment, Chivalry 2 is sustaining a lot of different game modes, which I think don't need to exist. It has 20v20.
Yeah.
It has 20v20, 32v32. Free-for-all, team deathmatch, last team standing, brawl, a seasonal game
added
mode,
LTF into Shiv too.
Yeah, 3v3. It has all these different game modes, and it has dual mode. And it's you have all these game modes, and you're splitting up the player base so crazy. And thank God I can still get into games. I don't have an issue with that, but I'm pretty sure I'm just in a game with all console players, and it's there's so many game modes. You can totally sustain a competitive community
implemented correctly.
In these game modes. And I'm not saying you have to have 80 different competitive game modes. I'm saying do a rotation. It's not that hard.
Not all you need.
All you have to do is just be okay, this month or this 3 months, we're only doing 6v6 competitive. Boom. You guys can play this, and then you can get a reward or a cosmetic if you get a certain rank. Okay, this month we're only doing competitive duels, etc., etc., etc. This stuff could work, and guess what? You would this could allow the noobs to play it, right? And obviously they would only be put up against people their skill level until they get better, and then they get put up against the people who are slightly better than them, and that is the progression that they could use, and they could feel like they're actually getting better rather than just fighting a god that takes 1,000 hours to get to.
Well, see,
I would need a community, a player base big enough to support that.
Well, see, I kind of
player bases are always big enough to support in the
saying.
beginning, though, and even right now, I think that they could be big enough if you have
That's how most games do it, Rebel.
Yeah, and that's how most games do it,
but again,
that's how the AAA games do
it. You're expecting an indie team to do AAA level stuff, and AAA teams, they have hundreds of people. They got guys that do nothing but design rocks. I mean, seriously. Right?
How is this AAA level stuff? All they have to do is just ask the competitive community, what do you want?
But it's not it's beyond that. It's the programming that it takes to be able to do that level of stuff. And now here's where I was going to agree with you, but I would change it up, is that with the game modes, I would have all the servers, at least all the official servers, have the different game modes in rotation on purpose. So that one map may be TO, the next one will be Capture the Flag, the next one will be Team Deathmatch, right? The next one will be Last Team Standing. If you mix the modes into the server rotation, right, then all players get to play all of the versions of the game. Fuck yeah, I did.
Well, see, for Chivalry 2, they mix Team Deathmatch and TO. They have mixed modes if you want to, but that doesn't mix Last Team Standing.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. And then my other issue with both games actually is there's no reason ever to do a 64-player server, right? They brag about it, but it's nothing but shit lag fests, no matter what. And they typically have far too many official servers. Now, when Mordhau dropped, they didn't have enough servers, so for the first 2 months. they were really hurting because they got big, fast, and they didn't have enough servers. That fucked them in the beginning. Now they've got way too many servers. And here's the thing: is if you want to build a community, right? You need community-hosted servers that are adminned by the community. Now, do we have them? Do we have them? Yes, of course we do. However, especially like with Shiv 2 is a good example. You never get to the menu to even know where those servers are at. You got to go through 3 menus before you even get to the server browser itself, right?
Yeah, I completely agree.
So that's an issue with Shiv 2. However, and I've been bitching about this about Mordhau. You know, after we lost our 60,000 players,
weren't even bothered checking.
Yeah. So if in your server browser you only had 5 servers per region, maybe 6, right? Per region, official servers. That's it. Right? And let the community servers pick up the slack. Because what that does is now when you add in like custom maps, because that's one of the biggest problems with custom maps, right? Nobody wants to download them. Nobody knows they exist, right? Because they don't know. And some of the best maps, especially in Chivalry 2 or Chivalry 1, were custom maps. I mean, the whole Danky series.
Belmez is my favorite.
Fuck
favorite team objective map.
Yeah.
But I still don't agree. How is all of this hard to do for an indie studio? It doesn't take that much besides just changing the player
focus,
count, changing the game mode.
It's focus, right? It's like they're trying to do all things to all people, and obviously the reason is to make money, right? To make games and make money. That's their goal, period, right? You make a successful game, people will buy it, people will play it, and become fans, and they'll just continue to buy the next version, right? I mean, that's the goal, right? Is to if Giru says I'm only going to do a competitive bullshit. He's going to do it for money as well.
I don't know if he is. I was speculating. We don't know what he's going to do yet.
Giru's going to do it for money, dude. If he's selling training, dude, he's going to do it for money.
He's not. Right? Got a job too. That's Stouty.
Or I'm sorry, Stouty. Well, Stouty's doing.
Stouty's game is going to be dog shit.
Yeah, it's going to.
Stouty has some very questionable, very questionable ideas for mechanics and combat systems. I disagree with a lot of what Stouty says.
Sorry.
Bro, I mean, you want to talk about questionable? I believe that you should be able to fly like fucking 10 feet in the air and
I personally think Stouty's a bit of a retard, but that's just me.
But I mean,
Stouty's a bit degenerate in my opinion.
I like them both. I talk to Giru more often than anybody. I
don't know either.
Giru hops in my stream, I stop in his, and we've chatted about all kinds of stuff from politics to game design and everything. So, and I'm hoping.
I wish more took a page from Mirage. I like the abilities, and I think they add to it. I mean, obviously they're very lackluster depth-wise in a 1v1, but in the actual squad gameplay, being able to just jump from
hopefully he's working on this game.
It's 1v1 a mile away, and just fucking oh man, it's really satisfying, and that's why I was trying to tell you to watch those 3v3s that we had in that tournament, because it truly shows a slasher with better mobility can be something really high skill, and that hasn't even been conceptualized yet besides Mirage.
I'm not going to disagree with that at all, and when I was very critical of Mirage when it was being developed and when it came out, I was fairly critical, but I did play the alpha and I did enjoy playing the alpha. I've always said that Mirage really needs to find its audience. It needs to be released as a free game.
Titanfall 2 is a perfect example of a classic genre that was the skill ceiling turned up to 11 by adding in some increased mobility, and Mirage, in my opinion, is genuinely the same thing. If the slasher mechanics weren't watered down compared to Chivalry, then it would be the most skill-based slasher in the genre.
That's an interesting statement. That's a very interesting statement.
It's a true statement because it's unarguable. Because all you do is, if you had the normal Chivalry combat, you would just have Chivalry combat plus increased mobility, speed, different hitboxes, and rolls and stuff, and that would just create so many dynamics that are way ahead of everything else in every other slasher that it's completely unarguable.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm going to lean towards agreeing with you on it just because of just the ability to customize what skill, what like you know,
Well,
different spells you can do. You know,
if I could teleport behind you from like 50 feet away and then like just like hit you with like a 100 damage attack that starts life stealing you, it's definitely above a longsword drag.
Well,
in terms of,
just being able to
like you know, complexity.
Yeah, just like having like the one on the flying carpet, he elevates. You've got
it's beyond that, dude.
Yeah,
that's why I'm telling you need
there's
to
wall
watch
climbing and all kinds of
that's
shit.
Why,
yeah.
That's why I'm telling you need to watch our gameplay. We have like text now where somebody can swing and you can activate your carpet, fly all the way behind them and swing at them before their swing is even done. That's how like complex these abilities can be used that people just haven't recognized yet.
Yeah, well,
and that's why I tell you to check out our gameplay.
Yeah.
But
well, I've always said that the game was, like I said, the game needs to find its audience so it could find, you know, where that skill ceiling is, and you know, guys.
The Shiv community
pushing...
back in the day, they didn't even give it a chance. They didn't even attempt to learn the magic.
I agree 100%, and I consider me
I don't
partially
blame
one of
them
them
though, because like I said, the melee combat is watered down. But
it's
you know,
not bad.
No, it's not bad. It's just it's significantly worse for most players, so they just don't care.
I don't know if it was worse. I mean,
whether it's true or not,
they successfully removed the reverse overheads, right? Which was a big, huge.
So some people like that. So there you go. They didn't play it because it wasn't in. I'm not saying.
I got you.
I'm a reverse overhead enjoyer here.
Yeah, see, look, and like I'm completely indifferent, but like, you just, you know, I'm not telling you you're wrong for having those police arrest them. I'm just saying that is why some people didn't play it. They play it and they're like, wow, I can't do a reverse drag, or the dragging is nerfed to where like the drag range is shorter.
Damage.
Yeah, and it's just like
that. I wouldn't play that shit.
I don't know about what that is, but like. They're like, oh man, the drags on this are significantly reduced. Basically, half the characters can barely drag in Mirage because their weapons are so fast. And like, oh man, they probably just didn't like that, and it was a huge turnoff. And so they're like,
I don't think enough people played it, to be honest with you. There just wasn't enough people.
I agree with you, man. If someone hops on with me on Mirage, they're gonna try and drag me, and then like they're just gonna hit by like 80,000 different types of fireballs. They're not even gonna know what's happening.
Yeah. Like I said, people haven't learned. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I don't know all the classes. I don't know all the magic spells.
That's why
I don't know any of that
shit.
shit.
I want to show you some funny shit that like no one knows, and like show you how complex it can get. That's what I want to do with you, but
oh, that's cool. We could do that.
You're turning me down. You're rejecting
me.
No.
Like I'm not rejecting you. I'm not rejecting you.
Like a little schoolgirl.
It's like, dude, I threw up my server. Come on, you know.
Yeah.
It's not like I'm rejecting you. You know. I mean, I absolutely believe it. You know, I'm not.
Yeah.
You know, you're kind of preaching to the choir with me. You know, it's just because I haven't seen it doesn't mean I don't recognize that that's all possible. You know, I'm the one saying that there's not enough people that got to push the mechanics. There's not enough. You know, same with the maps. It's like, you know, where are all the places you can duck and hide and climb and, you know.
Did more damage for speed.
Yeah, that I was about to say the verticality. It's a buzzword that's thrown around, but yeah, Mirage is the only slasher that has verticality, and that definitive, like, just irrefutably adds to the skill ceiling.
Oh yeah, just some of the just like Tinker wall climbing and
shit.
In
Chivalry 2, and I'm guessing in Ad Mortem, it's a complete disregard. They don't give a fuck about because knights back in the day couldn't fly. So.
Well, you're right. Why would they? But
it's so shit.
The idea is you don't have to go with medieval knights when you make a slasher game.
It doesn't work to its intended function.
It's just the only thing that people want to buy.
I don't know. I don't know about that.
Well, trust me. There is no person that wants to be proven wrong more than me when I say that statement.
So
I'm gonna go grab some food, boys. I'll still be here, but I'm gonna be listening.
All right, brother. So one of the biggest
with me, rinse them while you speak.
All right. So one of the biggest problems with Mirage was the community. I mean, the community treated it like a fucking redheaded stepchild and never played it. You know.
Yeah, I agree. I have to admit. I have to admit myself. Then again, I was very young when Mirage came out because I'm only 20 right now. To give
Jesus, dude! I was fuck when Mirage came out. I was Well, I don't know what I'm talking about because I'm
right?
fucking old, dude.
Well,
but
what I'm saying is I didn't buy the game, right? I waited until the free to keep, and then I got it free to keep.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you now, in the past like few months, I've bought more keys than were like 10 Mirages worth back in the day, and it's like, oh man, it's really depressing.
Oh, it's. I mean, like I said, I was not a big fan of.
I gotta go. Be back if you're still live when I return.
All right, guys. All right, I'll see you. You know, I was very much. I thought, you know, the Arabian theme was a bad idea for the timing, you know, because we were dealing with terrorism and everything else. I thought it was a bad idea. I mean, I knew what they were trying to do, but the majority of players had no idea what the fuck this is, right? And, you know, I've read Arabian Nights.
It came out of the blue.
Yeah, it's like I've read Arabian Nights. I know, you know, I'm familiar with the story, the legends, the genies, the battles. You know, I'm familiar with it.
I'm not familiar with any of it, but I do like it.
Yeah, and there's some legit. There are some legit, you know, storylines that are great with Arabian Nights, you know, and so it's just, you know, one of those things where, you know, the color palette, and it was unfortunate that Overwatch was released prior to it, because it has a very much Overwatch look and color palette. So that was terribly unfortunate, right? Absolutely terribly unfortunate. And, you know, when the few people that saw it, you know, when they were doing demos and everything else, they're like, oh, this just looks like Overwatch. Who kind of ripped off Overwatch? Blah, 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 blah. And that's all I ever fucking heard, you know? And that got old, too.
Well, to be fair, it takes a lot of inspiration from Overwatch and the MOBA light genre.
I don't think it does.
It totally does. There's literal, like, roles for the characters. There's the support, there's the ranged, there's the brawler, there's the tank, and then there's the fact that they have cooldown abilities that are, you know, directly inspired from games like League of Legends. They have
the abilities
different, you know, all this stuff. I'm not saying that it's an Overwatch clone, and I'm not even saying that the basic gameplay is like Overwatch. I'm saying it's like the MOBA-like genre, which is what Overwatch is like. Because Overwatch is like, what if we take shooter gameplay or first-person gameplay, and then take MOBA gameplay and combine them. And this game is like, what if we take Chivalry gameplay and MOBA gameplay and combine them? So because it's basically doing what Overwatch did, but for Chivalry, people are going to say it's like Overwatch.
Okay,
in that aspect, they're right.
So I get that, but here's my argument: is the games were developed simultaneously, right? I would even argue that Mirage probably was before. Right?
Yeah, they did it first. Like I said, it's not copying Overwatch. So it's just similar.
It's just there just happens to be some similarities due to, you know, what was favorable in the graphic design element, right? As far as you know, cell shading was towards the tail end of cell shading becoming popular, right? Because that's what this is. It's cell shaded, you know.
Borderlands.
yeah, Borderlands was big, so, you know, it was, you know, Borderlands was out and released. And the advantage to cell shading is that you get great FPS, right? So, you know,
fact.
Yeah, your FPS is great. Oh god, I thought I fucking fainted that one. Oh, do I even have feint enabled? I mean,
this
not.
bird is what I want to show you the most. No one, I mean, I've never come across anyone who uses the bird to its fullest potential. You throw the egg. You know how the bird works, I'm assuming, right?
Nah, dude, I never got into, like I said, I can't tell you what character does what magic-wise.
So
I mean, I've seen it, you know.
He throws a bird, and you can guide it, and it goes wherever you're moving. Kind of like you can manipulate its trajectory.
Like a homing missile.
Yeah, basically.
Homing rocket,
It activates wherever you're facing from the egg. So it goes in like egg form, and then if I'm facing this direction, it pops out from that side.
Right.
And you could use that in duels so effectively, and it does a good amount of damage too. So now let's just fight, and you'll see it just comes out at spontaneous times. It's very interesting.
How you guys have such complex conversations, whereas all I want is for my chambers in more to not lose as much stamina as parrying.
It's almost completely unpredictable.
Yeah.
It's very fun. This is like the stuff that I'm talking about that adds to the slasher genre. It's not making the drags better. It's not making the footwork more important. It's not, making the hitboxes more prominent. It is a totally new aspect to it that still adds to the skill ceiling while at the same time completely neglecting the actual slasher combat.
Hash remove the chamber.
Being able to do that kind of shit is like, you can't do that in More Towers Chivalry or anything like that.
Reds, how does it feel that you're talking to the best Mirage player in the world right now?
Well, that's probably not a hard thing to do, considering how many players are played. But dude, I don't think I've got 500 hours in this game at all.
I am simultaneously.
Yeah. I think I'd have to look.
I'm definitely the best and worst player right now.
Yeah. Honestly, what is it?
Also the only. That's what I mean. The only best and worst.
I don't even have 100 hours in this game. I have 21 hours in this game. And that I probably have more than that because of alpha. I don't think the alpha hours added. So I probably have an hour. I probably have 100 hours in the game, ish.
So you're guilty.
Guilty of
not playing.
Yeah, I guess.
Everyone's guilty of not playing. Nice. It's just it's not it's sad.
I
spit the same rhetoric all day.
Yeah, like I said, I think we're on the same page. I mean, you're talking.
The biggest thing is you probably have more information than me. Why was it actually taken off of the Steam store? I understand why a game dies, but why does it get taken off?
A lot of it had to do with the GDRP.
What does that mean?
So the EU.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, okay.
Man.
So the EU.
I still don't understand.
Okay, so when the EU formed, right, one of the things they did was did a privacy act, right? It's so everybody in the EU, no matter whatever company, you can contact a company, you can ask them about what data they collect on you. Not only can you ask them, you can ask them to see it, all of it, and they have to give it to you. Then, if a client or a customer says, hey, I want you to remove all of my data, you absolutely have to do that as well. Those are the three big things on the Privacy Act in Europe, right? It's very pro-consumer, but it's horrible for game developers and any kind of app developer because if your app goes to Europe, you have to comply with their European laws. And when this was dropped, the game was dropped, and shortly after the game dropped, the GDRP laws came into effect. They got passed into law. So Torn Banner did not have the lawyers. They're again, small indie team. They were losing money on Mirage, and they didn't have the lawyers and the ability and or skill to be able to, upon demand, provide someone with all their data. Right? You have to. I mean, that's a lot of stuff. I mean, think about it. Right now, the reason why I can't rank up is because we don't have a master server that basically has databases that keeps track of.
I get that.
Yeah, of all of my stuff, right? And they track IP addresses, and they have to. Most games now are compatible with that European law. But that's kind of where I'm saying that was like the nail in the coffin, right? Because they didn't. That's why they took their master server down. So the only way to get around it would be to have. Let's see what I'm. The only way to get around it would be to make the game free. And to just give the passcode, the information about the master server, and have the fan base create their own master server, and just give the game for free.
I sent them an email recently asking them if it would be possible to create some sort of like mod that basically changes the game to make it to where cosmetics and level are client side. But I doubt I'm going to get a reply. So.
Well, who's the dev that's in the Discord?
I don't know, but I felt like it would be just unprofessional to like say, "Hey, you're a dev, right? Can't you like do this?"
Well,
or,
no,
"Hey,
but,
can I get information from you?"
Well, no, but you can
felt
outright
like
ask him. No. Okay, so I could probably reach out to Tibbs again. I think I reached out to him, I don't know, a couple years back about it. I could reach out to him again and say, "Hey, man, congrats on Shiv 2. I know you guys are busy. Is there any way I could talk to you about Mirage? And spend about 15, 20 minutes and just say, hey, this is what we got a small fan base and we would like to see the game find its own." Is there
basically,
and
hey, let us control
Yeah.
all the stuff that we want. Like, what I was thinking in my head was someone being able to mod the game to make it so cosmetics and level are client side.
Yeah,
That way you just unlock everything.
Well, you could do that. You still can do it now. You could use a mutator, right? If you got a good programmer, they can make a mutator that runs in conjunction with the server, and then basically the game server is its own master server, right? Is that it instead of logging into the master, Steam server or whatever, it just logs into, the local server, the local database.
I see.
You see what I'm saying? So, and that's just a mutator. Oh God, I missed. I knew what you were doing. I just fucking missed you. See, I don't even know. But yeah, there's ways around it, right? That you could if you had, some good programmers. There's the mutators are a bit outdated.
We were thinking, okay, it's an Unreal 4 game, so like we should be able to hire like an Unreal 4, developer and commission him, and
yeah,
he would be able to do that.
You might be able to get somebody to do that. I mean, I paid in Shiv 1, I paid a programmer to create the Shiv admin tool. And he had already done some initial work on it. It was like a third-party application that, you just ran, and it, you could remote admin the game, using this program. Then I gave him, I don't know, like $100 or $200 or whatever to try to, to add more features to the admin tool.
Right. So do you think like something like that would be possible? Or, I mean, the main thing is I would want to talk to them about it if it's possible.
Yeah,
what the email basically consisted of was me saying, hey, if something like this is possible, could we get any tools to assist us or any advice on what exactly would need to be done to make it possible to have control over those types of features like cosmetics and stuff? Because what would totally reinvigorate the tiny Mirage community that's alive? Just giving them every cosmetic in the game.
Well,
that'd be pretty fucking cool.
That's one, but the other thing is that you would need more keys as well, right?
What do you mean, more keys?
More keys available, right? There's only so many keys available.
Oh, well, yeah. At the moment, I've been literally just getting them on G2A.
Yeah, but at some point they're going to run out. I would assume.
At some point, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if would it not be possible?
I'm sure there's torrents. You could probably just pirate the game.
Possibly, but like I said, your best bet is to find someone who can write a mutator or a plugin, right? And the plugin would basically just create a database server on your server, right? And then instead of logging into the master server, right? Now I don't know, and here's the thing: is I don't know how much of that involves Steam, because let me see. Does it show me? Yeah. So right now, there is a login to Steam. All right. Steam knows I'm playing Mirage. Okay. The question is, does the shout-outs from the server go to Steam, or does the client go out to Steam and say, hey, I'm playing this game? I think it's the client side on that point. But as far as the server goes, right, as far as, unlocking and leveling and all that, that stuff is, because I can pull up my server right now, actually, and I can see, like, the errors. It's like warning, F get back status, message track error, deadline exceeded, right? And that's basically just telling me that the server is trying to reach out to the get back server, right? So, like, every time you get a kill, it's got to log it as a kill, right? So it's got to send that data to a master server. Well, I'm not getting a reply back, so it's saying the deadline exceeded, right? But at some point, my server still has all that data on all the players, the number of kills, right? Your loadouts, your level, right? If you hit the tab key, you can see all that, right? You see your score, you see your kills, you can see your weapon, class, all of that. So that data is on the server, right? And that data is supposed to get sent to a master server that puts it all in databases and just is constantly updated as you play. So you either have to create a master server that does all that with the database and everything, which is not real hard, but then you have to have a plugin into your client, into the game itself, the client side of the game, that basically rewrites the command to, instead of pinging this server, it goes to this server, right? So it's just an IP address change, right? If I was to go all the way up my server, I'd have to, well, here, no one's in it, so I'll just restart it. So I'm going to restart my Mirage server. Oops. And where's my... Oh, here we go.
Boys, it's 4 a.m. where I'm at. I'm going to head out and go to bed, but it was a good chat.
Yep.
Have a good night.
Awesome.
Enjoy the rest of your stream, Reds. Good night, boys.
All right, brother. I'll catch you later. So I'm looking at, the log of my server, right? And it's telling me that, some of the errors, right? And if I look at it carefully, I'm sure I could track down the IP address for the server that it's supposed to trying to log into, right? And let's see, message module, messaging RPC. Let's see, statically linked module intern. Okay. So initialize the engine. Wait for it. I have to look. Let's see. Okay, there we go. Now it hit. I think that hit Steam. All right, let's see. Okay, so it's, god damn, that's a lot. Okay. So let's see, physical memory. God damn it! Quit scrolling up. Give me a second. And you can see there's a lot of errors in it with certain maps. Let's see. Okay, memory pools, data, block sizes. So that's the memory log allocated. Okay, here's I am the killer server is my IP address. Quit scrolling up. Okay, rebuilding foliage. Okay, so that's loading the map. Let's see. Load up ravine. Tick rate is 60. Oops, I just got kicked. Okay, Steam cannot start an online session. So that's the error that I think I'm starting to look for. Yeah, script logic. So there's a log online warning, and then I'll get a constant warning. Let's see, stat group. Yeah, so there's a stat groups thread. Where does that go to? And all this you'd have to get into, the files, the pack files, and get into the.
I don't know.
Oh, okay. So, and which I did with Mordau and Shiv 2. That's so. So when we were in Alpha and Shiv 2, I opened up the pack files so I could find out the map names, because no one knew what the map names were, like the official, like TO_more, slash, we didn't know the name of it. So I actually went into the pack files and unpacked them and got the map names. so there's a bunch of us, and I told it, like, I think I told Giru, and I told about 4 other people. I was like, hey, here's how you could play these maps, you know, when the servers were down, right? Because the servers were down, you couldn't do anything. But if you use the open command, right, and then you open and you had the map name, it will just load the map, right? But nobody knew the map name, so so I ended up cracking that and getting in it, and then it was just a matter of, I don't know, about a month before I guess it got around that it got leaked and shut it down. I'm like, guys, why did you do that, you dumbasses? I wanted to explore the maps. Okay, let's see. Functional library blueprints. Okay, so they use a blueprints, and this is really out of my realm as far as coding and things like that. But I can recognize what it's trying to do, right? So there's logical script warnings. Let's see, access none, trying to read property cull function, you know, on various values. So yeah, it's trying to reach out to the master server to do something, and it just doesn't have the data, or it's not getting a reply. But somehow it's still hitting. So I'm trying to figure out. So one of the things we would need to figure out is how the server browser functions, right? Because I think the server browser functions differently than the master server, right?
I don't know. I have no idea.
When you hit the server browser, right, both of our servers show up, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's Steam related, right? I think that when you run a dedicated server, that dedicated server will show up through Steam, and I think it's just a negotiation through Steam, which is different than the data server, right? That says your rank and everything else, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it does.
But like I said, you could write a plugin that could rewrite your client, right? So did you see any of my stuff that I did on Alien vs. Predator 2? Did you watch any of that the other night?
No, not at all.
Okay. So
I just caught your stream today.
Oh, okay. So the other night I did kind of a walkthrough some of the Alien vs. Predator 2. This game died in 2008 officially. 2008, and it's still being played today. It's still being modded. You know, there's some hardcore fans of the game, and it's fun, and it's all free, right? And it's all fan base ran. And it might, oh shit. Oh, you're watching the stream, right? Let me get out of here. So on my page on Twitch, if you scroll down, you'll see a thing about Alien vs. Predator 2, right? And there's a link. And I'm going to copy that. See, open link in a new tab. So these are the guys that have done all the hard work. They got a programmer to do the master server. They created a patch that so you install the game client, then you install this patch. This patch rewrites the game and tells it where to go, right, to get their data, right? So before, you know, Sony had the master server, and your game client and your server would log into the master server. So they they wrote the patch to get to the master server. So now when you play the game, and all the game servers are show up, and they did a widescreen patch. They've done, I mean, these are guys and maybe these guys are the guys that you maybe need to reach out. Now granted, it's a different engine, completely different engine, and it's antiquated, but like I said, they're still doing custom maps and all kinds of customization. It's crazy what these guys are doing, and it's still being played. So like if I load it up, let me load it up real quick, and if you haven't played this game, it is fucking a blast. And it's free.
Maybe I should check it out.
Yeah, get on and download. It's not real big, but then if you got a widescreen monitor, download all the patches and the server patches. There's a no CD key. There's an ultimate guide just to walk you through it, you know, on the installation, because you got to install. Because back in the day, right, when you bought a game, you bought a CD, right? And then when they made CD burners, what people were doing was they were just burning a copy of the same game, right? So to get around that, they had a thing where you were forced to put the CD in the CD player for the game to activate, right? And it was like a key. Well, there's a patch for that, so they patched that out. I mean, there's just all kinds of cool shit. But the game itself, there's just the single player is great. The storyline, fucking phenomenal. Gameplay, incredibly well balanced, and a shit ton of fun. Where is it? Oh, here we go. So I think I got to update, and they've got like custom map packs that have like 500 custom maps in it. It's crazy. I'm gonna load this real quick. And then there we go. And so if you go to multiplayer internet, it's gonna find internet games, and there's a bunch of servers. Now they're empty at the time, but there is a bunch of servers still up and running. And these guys, the unknown guys, you know, and all kinds of different maps. I mean,
so
just
who is guilty for those PPL deaths?
Who is guilty for them themselves?
Quite a few servers.
Yeah. And typically when I hop in one just to fuck around and show people like what you could do with the game and like the classes and what they can do, typically someone will hop in, you know, which is crazy. But, you know, I've had nights where some of my viewers will go download the game and we'll just hop in and play. It's pretty quick. It's not a huge download, and it's a lot of fun. Absolutely a lot of fun. And there's different game modes are good too. I liked they had a version with life cycle, so that if you played Alien, you would start out as a face hugger, and every time you got a kill, you grow up into a bigger version of Alien.
Awesome.
Dude, it's if you're a fan of the movies,
Dragon Ball is releasing some weird similar game. They're releasing like a 1v7 game where you start out as Cell. Where you start out as like when he was like a bug, and build your way up to perfect Cell by eating people.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Wait, Red, what are you talking about? So I deserve to die, just walk around towards the guy? No. I'm not sure. I'm assuming you're talking about Rittenhouse. Rittenhouse is attacked all 3 times. I don't know what more you need. If you grab someone's gun, you chase after them, and you grab their gun, yeah, you now have a lethal weapon in your hands. So yes, lethal force is allowed. He got hit on the skateboard twice in the head, and he pulled his gun. He grabbed his gun. Boom, shot.
Yeah, no, it was totally self-defense.
Go watch.
He shouldn't have a gun.
What do you mean he shouldn't have a gun? He has every right to have a gun. He has every right. There's nothing in the law that says he can't own that type of gun. Nothing.
Whether he had the right to have a gun or not is irrelevant to the case.
Correct.
Like, it's about whether he killed them or whether it was self-defense.
Yeah.
Not whether he killed them or not, but whether he murdered them.
Right.
That's why you need better gun control laws. Kids
whether he actually deserved to have a gun or not doesn't really matter.
Red, you're, I'm, as much as I'd like to educate you on you're incredibly ignorant about this topic. And I know a lot of it's basically just because you're in Europe and you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. The United States is a country that grew up on the gun. It got its independence on the gun. The Second Amendment, the very Second Amendment, is the right to bear arms for the citizens. Period. Shall not be infringed. So, the first one is the freedom of speech, and the only way you can back up the freedom of speech is by the Second Amendment, is by a gun. The only way you can protect your private property is by a gun.
Laws change, PPL change.
I don't want that change. Anybody in their right mind would not want that change. I would rather have everybody have a gun, because that makes it a very polite society. There's, like I said, you've grown up in a European country that you don't understand. There's a reason why the United States has never been invaded.
True LUL. That's just suicide.
What's just suicide? I want everybody to be a registered gun owner. And to
I
be
don't
skilled.
want everybody to be a registered gun owner.
I don't even want them to be registered gun owners. I'm for constitutional carry.
No, I think that not everyone should be a registered gun owner.
You're right. I don't like gun registration.
No, like I'm fine with what you're saying. I'm saying that there are a lot of people who shouldn't own a gun.
That's true. And you can
not
write,
everyone should be. So
you
not
can-
everyone should be a gun owner.
No, but we have laws on the books to prevent those people from getting it.
But you can own a gun.
Well, yeah, then I agree
Yeah.
with that.
WT.
But sometimes,
Why is that
we
funny?
Well,
The
because
alcohol isn't a constitutional right. Alcohol does not do anything for you.
it's not about that. It's not about whether it does something for you
No,
or not.
the gun does something for you. It protects the rest of your rights.
Well, yeah, but the alcohol is, your freedom. Just as much as the right to protect yourself, you have the right to enjoy yourself.
You can drink alcohol. No one's going to stop you from drinking alcohol at any age. And if your parents are there, your parents in most states, you can drink. You can drink whatever the fuck your parents give you. Now, can you go out and buy it? No. Until you're 21, no. But that doesn't mean you still can't drink
even
it.
here, also, yeah, like Red Pasture. At least for me, I live in Florida, so we actually have to wait till we're 21 to be able to buy a gun.
And I'm against that as well.
I'm indifferent to that rule because, although it does, I technically limit, you a living adult for 3 years from protecting themselves.
Yep.
It's not the craziest limit ever, and I'm willing to tolerate it if it makes a bunch of idiots happy. So.
I'm a hardcore constitutionalist. I believe the founding documents are virtually perfect, and the problem is that a lot of it's been corrupted. Our government's been corruptive. So much has been corruptive. But when I was in school, in high school and grade school, we had archery and rifle range. We had 22 caliber weapons, and we taught the students how to shoot, how to use this dangerous weapon. We do the same thing with cars. We teach students how to drive a very dangerous vehicle.
I agree with thinking that it's almost a perfect document, but it's also a living document, right?
Yes.
And so people are going to change it to what they think society should reflect.
Correct.
And at the moment, that includes requiring you to be older to own a gun.
However, again, I would say that law has been corrupted, right? Because the Second Amendment has been infringed, right? If you read it, the right to bear arms, now you're gonna make me pull up the exact quote on it, but
it's fine. You don't need to.
But it basically says, hey, in order to form a militia, the right of the people to bear arms shall not be infringed, meaning that the militia is one idea.
No one should own a gun.
Says who?
Yeah, I don't agree with that. Red Pasture, you gotta give a reason for saying no one should own a gun. That's just your opinion.
So if no one should own a gun, then who's going to own guns? That's how Hitler basically. The first thing Hitler did was remove the rights of the people to own guns.
Just making a baseless statement no one should own guns with no explanation.
Yeah, that's really dumb. The gun is the great equalizer.
Don't need protection if no one has a gun.
Don't need protection if no one has a gun. That's not how that works.
That's not how that works. That's not reality at all.
Yeah, no. If you compare us to something like, a European country with no guns, we have very similar crime rates and.
Absolutely, the crime rates are worse.
Very similar violent crime rates, and
absolutely.
Obviously, we have guns, so I don't understand why you would say that no one having guns means less. You don't have to protect yourself if no one has a gun. That does not make any sense.
No, 60% of all gun deaths, 60% are by suicide, and we have a fairly low suicide rate. So 60% of that is by suicide. If they didn't have a gun, they might hang themselves, or they might slash their wrists, or they might OD. Right? So the gun makes it a slightly easier and quicker. and probably more lethal.
Make something against crime.
Of course. This is just an ignorant statement to say no one needs protection if no one has a gun. That's just crazy.
Make something against crime.
Suicide will find a way.
What? Yeah. What do you mean make something against crime? We already have laws against crime. What the hell are you talking about? I'd love to. We do make crime go away. We put people in prison. We have one of the largest prison populations.
Owning a crime actually does make crime go away to an extent. Like it's been proven that there are less shootings at places that are not gun-free zones. Like shooters will actually target gun-free zones when they do shootings.
Why? Because they know that
there will be no. Yep. Yeah, they know there's gonna be no opposition.
Correct.
So literally just the suggestion that there could be a gun owner in the area, not even the presence of guns, but the suggestion that it could be possible, prevents crime.
Yeah.
And that's just one example of how guns prevent crime, not even by existing, but just by the suggestion that they could be in the area.
I mean, I get the idea of the fear behind it, because there's a lot of people of they're simply afraid of guns.
Into your house and is trying to kill your family. What would you suggest for any normal man to do for his family if he didn't have a gun?
Gonna grab a broom, beat him upside the head with a broom.
Yeah, no, that's a little bit stupid. Just I personally use a judge. I think it's a very nice home defense weapon.
Shotguns are great.
Yeah, shotguns that you can fit in your hand are great. That's why I like it. I know. I mean, like
what I saw
take
that
the drywall with it, but
yeah,
it'll take them down. So that's all I care about.
So I was at the pawn shop the other day looking for a Samsung S10, and they had a 45 caliber. I'm sorry, a 9mm. It was a 9mm carbine, semi-automatic that looked like an AR-15, but it was 9mm.
Those things are gross.
I haven't fired one, so I don't know the range or anything, but I was like, that's pretty fucking cool.
Right, Red, just because you never thought you needed to protect yourself, are you just going to completely impose your personal experiences on everyone else around you?
But you
do you not hear the complete lack of perspective that you're having when you say something like, I never thought I never needed to protect myself with a gun, so no one should ever have to protect himself with a gun. It's like you're not even thinking. Like you're just going to speak for all 400 million Americans because you didn't have to protect yourself with a gun? Doesn't make any sense.
You know why everybody around you says the same?
Everyone around. Okay, don't you realize that you're in an echo chamber then? If everyone around you agrees with you.
Yep, you guys have been conditioned. You guys have been conditioned to give up your rights.
Can't you take a hint that more than half the country disagrees with you? Because obviously that's not how the country was made, and that's not how the country still stands. Like, you really need to have some perspective. I mean, hell, like, I could just say, oh, majority of people disagree with you because there's 3 of us talking right here, right? And 2 out of 3 of people disagree with you, so boom.
Yeah,
no one agrees with you. You're not making any sense.
And not only that,
but even if you were right, it doesn't. Does that make it right? Because everyone agrees with you, and you think of this, and everyone it doesn't make any sense. 99%. That's just a lie.
Yeah, and how many times has your country been conquered?
It's just a wrong statement.
Right? How many times has your country been invaded? Really, you've never been invaded. Your country's never been invaded. Was it Slovenia, right? I think Russia pretty much had you guys under control, right? You guys part of the USSR? Am I wrong here?
Look, not important, but
we talk.
Invaded one time, but we talked about
it. Yeah, I'm sure the Turks never invaded Slovenia either, right? The Turks never did that, I'm sure, right?
Look, regardless, that's not important. When you say 99% agree with you, it's just like wrong. It's just totally wrong. There's clearly a sizable amount of people that want guns, which is why here in the U.S., we allow guns because people want it, so we get to have it.
Well, it's not even. It has nothing to do with want. It really doesn't. It has to do. It has to do with the fact that
enemy army to surrender, and they did.
Wonderful, but what I'm saying is, the reason why the population was given the right to bear arms was to defend itself against all enemies, foreign and domestic, meaning that if the government gets out of control, the people have the means and the power to correct it. The Tree of Liberty needs to be refreshed with blood. It's like, in order to be free, you need to be able to defend your freedom. If you cannot defend your freedom, you are not free.
Yeah, it's not just made to. They don't expect you to. They don't expect the citizens to go to war with the Russians, although they are prepared. They just expect the citizens to be able to fight back in case if anything happens, because it's very, very difficult to take out a population or control a population that's fighting back with like guerrilla tactics or some shit. It's very difficult.
Yeah.
So I mean,
the Civil War was barely won.
America has more guns than people. It's going to be very difficult to take them down. That's why it happens. Like, this is all simple stuff. What do you mean protect from what? No government has ever been evil or ever turned on their people ever.
Protect from the government is the main one. Protect from other countries?
Yes.
From other governments?
From other people, from other citizens, from other governments, from your government. And like there's a million reasons.
I don't see you attacking your government.
Obviously,
you know what? No. Wait. No, I'm gonna correct you right there. I can give you 4 examples, 2 right off the top of my head, that of where armed citizens, went against the government and won because they were armed. One of them was the what's his name?
All the time.
One was the landowner that had his rights. He had leased government land for a long time.
Years ago.
No, this was 2 years ago. God, what was his name? They had the whole standoff up in, was it Idaho? No. Where's that fucking standoff? It was basically a bunch of armed citizens told the government, no, you're not going to take the stuff.
The Constitution is a bit outdated?
No, not at all. It needs to be revived. It needs to be
I mean, I could see how you could think the Constitution's outdated, but it's pretty solid as it is.
Find me a better document.
Have to say how it isn't solid.
Yeah, find me a better document for self-rule.
Regardless, I can give you another example, but not against the government, just against other citizens. Do you remember the dude and his wife that were standing outside on their porch in St. Louis with guns?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just the presence of them holding a gun stopped like a horde of like over 100 people from completely taking down their house.
Yeah.
And it's like they didn't even have to shoot a single round.
They didn't shoot a single round.
No, they didn't shoot a single round, and that protected them. Like the idea that guns do nothing, like it's just completely ignorant. And the idea that you just shouldn't have a gun because you don't need protection, like I don't understand. Even if every single argument you made was right, which it isn't, you still should have the right to own a gun in that instance. Just because, why not?
Well,
because you don't need it. I don't understand.
Yeah. The other thing, you're completely wrong. The Constitution wasn't written when the country was a mess. The Constitution was written in conjunction with the Declaration of Independence.
Yes, don't need it.
Says who? Look, if I call the police, it's going to be 20 minutes for the police get to my house. If I'm being robbed.
Imagine if everyone settled disputes in knife fights. It would be even more bloody than guns make it.
But what you're not understanding is that we were declaring independence away from Britain. We were a colony of Britain. We were the first country that was self-ruled. No kings, no monarchy, nothing like that. We're the first country that's ever done it. No Caesar, no monarchy, nothing. So we created a government based on self-rule, where the citizens have the rights, not the government. This is the only country where the citizens have more rights, technically, than the government. Now, like I said, you've got 250 years of government corruption that have passed a shit ton of junk laws to kind of bypass and add.
Yes, and Constitution was written for those times, not modern times.
That is the dumbest argument. The people back then were smarter than they are today.
Yeah, I don't understand. What can you just give us, like, what part do you disagree with and think is outdated? Like,
what's outdated? What the right, the freedom of speech, the freedom of movement, the freedom of
is the First Amendment outdated, Rid?
Yeah.
I don't understand. Like, what aspect of the Constitution do you?
So the Second Amendment. So how are you going to
explain why? Why is it outdated?
Why is it outdated?
You have to say why.
How do you?
The only thing that I think that you said is that you don't need it. That's not a reason. Because we could argue how you do need it, and two, even if you were somehow right, which I still don't agree with you, that's still not a reason.
Protection now you don't.
Because then you needed protection, and now
you
don't.
always need protection. What are you talking about?
Protection. There are a bajillion things to protect yourself from. I don't see how just because you say you don't need protection doesn't mean you don't need protection.
Was definitely written as the groundwork for how they thought a country should run.
No, I completely agree with you. They totally had tremendous foresight.
Yeah, but it's not just necessarily a country run. Keep in mind, this is the first time in recorded history where the citizens have the power. That's what you're not understanding. Prior to the United States, it was all monarchies. That was it. Monarchies and not even dictators. It was just strictly kings and queens and peasants. That was it. The peasants had no rights.
You think you have power, you don't. You just sheep's lambs.
You think you have power, you don't. You just sheep's. I never said I had power. I can defend myself.
I can defend myself against another person. I can defend myself against the state.
Yeah, I mean, like you.
Who's
like,
the sheep? You're the one that's willing to give up your protection to the state.
Right?
No, he's a European.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter if he's a troll.
No, he's not trolling. He's a European.
Yeah, like
they
how many violent?
Just think differently.
Let me give an example. Like I live in Florida. How many violent riots do you hear that we have? Zero, because they know they're just gonna get fucking shot in the head. It's that simple. Like, same thing with like I mean, but all the violent riots that you hear about, right? Whether it's like a BLM riot or anything like that. They always happen in states where the people and the business owners that are getting rioted on can't defend themselves, and that's not like, a coincidence. Because they realize that business owners here in Florida would like sit with a folding chair and a shotgun pointed at their door, waiting, and it's just how it is. Guns do not give the illusion of power, and it's not about power.
It's not.
It's just about like that just in case, because like we know what happened before. We picked up a history book.
So much for calling down reinforcements.
So, okay, so what you're talking about with people fighting each other, this is the corruption I'm talking about. You've got corruption in the media, you've got corruption in politicians that are purposely trying to divide we the people. They're purposely trying to divide people by race, by sex, by gender, by any means that they can, because if you're divided, you're easily conquered. And that's the only way the United States is ever going to get invaded, is if we're divided. If we somehow split off into 3 or 4 different countries.
Another country attacks America, we unite and should stomp them into the ground. So why you don't fight it? You got your gun, go protect your.
What do you mean? Why don't you fight it? You got your guns, go protect your freedom. I mean, we kind of are.
We're still civilized. We still follow voting laws and things like that. It's not like we're just going to go, hey, let's go shoot up the Capitol, right? The January 6th wasn't.
You're not making any sense. Like, just because someone owns a gun doesn't mean like they are always going through with militia like way of doing things. It doesn't make any sense. Like, bro, I don't understand.
Well, like I said, okay, so keep in mind, he's from Europe, right? The Europeans, almost all of them, have unilaterally given up their rights years ago, right?
Yeah, I agree with that.
They gave up their rights to bear arms.
But you don't.
Dude, you don't understand. We've told you a bunch of times, it's not about necessity.
Okay, do you have any
neighborhoods?
neighborhoods?
It is a necessity.
Do you have any neighborhoods in your city that you don't really want to wander into because you know it's dangerous?
I mean,
do you have any areas like that?
He's just going to say no. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
All right, yeah.
He's just going to say no. Like, what do you expect?
We already know that's not true, right?
Right, yeah.
No.
But if you were poor and that's the area that you grew up in, you had no choice. You know, there's bad areas in every major city. Unless you're living in a small town in the middle of nowhere. If you're in a major city,
the great Muslim influx in Europe.
Sorry, you have to stop trying to you have to stop trying to appeal to like what he is used to, because his situation is just completely conveniently absolutely not necessary to protect himself. He never had to protect himself, and he never will have to protect himself, so he's never going to understand. But the thing is, the world isn't just where you live. The world is not going to be like perfect all the time. It is flawed, and so you need to protect yourself. It's that simple. You say that you don't need to protect yourself. You're saying that there are other ways, and yes, there are other ways, but sometimes there isn't another way.
Yeah.
Sometimes you need to use force.
Well,
and
I'm just surprised that, you know, if you, well, I mean, I know you're not old enough, but if you had lived under communist rule, you'd know exactly what I'm talking about.
What?
From the government, for one.
We just said, yes, the government is probably the one, if not the main reason why the Constitution was written with the right to bear arms.
All you can hope
that is probably the main reason.
On the weak, and they learn to adapt jebaited. But you said you don't want
At least in my opinion. Would you not agree?
Nobody wants to fight a government, but if you have to, you do.
Yeah,
and nobody wants to go out and fight a government. Who wants to do that? But if I don't have the means to do it, how do you do it? You do it like the caves and shit like that? I mean, fuck. You know, then you're talking guerrilla warfare. Look, the government needs to fear the population, not the other way around.
Are two different things.
Yeah, Red, have you ever heard of the Holocaust? Like, ever? Ever in your life? That's what happens when you don't have guns. You basically just sit there and wait to die.
Yeah.
And that's not good.
I mean, the gulags weren't good either. You know, the Russians sent a shit ton of people. I mean, millions of people.
In schools in Europe.
That's why you have armies. Listen, the German army turned on the Jews. The Germany turned on its Jewish people. What if you get turned on?
Yeah.
Obviously you're just going to say no, that would never happen, right? Because it's extremely convenient for your argument.
Because it's never happened.
Yes, but it does happen, and it has happened historically. So you need to understand that that is totally a possibility in society, which is why some societies choose to arm their citizens with guns. Some don't, and that's okay, right? They feel like they are civilized enough to completely avoid any uncertain situations where they segregate against a certain group or anything like that, or whether they turn on their people. But some societies are like, we understand though that it is totally possible, if not absolutely guaranteed, that a government or a powerful group will turn on another group based on their beliefs or ethnicity or anything like that. So we will arm citizens just to prevent that from happening, or to stop it in case if it does happen. This is like extremely simple to understand.
I mean, for some reason you think that like Slovenia could never be invaded. I mean, what happens, like, you know, a lot of Europe has been invaded by Islam radicals. And, you know, they're running around terrorizing people and you know, driving trucks into people and you know, some pretty nasty shit.
Yeah, Mirage Arcane Warfare.
Yeah, what happens if your army, oh shit, god damn it, I just died. Yeah, what happens if your army fails and you get invaded? I mean, history is filled with...
Sweden stops recording rapes. I use we.
I mean, all you gotta do is look through history and see nation after nation being invaded. Hell, you've got Russia right now. They're massing troops on the Ukrainian border again.
Is that true that Sweden stopped recording rapes?
Yeah, they did.
Like, what does that even mean? They just stopped counting them?
Yeah. Stop reporting them. Because it's primarily done by Islamic people that have invaded the country.
But like, you can't not report. Can't not report that.
It's the same reason why here in the
States. Pretty
States.
important.
No, it's the same reason why here in the States we don't report the nationality of perpetrators anymore.
What the hell's going on? I wish I knew.
Right?
I just found another body in Landing Bay too.
We don't. We don't.
They
You know, we.
so many Muslims that rape was rampant.
Yeah, we used to report. You know, this. Okay, for example, we had what was that girl that was shot to death in California by an illegal immigrant, and they didn't want to say that. They didn't want to say he was from Mexico. They didn't want to say he was an illegal immigrant. You know, they're protecting these people who are criminals.
Well, I don't care about anything that happens in California. Now, that place is basically hell.
But even now, they're doing. I don't know if you ever heard of Colin Flannery, but he's a reporter that has written several books. One of them's called "Don't Make the Black Kids Angry," and he wrote another book called "White Girl Bleeds a Lot." Right, and both of those books talk about the disproportionality of black criminality. This is Alien vs. Predator 2. What happens when some crazy rich man's... You don't need to be a rich man.
One reason you need a gun.
There's... I have
hypothetical answers.
I've given you examples of people defending their property and their lives. Kyle Rittenhouse is a perfect example of self-defense. He was being attacked by the mob. His life was in danger. By crazy people. You have a right to self-defense in this country. You're not just supposed to sit there and take a beating. You're allowed to defend.
Reasons. If you're just going to ignore the reasons, we just say, hey, you need to protect yourself from your government. Then you're like, what?
Yeah.
The government's good. I don't know what you're talking about. Why would they take you down?
And
you think you're going to protect yourself from the government?
Wait.
Lol, haha. You're literally like Biden when he's like, oh, dude, your AK isn't going to help you.
Didn't you tell me about how corrupt Slovenia was that one night? You were telling me how shitty your government was and how corrupt it was. Weren't you telling me about that? I remember that conversation.
So what get into fetal position and let them beat the shit out of you?
Yes. Yeah. So what happens?
you could do
yeah.
that.
So what happens if your government turns tyrannical? How are you gonna prevent them?
Did you see where in the past the left praised the Rittenhouse judge for being pro-defendant, but now he's a racist right-winger?
You know they were gonna do that, dude. They can't. You know, that judge is pretty fair. There's things I disagreed with him on, but I think overall he's a pretty fair judge.
Say we the PPL tier is power, not in guns.
You say we the people? Yes.
Have you heard of the Alfred Viking sword? One of history's strongest weapons.
Where's that fucking alien? No, I have not. Or maybe I have, but just I don't remember it.
In the blood of the man's enemies.
Look, you've just lived in exceptionally peaceful times, and you're spoiled by it, and you don't know.
Secret. You don't need guns. You just want guns. That's it.
No, I want guns too. Absolutely, I want guns. But no, look. I already told you if someone breaks into my house, right? And you gotta understand, the United States is huge.
Here, look, Red, let me just talk like you do, Red. I've never been shot at, so I've never been shot at. No one ever shot at me. I've had
guns put in my face.
No, I've never had one. I don't even know what you're talking about, Red Snim. You know, actually, I've never met somebody that had a gun pointed at them in my life.
I have.
In fact, no one in my community has been shot at. I live in a gun. I just live in a gun crime-free area. It's just completely fine. I own guns, but never saw someone shooting a gun, so it's not that big of a deal. That's actually how you sound, Red.
Oh shit.
And when I talk like that, there's nothing that you can say because it's completely anecdotal. So that's why I'm going to bed, because there's no way you're not going to get anywhere with them. Yeah, crime doesn't exist because I live in a crime-free area, so I don't understand. Why should I get rid of guns, Red? No one in my area is shot. The guns don't hurt anyone.
You know,
so
I've got a shotgun underneath my bed. It hasn't killed anybody.
Yeah, and no one in my area has killed anybody with guns either.
I got a 38 sitting above my nightstand. It's never killed anybody.
Gun crime does not exist because no one in my immediate area has ever committed crimes with guns. So
having a gun
it doesn't exist.
Goes away. I got you a laughing smiley.
In many cases, yes. Statistically, it's proven.
Yeah, Red. I'm telling you, I have a gun, and literally, crime does not exist here. It doesn't exist. Nope, I'm not. Just there's no reason. Like, it doesn't happen.
The other thing too is you got to understand scale, dude. The United States is like almost twice the size of Europe combined. It's massive, and you know, Europe is very densely population, cities. You know, they're still country, but it's very densely populated. You know, Slovenia has the, let's see, let's do a quick search on.
Retznum, I'm gonna be going to bed.
All right, brother.
But I hope that you'll be able to join us for the Mirage tournament on December 4th.
Depends. I work nights, so that's the only thing that makes life tough for me to do anything organized anymore.
It is 5 p.m. I don't know if that time is good or bad for you, but it's
I guess Slovenia. Right, there we go.
It's December 4th, which is a Saturday. At
yeah,
5 p.m.
I work Sunday night, like, so I go in like Saturday night for Sunday. I got weird hours, dude.
Okay.
Okay, so Slovenia has a population of...
Well, then you have a good one.
All right, brother. 2 million people. Dude, that's like nothing. I mean...
Having a gun is the citizens' right to protect themselves.
You have,
in the instance
you have a population of 2 million people. That's like nothing. We have 350 million plus, and we just got 2 million in illegal immigrants over the last year. We got more illegal immigrants in this country by the end of the year than you have in your entire population. The size of Texas. Here, God, there. Size comparison. Okay, there's a good one. Compared to France. See if I get a graphic. Oops. Okay. So Texas alone is bigger than France. That's just one of 50 states. It happens to be one of the biggest states, but it's not the biggest. Alaska's actually bigger. You know,
Texas could conquer countries alone.
You see how big Texas is? And you're expecting, and keep in mind, it's not as densely populated as France by any means, but you know, it's like this is just a great image. This is just a great image to show you how big fucking Texas is. Look, here's your country right here. Or no, that's Slovakia. Where's Slovenia? I gotta find it. You got 2 million people in there. 2 million. I think Dallas. What's the population of Dallas? I think the population of Dallas is 2 million.
By your logic, dense means less crime. What?
What? No. What? No. Dense is more crime. Typically. All right, what's the population demographic? Dallas. So 1.3 million, right? One city has half your entire population, your country's entire population. One city.
See, you said EU more dense.
The EU is more dense overall. As far as population, yes.
So should be more crime.
There's lots of crime in Europe. You want me to pull the crime stats? What country do you want?
There is LUL.
You don't think there's any crime in Europe? You're smoking crack. Oh man, I don't know what to say to that one. And what kind of crime? And what kind of crime are you comparing? If you're going to compare gun crimes, you can't compare that. But if you compare,
Stop putting words in my mouth.
If you compare homicide rates, that's a different animal. If you do a comparison between Europe and the United States in homicide rates, I bet they're about the same. Here, we can do that. We can look it up real quick.
Gun are problem.
Guns are not a problem. That's your government and your news media telling you guns are a problem. I got 2 guns sitting right here. They're not a problem.
Yes, there are.
Really? What problem are my 2 guns sitting right next to me? What harm are they doing? What's the problem with them? They're just sitting there. They haven't killed anybody yet. What's their problem?
Careful, Red. Your gun might stab you.
Oh, I know. It might rape me in the middle of the night or something. It's just like, yeah, what's my shotgun gonna do? It's like my shotgun's just gonna sit there, lay underneath me, be a bottom. Yeah, what problem is my gun? What problem is what's the problem with my gun? Other than you don't like it, which is fine. It's your opinion. But I live in the inner city, so
you can kill a guy with it.
Yes, I can also kill a guy with my hands. I know how to do it. I was trained to do so in the Marine Corps. I can kill a guy with a baseball bat. I can kill a guy with a skateboard. I can kill a guy with my car. I can kill a guy with a knife.
Laughing smiley.
You want to bet?
I can kill a guy with a knife.
I can probably kill someone in under 10 seconds, based on my training.
Push a man off a building.
I can push a man in front of an ongoing car. I can poison somebody. I can poison a lot of people, actually. Pretty easy to do. What's your point? I'm guessing you don't understand the idea of deterrence. And I'm guessing you don't understand the idea of self-defense.
What more easy? Kill a guy with gun or knife of hands.
Depends. Depends on the gun. Depends on the knife. Depends on the gun. I can kill you with my hands in under 10 seconds. I'm not bragging. I was trained to do so when I was in the Marine Corps. There's a certain technique. I could come up behind you and basically choke you to death in under 9 seconds. Pretty easy to do, too.
If you chop off a man's head, it takes 30 seconds for it to lose consciousness. Doesn't depends.
No, if you get a knife right in the chest, in the heart, they pretty much die instantly. So I don't understand your idea of ease of.
I want to try.
I mean, all you gotta do is go look at the choking videos for the Marine Corps boot camp.
Mentally.
They teach you how to choke somebody from behind. It's kind of like a rear naked choke, basically, but there's a certain method and technique to do it, and you practice in boot camp. I got choked, and they only let us choke each other for like 6 seconds because of how dangerous it is. But they also want you to know what it feels like to be choked, to have your life being threatened, and the technique is
hot.
I mean, you can just Google it. I mean, I'm sure there's video of it. I probably got pictures of it in my Marine Corps yearbook, and it sucked. That was that day sucked. That was a shitty training because we were out in the sand.
You need to shove that knife in a human up close with your hand. With a gun you far away, just pull a little and guy dies.
Okay, you could do the same with a car. You could aim the car put a brick on the gas pedal and let her go. And you could kill somebody from far away. You could mail poison to somebody and kill them far away. So what's your point? I could probably think of 5 to 10 ways to kill somebody remotely. Hell, you could take a drone.
With car, still gun is more portable.
So you could take a drone and drop a drone on someone's head from miles away. So what's your point? You don't see people worried about drones. You could literally fly a drone with a camera like miles away and have like a metal lead ball and drop it on someone's head and kill them remotely.
Gun is made to kill.
No, it's made to defend. Killing's just a bonus. Guns were made to defend. With lethal force. No, it's made to defend with lethal force. It's made to, now some are made to kill for hunting for sure.
Gun argument, like
I know it's just the dumb.
Somehow less admirable. LUL.
Yeah,
yes.
And so what? So what if it was? Knives were designed to kill. You know that, right? Knives were designed to kill. Staves were designed to kill. Swords were designed to kill.
You only think they are made to kill because you play
arrows
DEM video games
are designed to kill. And guess what? Arrows are legal in most states. No, knives were made to kill. That was their original deal, was to kill. Through cutting. We're going all the way back to the Stone Age when they made stone knives.
Are made to kill.
Oh, God, you're arguing stupid semantics. I mean, nuclear weapons, guess what? We're designed to kill. You know why we make them? Because they're a deterrent. Again, what's your point? Your point is pointless. So what? So what if it was? So what if knives and guns, staves, bats were designed to kill?
No, you do that. Didn't give me one good reason.
I have given you plenty of reasons. You don't like the answers. That's the truth. 1, to defend yourself and your property and your family.
No one.
There's 3 right there. Yourself, your property, your family. Right there. Against other people, or even the government. It's not hypothetical. Kyle Rittenhouse saved his life by killing 2 people and injuring another. Saved his life. He had no choice. That's not hypothetical, dude. That's reality.
He shouldn't even be there.
Says who? That's your opinion.
He shouldn't even have a gun.
Says who? What law says he can't have a gun? What law says he can't be there? In this country, you have the right of freedom of movement, meaning any public space, you can be there at any time. As far as the gun goes, he was legally able to have that gun in his possession. By law. That's why he wasn't charged.
Gun argument. Now he wants to tell us where the kid should have been. LUL. That's why I say your law is old and not made for modern times.
It's absolutely made for modern times, because if he would be dead if he did not have that gun. There's no doubt in my mind. If you watch the videos and you see mobs of people running after him, and even just the first guy, Rosenbaum.
How long do you think it will take them to start rioting?
Yeah, did you not? Who sent me the thing on? Was it Denmark?
Come on, dude. How can you say a kid should have a gun?
A kid should absolutely have a gun. He should be trained properly too, and clearly he was. Kyle's trigger discipline was inhuman at how good he was. Is it smart for him to be there? No. Is it smart for him to have a gun and be there? No. But he was doing what the state and real men refused to do because the government failed.
It's better than mine would have been.
Oh, it's absolutely better than mine would have been. I would have dropped a few more people. Because there were far too many gunshots still being fired around.
I probably would have dumped the mag.
A lot of people would have. I mean, his trigger discipline, 4 shots to the first guy in a matter of what? A matter of fraction of a second. He only fired when he was threatened, when he was physically threatened. And when people had their hands up, he didn't shoot. And that happened twice. You need to go watch that video. And like I said, you just don't understand. You don't understand it because you live in a situation where you are controlled. You are controlled and manipulated. Now we are too, but not to the extent that you guys are. I mean, you guys are literally brainwashed.
Gun or anything.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did. He had his fists. And he already threatened. And Kyle didn't know he didn't have anything. Because when Kyle took off running, he heard a shot. Some asshole fired a gun in the air. That was 1. 2, the guy did throw a bag, which we believe was water bottles filled with, we haven't proved that because the prosecution and the police didn't capture it.
He could defend without shooting.
He was 17. You don't understand. Oh my God. Rosenbaum was 30-some years old. 30-some years old, a convicted felon, a prisoner, someone who grew up fighting in prison. Fighting in prison. And you expect a 17-year-old to physically take on a 33-year-old man who spent years in jail? No, that's why he should have a gun. Oh my God. The gun is the equalizer. It gets rid of the threat. Rosenbaum was the threat.
Red.
Yeah, you Red. I'm sorry, dude. I mean,
goodness, LUL.
You just.
He should have been at home doing homework.
Yeah, he should have. But guess what? The state didn't do their job. You want to talk about why people have guns? Is when the state refuses to protect its citizens. That's what the state failed at doing. And it wasn't just him. There were probably 20 or 30 people there with AR-15s, identical weapons, protecting and helping people. Kyle Rittenhouse actually saved a gas station from blowing up because these idiots pushed.
Kids should do gov jobs.
It's not a gov job, dude.
Talking about.
It's not a gov job, you fucking idiot. When there is a power vacuum, people will step up to replace that. The government, this is where I was talking about a corrupt government. The governor, the mayor of the city, and the police stood down and let that city burn for 3 fucking days. People had had enough. People, business owners, were like,
should do that, not kids.
You're right. Adults should. And guess what? The adults didn't do it either. The adults were cowards. We're at, oh my God, have you ever heard the story? The line that's, was it weak times create strong men create good times create weak men create hard times.
Realized it.
Dude, we're at the weak men create hard times. You're right. Adults should have done that. Guess what? The adults failed. The adults failed. So now you've got every form of authority failing while the mob burns down the fucking city. There were some adults there. There absolutely were. And Kyle was literally 1 year old for being an adult. God damn, he's 17. He's still a kid. But technically, legally, 18, he's an adult.
And they failed telling Kyle go home.
Oh, Jesus. No. They failed by not being there. I would have look, if there were 1,000 Kyle Rittenhouses there that night, guess what? Nothing would have got burnt. If there were more men and young men with guns, protecting businesses, guess what? There wouldn't have been any fires. There wouldn't have been any riots. There wouldn't have been any looting. When the government fails,
Kyle was with a group of adults.
He was. He wasn't alone, dude. He didn't just show up and go, "Hey, woo!" He was with a group of like 10 people that were there. Oh, God. I hate arguing with people that just don't know anything. You don't know the facts. You don't understand what the hell happened. And you've got this slanted mentality that you just don't understand. The state failed to do their job. They refused to do their job while people's businesses and livelihoods were set on fire and burned to the ground. There were 3 car lots, used car salesmen.
Yeah, and they had tell him, "Go home, you a kid, you don't need to be here."
Oh my God. That's just the dumbest argument. Look, in the United States, I joined the military when I was 17. I could shoot an M16 at 17. I could shoot a 45. I was shooting guns before that.
Protecting businesses that needed protecting.
Yeah, so you should say, so you're saying that you should just let the mob burn the city down so that 2 people don't die. Is that what you're trying to say? That property and that property value, is that what you're saying?
Give you freedom, laughing smiley.
It does give me freedom. It's dumb to think otherwise. I have the freedom to defend myself and my property and my family with a gun, if necessary.
Yeah, that's sad. Anyway, I give up.
Dude, you live in a very small country with a population of 2 million. Dallas and Houston, 2 cities, have more population.
We have freedoms in this country that people like Red have
no, you don't.
Concept of.
Yeah, he doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't understand.
Still OP. What's up?
What's up, Snake? Oh, I love you, Red, but man, you really have no concept of how the United States became the United States.
Laughing smiley, I don't have freedom, LOL.
You don't have freedom to own a gun. You don't have freedom to defend yourself. Prove me wrong. Can you own a gun? No. Can you defend yourself? Maybe.
I have a gun.
Jesus Christ. Are you legally allowed to have that gun? A BB gun. Okay. Are you free to defend yourself against a home invader or a rapist? If someone was raping your mom,
how critical you can be of your government? Yes.
Can you defend your mom with a gun? Can you kill your mom's rapist with a gun in your country? No, I guess you can't. So I guess you got to watch him rape your mom.
There are other means to defend.
Oh yeah? Which one's faster and easier and more threatening than a gun? Harsh words? You gonna call the police?
Yeah, like closing your eyes.
Yeah, closing your eyes is a good one. You don't see it.
Call the police.
Oh, call the police. Okay.
Hey,
so
stop raping her.
Yeah, stop raping your mom. Mom, I'm gonna call the police to stop this guy from raping her.
What if they have weapons?
Yeah, there's no organized crime in Slovenia, right?
Nothing levels the playing field like a gun.
Correctamundo.
My mom is dead, so.
I think you're just being obtuse at this point, because you're failing to even grasp the simple concept of self-defense, and the right to own property, and the right to defend yourself against the state. Was that U.S.
Hypothetical arguments doesn't do anything.
It's not. It's not hypothetical. I'll try to find this. Was it Bundy? Is it Bundy? Yeah. So the Bundy case. This happened just a few years ago. The Bundy standoff in 2014. The Bundy standoff against armed confrontation between supporters of a cattle rancher and Clyde Bundy.
Guns is what kept Japan from invading America in the Second World War.
This right here was a 21-year legal dispute in which the United States Bureau of Land Management obtained court orders. This is what I'm talking. What? Yes, your gun, and you know what? You clear you train with your weapon, because you just don't go out and be a retard. You learn and you educate yourself on the weapon. Grab the other one.
What does that even prove?
Yeah, what is that? Yeah, what is it? So what?
Just stand there.
You could. No, you re-rack it, you reload it, you do whatever you need to do to clear your weapon. And if you train with it, you know how to prevent that. But this standoff happened in 2014. The Bundy standoff, where these guys got together to protect this rancher from the U.S. government. And they won. They won against the government. An armed group of men won against the government.
You showed up after some really juicy stuff. LUL.
This is a prime example that I'm showing you that happened in 2014.
It looks like that, haha.
Of an armed group of men protecting a fellow rancher against the United States government, and they won. You could read up on it. You could read up on the Bundy case.
Laughing smiley shop almost closed. Laughing smiley.
You know, you don't think you can use guns against the government. This is a prime example. Nobody got injured. Nobody got killed. So, like I said, to sit there and say that you can't fight the U.S. government even with guns, incorrectamundo.
Be back in 30 if you still there.
All right. That's a great image. Just to see how big fucking France is compared to Texas. That's just Texas. It's like people have no idea how large.
I just love seeing Texas.
So here's the thing with Texas, and I've done it. I've driven it. It takes 8 hours to get from this tip to this tip, and from this tip to this tip. It's an 8-hour drive across Texas to get to any border. And I've driven it. And it takes me 8 hours to get to Dallas from KC, which I've driven, and 8 hours to Chicago. That's how big Kansas City, or I mean not Kansas, fucking the United States is. 8 hours to drive, almost straight.
3H across my country.
Yeah, like I said, 3 hours to get across your country. It's 8 hours to get from this east to west in Texas. Florida's the same way. Florida is equally as big. It's just in the shape of an L. But it takes 8 hours to get from the Panhandle to the East Coast, and from the East Coast down to the bottom of Florida. Is 8 hours. It's just in the shape of an L. That's how big Florida is. Those are 2 states. I mean, no offense, man, but your country's tiny. We have cities bigger than your country in population.
About the same here in Slovakia, but takes long because of crap infrastructure.
Well, that and probably mountains too, right? Isn't Slovakia pretty mountainous? So, you got to drive around mountains and shit like that. Texas is pretty flat, in the majority of it is very flat. I've driven it. It's not a fun drive. No.
Yeah, down the mid.
Yeah. So yeah, if you got mountain ranges and things like that, then yeah, you're gonna twist and go through tunnels and around mountain ranges and things like that. But so that will add to the time. But as I said, most Europeans do not understand the size of the United States and how big it is, and how the gaps between cities are. like, if I show you just Texas, right? Because Texas is great. Texas is a great state. So, if we look at a map of Texas, and does this got the satellite view? Okay, so
Houston
you can't
has 2.3 million people alone.
Yeah. So Houston has more people than Slovenia does, just in this city right here, right there, right. And so here's Houston, San Antonio, Dallas.
In fact, we small but strong in Yugoslavia. We were only country in WW2 that freed themselves from Nazis.
But you still got invaded by Nazis, and your population probably had guns back then. So if Russia decides they want Slovenia, like they're lining up to get the Ukraine, what's to stop the Russians from invading Slovenia? Nothing. Because your citizens don't have guns. But, I mean, this is... Okay, so here's...
Dildos and Borns.
So here's, like, right here is, like, the tip of Texas, the top, and here's El Paso is, like, the corner. And then you hit Louisiana over here. Yeah. And it's all... It's
hypothetical again.
What's hypothetical? What are you talking about?
Sire BRV.
It's already happened. All you gotta do is look at the past. I guarantee you the Turks... let me see. I bet the Turks invaded Slovenia. How much you want to bet? Invasion of... Hey, maybe? Slovenian history. Ottomans. Ottoman Empire. Romania invasions. 1478, marauding Turkish destroyed Slovenia's first independent peasant territory. So get a load of this. So Slovenia had an independent peasant territory, meaning they had no monarchs, right? And they got invaded by the Turks in 1478. So just guessing I was right on that.
800 years ago on.
That was just one. I'm sure I could look at You don't think history repeats itself? Let's see. Let's just do invasion of Slovenia. Maybe we'll pull up some history on Slovenia. That was a 10-day war. When was that? 1991? Oh, wait. Yugoslavia? Wait, is that right? Oh. The Slovenian War of Independence, huh? That happened in 1991. That was 800 years ago. Oh, you won that one. You won that one. Right, but yeah, it was 800 years ago. Yeah, history doesn't repeat itself at all, ever. No, never. God! 1991. That was literally, what, 10 years ago? 10 years ago! You had to fight your freedom for the Yugoslavian People's Army. Oh, man. That was 800 years ago.
20.
20, sorry. Oh, man. Oh, there's a Spanish invasion? There's a Spanish invasion. 3 Spanish teams. Let's see. Oh, I guess that's not an actual invasion. They're racing in Slovenia. Okay. They're just using that for fun. Let's see. Started the spread of fields in Slovenia. Invasion of Yugoslavia. 1941. So it appears that Slovenia has been invaded and had to defend themselves several times in fairly recent history. Didn't happen in World War I, right? World War II.
We won with talking LOL, no guns needed.
You think that works every time?
EY back in time.
Yeah, That works every time. Oh man, yeah, it could never happen again. Oh,
At
never.
But you missed the good stuff.
Yeah, that never happen again, right? No.
You can see YT video.
Dude, you
don't bear responsibility for what any of Slovenians did, but you don't take credit for their wins either. Ha
ha. You got called out by a Slovakian. Oh, that's funny. Oh, what is the second Mongol invasion of Hungary? Wonder if that is. Yeah. Countries in Europe just never get invaded anymore. Yep. Oh, wait. Let's see. There isn't like a current Muslim Arabic invasion of Europe right now. No, that doesn't look. Yeah, that can't be right.
Wait, BRB in 30 laughing smiley shotgun a closer EE.
Yeah, that can't be happening either, right? Yeah, yeah. But that invasion, there's just no guns, but you know they'll just yeah. Yeah. Yep. So, yeah, who needs a gun when you've got European invasions happening? What was Russia doing with Ukraine right now? Aren't they
At the
still
_ outlaw? What did I miss?
Oh, Red's massive ignorance about self-defense and guns and how nobody needs a gun and
watch the VOD LUL.
I gave him like, I don't know, 5 or 6 reasons on why you could need a gun, and he didn't like any of the answers and said, "You just never gave me a good reason."
Nobody has a gun, no problem.
That's not true. That's not true at all.
But good luck with that in the US.
There's if nobody has a gun, you still have problems. There's knives, bats, all kinds of stuff. Fists, boots.
Well, there are gonna be problems. Just one less.
I don't know if that's necessarily a problem. Passing troops. Yep. So yeah, looks like Russia's moving troops to the Ukrainian border again. Why? Because we have a weak-ass president that's not going to do shit. Funny.
America is stuck. Making guns illegal at this point would be a disaster.
Good luck. That would kick off a civil war or an insurrection. Absolutely. So what's interesting is
you can run from a knife. It's different. I do support gun ownership, though.
You can run from a gun too.
Asterisk do support.
And people can throw a knife. You can still get killed with a thrown knife. Haven't you watched those movies, the James Bond movies? Right? Throw a knife.
You can run from a knife. They can still catch up if they are fast.
Yep. Well, look at look at Rittenhouse. He was running from Rosenbaum. Rosenbaum is short and stubby and still caught up with him. And Kyle had the gun. And he was running away from Rosenbaum. Rosenbaum caught up with him. Unarmed. Until he tried to grab Kyle's gun. This is crazy, man. Fucking Russians. You know this whole thing about Russian collusion. Why didn't
the left is losing their shit over the Rittenhouse?
Oh, you know that, dude. The fucking Twitter people are so fucking retarded.
With their teeth, laughing smiley. You can protect yourself from bullets.
It's a magic trick. You can protect yourselves from bullets.
Was a clear retreat. Also, Kyle should never have needed to run, but the idiot went after him.
Yep. And there's plenty of evidence to say the other dickhead was the one that tried to trap Kyle. The guy that fired the first shot. I can't think of his name off the top of my head, but So, the whole idea that Kyle should have been there, it's like, well, if that's the argument, then none of them should have been there. So why do you make it okay for the violent rioters and protesters and looters? Why are they allowed to be there?
That's the dumbest argument ever.
I know. I mean, he's European. That's all I can say. European and brainwashed and doesn't understand. Because they don't have that right.
Helping the local community reduce damage. European. Actually.
Yeah, and so is what's his name? He's Sneak's European too. But a lot of Europeans don't fully understand guns. They don't understand the right to defend themselves.
It's trendy in Europe to hate America right now.
No, that's true too. Why are they hating on America? They should be hating on China. China's done more to kill people in Europe over the last couple of years. Thanks, Corona. Right? Why are they...
China is scary now.
Yeah, why the fuck are they mad at us?
All my teen years were here in Slovakia. That's funny at Snick __ we don't think about you at all, LUL.
That's true. I mean, we think of Europe as a mass, not necessarily individual countries so much. I mean, we do a little bit just for the bigger ones that, we have to deal with, like Germany and Britain, France maybe. I mean, not even Spain so much anymore.
Well, in one of the least based countries. Found damn true at R0SS0M0.
Yeah, that whole thing about the police. Yeah, the police shooting protesters over the Corona thing. That's interesting, especially there. You said it was at. Was it? What was it? I'm trying to think where it was. I'm trying to think where that was.
Search up Rotterdam riots.
Yeah, Rotterdam. That's what it was. Rotterdam. Yeah. Thank you.
If you haven't already.
No, I did earlier. Junction stabbing, that's not what I was looking for, but yeah, no, I looked it up earlier and saw well, that's the MSN, but that's not what I was looking at. Yeah, the anti-COVID lockdowns, police opening fire.
It's insane.
But I mean, they didn't shoot nobody.
Watch the reactions to the communist media seeing the not guilty verdict. LUL.
Oh, dude, man, I was glued all day, man. I mean, when they announced that he was found innocent, I literally jumped out of my chair and I was screaming.
Slovakia is slightly more conservatively sided.
I would think, Slovakia is. Because they're closer to.
Went to watch Hassan cry about it.
Oh my God. Aren't they closer to Hungary? Slovakia? I had the map up earlier.
Dude, I shook my fist in the air celebrating too.
Dude, I was screaming and dancing around. I was texting everybody. I was like,
Hassan is such a bitch, LOL.
Well, the other thing too is I donated like $200 to Kyle Rittenhouse's defense fund. So I actually had skin in the game because I donated money to him.
Of conservatives, not the reasonable kind.
Well, we have
Hassan is a fucking moron.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have a bunch of stupid conservatives too. Trust me.
He's too dumb.
Yeah, we definitely have our share of stupid supposed conservatives. Let me get a map. There we go. Alright, so there's Slovakia. Yeah, so, okay, so you're by Poland and Hungary. Oh, so you're right between Poland and Hungary. So, yeah, so both Poland and Hungary are very based. So, yeah, that wouldn't surprise me at all if you guys weren't. I mean, if Slovakia wasn't a little on the conservative side, I'd be surprised.
In some political spectrum, but I just view myself as reasonable.
Well, I am very much a constitutional conservative.
And we are right above Hungary, and we're part of them for the longest time.
Yeah. So, and the Hungarian leader, Poland's pretty based too. Both Hungary and Poland have like refuse to take in refugees from the Middle East. And Hungary has passed laws to promote child rearing. So if you're a natural born Hungarian, you get tax breaks, and the state will even give you money to have more children, because they want to create their own population growth instead of importing immigrants from other countries like Germany and most of Europe is doing. So Hungary and Poland is too. They're trying hard to protect their culture. So, well, no, America right now, we just by the end of the year we'll have 2 million illegal immigrants entered this country in just this year alone.
On immigration, but some of their abortion stuff is over the line in my books.
They're based on immigration, but oh, are they like totally anti-abortion? I think Hungary and Poland are pretty much that way too. There are a lot of conservative Christian, roots there of like traditional. I think is it both Catholic and is there much Protestant there? I don't think there is. Isn't most of it Catholic and Orthodox?
I think the abortion just fucks over the man in any situation. Yeah, like even in rape cases and stuff.
Yeah. So I think most common sense people think of rape and incest as a viable reason. I think others think that
grateful for the heartbeat bill here in Texas.
I've always said, after the first trimester I have a problem with it.
That's my one liberal view.
Yeah.
The answer is never to make someone have a baby.
Yeah, but at what point does the baby have rights?
You should get to abort if you're raped. That's just fucked if you can't.
Yeah, raped and incest. Yeah. I uncomfortably have said, after the first trimester, because that gives you plenty of time, to find out and go, okay, yeah. But at some point, that's a baby inside, and it deserves rights. And it needs to be protected.
I'm pro-life, but if the mother's life is in danger, in rape cases, and after a few months, it's different.
Yeah, so
in the long run, making the poor people have babies just keeps the cycle going.
Well, there's that, but the thing is this is where the state has failed people, because, my biggest argument for all of that is education, right? Education is the great equalizer when it comes to getting people out of poverty, but like real education, not state-run, manipulated bullshit. I'm talking teaching people how to do math, how to speak and read, right, properly. And then also financial. We do no financial education whatsoever.
Not state-run education with totally no
right, yeah,
agenda.
Fuck that shit. But I'm talking, giving parents, student, school choices. If there's private schools that are superior, give them vouchers, because state-run schools are fucking garbage. And they have been pretty much since going back to the Prussian school system, where, it basically an indoctrination center, to teach people how to be better consumers and better worker bees, instead of teaching critical thinking and teaching people the classics of language and the history, like real history, not some ever-changing, watered-down bullshit, that of political correct, no, guess what? Nations get conquered. People were slaves. Depending on how far back a lot of Europe was in slavery.
View is that I'm an atheist, but I can recognize that religion gave people a better moral compass than what we have now.
I'm of the same point, Rossman.
School should be paid for with taxes. Seems shitty as to be in debt for half your life due to it.
So, well, that's different. So if you're talking like college level courses, that's a whole different animal. All right. I'm talking like pre-ed and grade school and high school, right? if you look at like 1800s 8th grade, graduation tests, most 8th graders today cannot pass those tests. And it basically just has to do with English and math and some history and, some logical and critical thinking. And most people can't pass those tests today because we're too busy teaching self-esteem. We're too busy teaching how people feel and what to think. We're teaching people to be more worried about climate change than science, right?
It's how like your school system works, but there are lots of options just out of high school.
So, yes. So out of high school,
I remember that.
So out of high school, I don't have a problem with colleges. I don't have a problem with paid for college. However,
my parents were so on me being at school.
Yeah. Well, because they were told that, it's going to make you a better citizen, a better consumer, a better worker bee.
The creation of religion in our society has created a vacuum, and currently there are a lot of views trying to fill that vacuum, and most revolve around victim mentality and identity politics. Both are dangerous.
Yep, Rossman, you share my, identical with what your thoughts are on that. I'm very much an atheist, but I see that religion does have its benefits for social structure, for families. I'm not a big fan of religion because it's some fucked up shit, but it does have a social benefit.
LUL.
No, that would be funny if it was, but I know it's not.
LUL.
Yeah, Louis Rossman's he's sort of based, but he's still a New York liberal. So I still like the guy though. Don't get me wrong.
He's rational still.
Yeah, he's he's a decent liberal. You could have he's a business owner.
And he is actually able to admit it when he's wrong.
Yep. I got a lot of respect for the guy. I enjoy his videos. Oh, we were looking at Rotterdam too, weren't we? What is it? Is it MSN? MSN sucks. What was I looking at earlier? Washington Times.
He seems like a very strong man mentally.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Well, he's
that will admit they are wrong. I don't believe it.
Yeah. No, Louis Rossman, he's a good dude. He tends to be on. I mean, he's pretty base, but he's still a New York liberal, if that makes any sense. So, but he owns his own business, and he's had to deal with the state coming after him, and Rotterdam riots. What did the New York Times say? 10 injured.
The old adage is right. If you are not a Democrat when you are 20, you have no heart. But if you aren't a Republican by the time you are 30, you have no brain. Yeah, they are on him. Why that is.
Yep. So I don't know what to think about this because, I mean, I'm not for riots under any circumstance, right? I don't think
Louis get no rest from the state.
Yeah, I don't think that there's any reason to riot, to burn, to loot, to destroy. I don't think riots serve a purpose. Now, some would argue that the Black Lives Matter did, but it did. Its purpose was to create havoc and create havoc and destruction, and to create a larger divide.
I have heard that in the Netherlands the police handle protests very violently, though. People think riot and protest are synonymous, and they are not.
And they're not. They're absolutely not. And if you had 100,000 people show up in Rotterdam and just march, and just stand there and just refuse to go inside,
hit a man in the back of his head.
But
Wish I knew where it is.
So, well, I don't know if I can trust anything around anything locally.
The left likes to rewrite definitions as of late. LUL.
Oh yeah.
It was
it's not as of late, dude. They have been rewriting definitions for decades. I mean, you know what? George Carlin's got a great bit on that.
Unbelievable.
George Carlin's got a whole bit where he talks about like shell shock, right? When you know, modern warfare first happened, the men that came back from war that had shell shock,
Racism
right?
is the goofiest example of that.
And so they changed shell shock to I don't know. He's
Here a news source called Aftenposten said that the 3 people shot by Kyle were black.
That's not. Yeah, I heard about that. That's not true. Yeah, the George Carlin thing.
Left leaning.
Yeah. I had heard that a lot of countries were still saying that Kyle shot 3 black people, and that's not true at all. The only one he missed was the black person that kicked him in the head. So I'm not sure where I stand on the riots, because one, you just don't know what happened, right? 1, 2.
I can't see any other reason than the journalist just copying a couple of tweets, or are just morons. I don't know enough.
Yeah, I don't either to know. I mean, I understand people's tired of being locked down for a disease that has a 99 to 98% more, survival rate. We're seeing countries
the
and
traditional mainstream media had so much more power before the internet.
Oh yeah, the internet's killing mainstream media. I mean, that's the one blessing, is that citizen journalists can prove the narrative wrong. I mean, if it wasn't for the video, the obvious video.
I don't think they have realized that people can verify the stories they tell.
Well, the thing is the leftist media has been getting away with lying forever. I mean, you still have media that believe and will still promote
in Austria
that
it's going to be mandated
that Trump was, in collusion with Russia.
Black, right next to us.
So, you still got people just they figure if they just keep repeating the lie becomes the truth. Austria's going to be mandated. Oh man, I tell you, it's the interesting thing is that the countries with the highest mandated vaccinations, that with the highest percentages, like Israel and Singapore, also miraculously have the highest rates of COVID.
In Norway now. Came like 2 days ago.
They're going to keep pushing that. I don't approve of the riots, but at the same time, it's like if you keep pushing people to stay at home and
I myself am vexed, but I am absolutely against forced vaccine.
Yeah, I'm not vaxxed.
With the 3rd shot and everything.
I'm very skeptical of these vaccines. Very skeptical. I'm not anti-vaccine. I'm skeptical. The evidence I'm seeing is
still can't cross border without being tested.
Yeah, it's I'm seeing. Well, I mean, 2 years ago I had said that this 15 days to slow the curve would not stop.
I'm skeptical too, but I'm gonna take it as I have to go to Russia next year.
I got you. I ain't mad at you, dude. Do what you got to do. I know Russia doesn't allow the mRNA vaccines. I know that. I know they use a traditional style vaccine. So there's that.
We just have Moderna now, I think. I got 2 doses, but 3 is too much for even me.
Well, that's the thing is the have you not heard of the mysterious like heart disease? like all these people are showing up with heart ailments,
When is the 4th one? Wait, does Russia have a better vaccine than us?
They have a traditional vaccine.
Disease and people play that shit down so much.
Heart attack. Well, let's see. Okay, heart disease. Why is that's not the one I want. The heart attacks. See, they're covering a lot of this shit up, and it's hard to find the data. But where is it?
Is being better for the first time in history here.
Yeah, see, they're...
So they made an actual vaccine, and we just changed the definition?
So, no. The new vaccines, the Moderna and the three big ones, the Pfizer and the Johnson & Johnson, those are a new technology. They use an mRNA to replicate the virus, and not even the virus, just the outer protein of the virus. So the idea behind this,
it's called the Sputnik vaccine.
Yeah, these vaccines are created genetically to genetically change your RNA to recognize the protein, if I'm correct. I may be wrong on the very specifics, but it's just the outer protein of the virus. And the thought is that if your body can recognize the protein genetically, then it can create antibodies to supposedly protect you against the rest of the virus, right? Because of the outer protein. The problem is these protein spikes, they break off, and that's
normal vaccines are usually weakened virus.
Yes, correct. They're either a weakened or a dead virus. That's why there's mercury in many vaccines, because mercury kills pretty much everything at the microscopic level. So, but the physical cell itself and the chemistry behind the virus, the viral cell, the body can still recognize it and then create antibodies against it, even though the weakened or dead virus cannot replicate, right? So that's a traditional way. There's about 3 or 4 traditional ways to make a virus like that. Same thing how they created the polio vaccine. These particular mRNA viruses are created differently. They're a genetic manipulation to genetically alter your cells to recognize the base protein of the virus, and that's why they say that, oh well, it's gonna protect you. It's micro doses. It's I mean really tiny. I mean you've got more mercury in your fillings than you would from a virus.
Yeah, must be.
From a vaccination. Yeah, it's micro dose. So, but I'm not an expert on this. I just know what I've read.
That shit isn't good in doses, not insanely small.
Yeah. So, you can survive micro doses of mercury. Not a lot, but you can. It's fine. You're going to have mercury in your body. I mean, if you eat fish, if you eat a lot of fish, you could get mercury poisoning faster from eating fish.
You can survive some amount of nearly anything.
Yeah.
You don't snort mercury.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah,
Louis Bog.
Yeah, you don't want to be licking on the mercury lollipop. So, man, I wish I could find that. Let's see, COVID. Let's see if they got. See, it's hard to find this stuff because they bury the shit out of it. COVID. Yeah, COVID-19 increase in heart attacks.
Old thermometer. You'll be COVID free.
I did get a
from Fauci himself.
I did get a.
I prefer cocaine. Thank you very much.
Where did I put it?
Snick __.
Where did it fall? Where is it? Oh, there it is. I did get a blood pressure machine because I'm getting old. But it's cool. You guys want to see it? It's really tiny. It's like that big. So I got the arm pressure armband, and it's got a little battery operated device like that. So I just move up my sleeve, I think I do it with my sleeve on, just to see. Yeah, doctors are worried I got some high blood pressure. Let's see if I can do it over the sleeve. Maybe not.
That's dope.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Oop, maybe. So, and then I just
somehow in perfect health.
Well, I used to be, but this getting old thing sucks. Yeah, that's why I gotta start doing some cardio. Just plug that in, hit the power button.
The squishing feeling is satisfying.
And then it just pumps up. I don't know if you could hear it.
Dude fucking stairs, man.
I know, I just need to get off my butt. Alright, so let's see what my blood pressure is. I don't know if you guys can see that or not. With a hoodie on, just for shits and giggles.
LUL, I'm so damn lazy. I got
Dude,
it. Don't lose sleep over the crazy talk some people have. You all
Right.
have a good night, and keep killing it.
Alright, Rebel, we'll catch you later, brother. Alright, let's see. Ooh. Let's see what my blood pressure is with a hoodie.
GN. I have been up for 26 hours now.
Oh, good lord.
Too late.
Alright, let's see. I bet it's going to be high. Are you leaving too, bored? Coming because you're bored?
No.
No? Alright. Holy shit, this says my blood pressure is 160 over 92. Holy shit, that's like high! Alright, so that's with a hoodie on. Alright, hang on, let me go pee and I'll take that off. Oh, hang on, be right back. Yeah, that can't be right. I know it's not right, but I'll check it. Hang on.
I just had to pee. On this Hawaiian shirt.
Let's see how my blood pressure is now. without the hoodie. 'Cause if it's 160 over whatever that was, that would be bad.
Last time I had blood pressure and stuff checked, I was just told a bunch of numbers. I asked if it was good, and it was perfect.
Well, ideally you want to be in like the 120 range over anything under 70. So, and this one does it. So, this is not really lit very well, but oh, well, the other thing too is you're supposed to relax, and I'm moving around, so that's kind of dumb. And I did donate.
It was good, but I don't remember what it was.
And I did donate blood. What, 2 days ago? Yesterday? Day before? I usually donate blood about once a month ish. So, kind of curious to see how much the hoodie fucks up my blood pressure. And I really need to lose like 20 pounds.
I don't even know what blood type I got.
Ah, I'm A negative. Should be on your driver's license. Holy shit. 152 over 89? That's really fucking high. That can't be right. That cannot be high. That cannot be right. Try this again. Relax.
Corona stopped me from getting the driver's license.
Alright. 152. Shit. Fuck, that is fucking...
My stuff started up again, and it's so hard to get back on it. It's as if to be lazy.
Yeah, because if that's right, then fuck, I mean, I did have a bunch of salted chips, so it could be that. Now I'm going to be all stressed out and worried. What does that say on it? Quit moving around.
Corona literally stopped me at the finish line.
Did it? Damn, my blood pressure's that high, I'm going to be like, fuck.
I had the theoretical test, and then I would have to do the driving test, which I was pretty much ready to do.
Yeah. Okay, 139 over 84, that's better. But still, anything around 140 is like borderline hypertension, is that right?
But COVID closed that shit, so I couldn't do the test.
Yeah, so that's in the yellow zone. So I guess my blood pressure is a bit on the high side, but I did eat a lot of salt today. Not intentionally, but...
Yellow isn't too bad.
So it's 84. So normal should
kinda read.
So normal should be 120, less than 120 and less than 80. So I'm at pre-hypertension because I'm at 139 and 84. So, and then anything, yeah. So apparently I need to start working out and start taking care of my blood pressure and eating better.
What causes changes in blood pressure, by the way?
A lot of things. Weight. You know, if you're overweight, you've got too much fat that's pressing on your arteries and increasing your blood pressure. Diet, lots of salt. So if you have too much salt in your system, you end up having too much water retention. Lack of exercise, so your muscles aren't, and your heart is not.
I eat like shit.
Yeah, well, I ate like shit forever, so don't eat like shit anymore. Seriously. So, yeah, I need to start charting this too on the blood pressure thing. That sucks. Yeah.
I have to stop.
So, well, the blood pressure thing too is like.
My gallbladder is fucked.
Is it? Oh, that sucks. I had appendicitis and they yanked that. But yeah, apparently my blood pressure is like borderline starting to go high, and so I need to start taking care of it. Just basically, I just need to start working out again. The problem is I put on like.
I mean, I had some real gourmet microwave food just now.
Yeah, did you look at the sodium count? Like ramen, right? I love fucking ramen noodles, but god damn it, the sodium.
Shit was good.
The sodium levels are just fucking off of this charts.
No, I never looked at that.
Yeah, sodium and sugar are like the two biggest issues with health.
LOL.
Yeah, so and they're both crystals. So keep that in mind. They're both crystals, and your body doesn't deal with them well. And that's the thing is you have a sweet and salty, flavor sensors on your tongue. So that's why you crave like salt or sweet, right? Because your body does that. But yeah, sugar and salt are the two pretty much the worst things you can eat.
Sweet and salt.
Yeah, yeah. And so and then I'm right now 200 and right at 240 pounds. Oh,
that shit.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm sitting at 240, which is probably the heaviest I've weighed. I hide it well because I'm 6'2". I'm tall, so it's all in my belly, and I just need to start working out and quit fucking around. And I could probably reduce it down. I think I could probably lose the weight without starving in 3 months. So,
same.
But if I could get it down, I'd love to be at like 190 and be ripped and just shredded again, like thin and wiry. Because I was like 170 pounds, 75 pounds, 178 for decades. I couldn't gain weight. But now that I'm working in IT and I'm sitting here, chatting until 5 in the morning, sitting on my butt, I'm not doing anything. It's like, fuck, I'm not even walking. Like in my old jobs, I used to walk a lot, and now I'm fucking crawl out of bed, climb right in the computer chair, and get to work.
So. I'm at the same spot no matter what I do. I'm 6'2", and the best I felt was when I weighed 220.
Yeah, I was 220 for a long time. Then the last probably 3 or 4 years, I put on the extra 20 pounds. So, but yeah, I'd like to get back down to, 170. I'm really skinny.
I can eat like a pig and be doing sports and stuff, still gonna stay about the same.
I was that way for decades, man. I mean, I also played competitive volleyball too. So I played competitive volleyball for over 15 years. So I mean, I was playing every other night. And then going to bars and dancing and getting drunk and.
I mean, I don't do sport now.
Nobody does sport now. So, it's going into winter too. It's like, God, I got a treadmill thing. I got an elliptical.
190 when I was in the army, and I felt scrawny.
Did you?
It's just that nothing changes, and I don't do shit. Just eat like a pig.
Yeah. So.
It wasn't a good feeling. LOL.
Yeah, when I was in the Marine Corps, right, I went into boot camp I was 6, I wasn't fully 6 foot tall yet, because I went in the Marine Corps when I was 17, and I weighed 131 pounds, right, and in boot camp, I gained like 4 inches in height, and I think I weighed 171, and I was 6'2" at that point. And I was just ripped. I mean, just completely shredded. Had a 6-pack, fucking everything. I was just.
What, you grew at 17 years old?
Yeah, I grew at 17. I was a very late bloomer. I wrestled 98 pounds my senior year in high school. I was a 98. I was 98 pounder. Did it come back? It may not have. Yeah, my screen just kind of took a shit. But is the audio still frozen? Yeah, hang on. I'm going to close OBS and reopen it. Okay, I should be back now. Yes? Yeah, there it is. Well, I think I still have the game going, don't I? Yeah, I do. I'm missing some textures.
It's back.
Yeah. So yeah, I was I gained like 4 inches in height, and I weighed like 170 for years, and like really low body fat. You know, I could sit.
By the way, there is a spot on Fighttoria to get under the map.
Oh, is there?
I can show you if interested.
Oh, that'd be fun. Where's it at? Is it in the cave? I think I remember something about that. Like in that cave area, right? Oh, wait, there's nothing there. So we get.
No, it's at that doorway after the last spawn for red after the stairs.
Stairway. The last spawn on red team. God, I love this game. This game was
found it, and I saw him doing it on stream.
Oh yeah. That's cool. Oh wait. Oh, there we go.
Pick spear and poke away.
What the hell? Oh my God!
Were you able to replicate it?
Yes.
Were you?
I can do it in public servers.
I think I remember hearing something about it or seeing something about it, but... Fuck, this game used to scare the shit out of me. I used to play this fucking, all the lights out, you know, and just...
Impact.
Oh shit! God damn it! Oh, I missed him! Got a big face hugger. To the face. Damn it. Face hugger to the face. God damn it. Now I gotta go through that again. Right. I hate missing textures. That sucks. I have to reinstall the custom maps again. Oh, the bunny hopping was so good in this game.
I wish I knew. They've broken free. Found another body in Landing Bay 2.
Doctor, the specimens are escaping.
Stoked making fun of my little country. Laughing smiley.
I got nothing against your little country. It's a cute little country. It has lots of history. I ain't mad at you. Fuck you. Thought I had him. I did get up there before, didn't I?
You know in small bottles there is poison. Laughing smiley.
What? What bottles? What are you referring to? What poison? All right.
What the hell? Oh my god!
Blurp. All right.
Send a screenshot of the spot in Discord DM. It is saying
Shit. God damn it! Fuck you! God damn it! Fucking jump scares.
It's.
Right, let me look at Discord real quick. Wait, what is that? Oh, the floor. Okay. Now, can you kill people though? You know, can you like stab people?
Yes.
You can? Oh,
can.
That's
LMAO.
That's funny. So we used to play in the old days when we had Age of Chivalry. We used to play what was called Ghost Hunter, and what we would do is you'd make a player no clip so they could go
play some Mordau for once.
Are you? So we do no clip, right? Where like a player could, you know, go through all the floors and walls and everything.
No.
But all he had was a dagger, right?
But this patch.
And so he would
Just
go.
Asf.
And if you killed the ghost, then you became the ghost hunter, right? And you had to have admin to make someone the ghost. And so you would basically give them no clip so they could fly through any material. And all they had was a dagger, so they could come from the floor and stab you, right? Or go through a wall and stab you. But you could kill them. And it was a great game. It was basically like hide and seek. It was fun. Kind of like when we played like Smear the Queer, where we did this in Shiv 1, which was fun, where we'd make somebody a sling archer, right? And then everybody else had mauls. So it was like every maul player against the sling archer. But we'd play it at
I wish modding were more available to the average player.
We'd play it at 200 speed, right? Shit. Where are you? Fuck. Where are you? Fuck.
Don't even download a single mod.
There we go. But yeah, so if you could imagine having like 20 guys, right? Chasing with mauls, right? Just overhead mauling like crazy. Shit. Move. Chasing an archer, a sling archer, right? In Shiv 1. And you could just duck and swing around, and because everybody was 200 speed, it was hilarious. It was so much fun. Then if you killed the archer, you became the archer. Yeah, fuck you, alien. Wait, I'm gonna go back to where that... Oh shit, I heard that.
Mods, I would rather not kill the archer.
Come on.
For archers, I don't want to be one. Except
no! Ah! God, this game. Fucking scares the shit out of me. Big fucking vagina in my face. No, but it was I don't know if you played Shiv 1, but it was a sling archer, so you'd basically run around and you'd throw rocks at people.
Mods?
Not that I'm aware of. Other than just the graphics. Just the graphics. You know, lowering graphics to look like RuneScape, but no mods that I'm aware of. But to be honest with you, I haven't checked any of the...
There are FOV mods on Mordau.
Beta section will remain here until the ground position is
secure. FOV mods?
Despaceto made it for his servers.
Oh, well, I know you could change the FOV. There's a couple of ways you can do it, but Alright, god damn it. I have to click save when I get somewhere so I don't have to repeat this shit.
PLZ show cap.
Wish I knew. They just found another body in Landing Bay 2.
Yeah, I was hoping I could kill him. Steal his gun.
Doctor, the specimens are escaping.
No!
The facility is self-contained. With security running properly, we're perfectly safe.
Would love the command for it.
Oh, for the FOV? You could do that yourself. Using, do you got a NVIDIA GPU? If you get on the Killa forums, I have the instructions on how to do it. Give me a second, and I'll pull it up.
Mordau?
Yeah, it works for Mordau.
No, my computer sucks. You mean like custom resolution?
Yeah, but it changes the FOV. Forms. Mordau technical support. Patch 20.
Don't need. I have ultra wide. LOL.
There you go. And it's got pictures to show you like the difference in the FOV. Like 1920 by 1080, 1920 by 763 or 68. Basically widescreen format. See the difference? It's pretty impressive. I'll put that link right here because I wrote it. God, when did I write this? This is 2019, I think, when I wrote this.
That looks like the difference between 100 and 120.
It's more like one.
I believe they patched it.
They can't patch they can't patch that. That's done on the graphics card. So you can't outpatch that. It's basically telling your computer how to render it. It has nothing to do with the game itself.
Oh, all right.
Yep. So read through it and you'll see the link. You'll see what I'm talking about.
Looking for 140 like was Jiv
Yeah.
had.
Yeah, that'll do it. 1920 by 768 will do that. No, and then, well, the other one is this one too. So if you go in your NVIDIA control panel, all right, I could kind of show you how to do it real quick.
I used to know a command in Mordau for it, but they patched it.
Yeah, that was the...
Would it work for AMD?
Yeah, I think AMD's got settings for this. I just don't have one, so I don't know how to get into to create a custom resolution. But basically, you go into change resolution and you create a custom one, right? And then so let's say I want to create one. So I'll enable resolutions that the display can't normally render. And you just go okay. Oop,
Next gen, I think AMD is gonna hit big.
So here, so if I just keep 1920, right, which is the width or the height, and then I change, is it the change to 1080? Hang on a second. What did I do with that? I can't remember which one I changed. Yeah, so you leave the 1920, right, and you drop it down. Instead of 1080, you go like 768. So that's going to change the vertical. 768, right? You just hit test it, and it'll do something weird. Then it'll go, okay. And then you say, do you want to save this? Now, you're not going to see it on, but it'll save this, right, at 120 hertz. And then in game, you set it to this. Now the next thing, if you want the distorted, like Shiv 1 kind of fisheye view, this does that, but it leaves black bars at the top and the bottom of your screen. So if you want to avoid that, then you go in and under yeah, if you don't want the fisheye, you do no scaling whatsoever. Right? Aspect ratio will keep the aspect ratio, and that'll create black bars above and beyond. So you'll lose some of your monitor, but it's going to be blacked out, right? If you do no scaling, if you and then you can do override and perform scaling on the GPU, then that'll do the fisheye, but it'll fill the whole monitor. So you'll get this distorted vision. I think I did a whole night on Shiv 2
See,
doing
this is
that.
what I prefer with NVIDIA drivers.
Yeah. So yeah, you can tweak the shit out of it, and you can do this with every game.
Looks like it's from the 80s, but it works.
Yeah, it works. Yep, works fine. So
AMD makes it fancy looking, but it's dog's heat.
Yep. So that instruction's on the link I posted. That'll walk you through it. And I'm sure AMD's got something similar to it. I just haven't played with it. I don't have one to play with. I don't have the drivers to look at it and say, oh yeah, you just do it this way. But the ratio that I got in there, so like the 1920 by 7 whatever or 800, that'll all work if you can get that set in a custom resolution on an AMD. And then in game you tell it what resolution you want. So, ooh, that was obnoxious. All right, where was I? Where the fuck am I? Come here. I haven't played this custom map. Yep, go. Or at least finished it. Doom, doom, boom, boom, boom. Boop, boop, boop. Oh, fuck you. Do that leap on my ass. Oh, shit. Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die, no! Oh, there we go. Okay. I'm about to get on. Oh.
Yeah, I can do custom resolutions for AMD too.
Yeah, you should be able to. Fucking assholes.
Not gonna though. There are no reason to de-ISO.
Yeah.
So asterisk. Do asterisk.
I mean, just play with it though. It's kind of fun.
Yes.
It's kind of fun. Alright. Okay, so I think I need to do a quick save here. Alright. Damn, I don't have any health. That sucks. I think
anyway,
I
interested, I can show that spot before passing out for a bit.
Yeah, that just means I gotta load. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Fuck off, alien. I don't have enough health as it is. I hear you.
Can just take it next time I catch the screen.
Yeah.
Sire.
For sure. They'll probably get it fixed by then. I mean, if Genghis found it. Surely. Fuck, this map is big. No idea what I'm doing.
No man, it's Mordau devs.
I've got motion.
That's gonna stay for months.
Possibly.
Anyway, GN.
Alright, brother. Thanks for hopping in, hanging out. I need a hacking tool. Yes? E? No. Yeah. What? No hacking tool? Shit. Where's my hacking tool? I don't have the hacking tool. What the hell? I thought it was hacking tool. Oh, god damn it. I'm tarded. Alright. Wonder if I need to find the hacking tool. Maybe that's the case, as I don't I need to go find it. Maybe I bypassed it. I think I did. I think it's below. There's my health. There we go. Yeah, fuck off, alien. Get in around there. Fucking hell. Fuck off. Fucking piece of shit. He's right there. Yep. Flamethrower. Oh, is that my hacking tool? Napalm bis bullets. Oh, no, I don't want this. Oh, you got fucked. Wait, this is where I came from, right? Yeah. Okay. Fucker! God damn it, fucking thing scares me. Shit, where is it? There it is. Fuck. Fucking face huggers. Oh, there's the other one. Yeah, fuck off. Okay, I think I know where I'm at now. Should be like 2 more around here. Right there. Okay. That's a no way, no go zone. Oh shit! Fuck, 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 fuck. God damn it, piece of shit. Fucking hell. There goes my high blood pressure right there. Alright, so... Okay, so we're back. Right? Alright, so... Okay, so I gotta find the hacking tool. I think I missed it somewhere.
What the hell? Oh my god!
Pulse rifle. Nothing. Okay. What the hell was that? Oh, you're still alive? Fuck off. Alright. Go back to a point where it's like... Let's gotta find that stupid hacking tool. Alright, okay. Yeah, I don't think it was this far back. Okay, so maybe it was here. Oh wait, am I on the other side now? Oh shit. I am on the other side. Okay, I think I'm starting to remember the layout now. No way of getting around that. Okay. Oh shit, all these guys got wrecked? Well, those guys get wrecked. Yeah, I think I'm going back. I think I'm going back way too far. Yep. Didn't leave any weapons. Thanks, guys. Okay, so that's one side. This is the other side of that bridge cavern. See, that just loops around.
What's this you're playing?
This is Alien vs. Predator 2. It's just a custom map. I'm trying to find the hacking tool that so I can get back to that base. I don't think. Yeah, that's where am I? Okay, so okay. Did you play it with us one night? I thought you did.
No.
Well, you know the free download and everything is on my links on the About page if you want to grab it. It's a great game. It's free. It's got all the mods and everything you need. Lots of custom maps. Server's still up and running. I'll take that. See? Alien! Fuck off, alien! Okay, so this puts us back. Alright. Wait, did you kill him? Alright. I think I got all these guys already. Alright, so where... Okay, this takes me... Oh, shit. Fucker. Yeah, fuck off. Not paying attention. Well, this is interesting. It reloaded those. Okay. Got full ammo, I guess. Alright, let's see. Is this where I... No. Well, fuck. I don't remember where I need to go next. Yeah, not there. Okay. Okay, so where was that? I got lost. Oh, maybe it's back in here. No. So that... Is that right? Trying to remember where it takes me back. I got lost! Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to go this way. Right? This... Or do I? Oh, okay, yep. This takes me back. Yep, don't want to go here. So this should be the other side of that cliff, which is right here. Yep. Alright, that drops off. Then this takes me down where I need to be. Yeah, here they come. Fucker. The one cool thing about this game is, like, when you play Alien, you get to climb on any surface and every surface. It's really kind of badass. All right, let's do a quick save, because I don't have the. Okay. Ah. Oh yep, I heard you. Either one of these. Yeah, that's the other side of that glass. That's what I needed right there. I believe I do. Alright. Is there anything up in here? Okay, these are those guys. Okay. So we got one other place. Oh, that was the back end. Okay. Okay. Everything kind of loops around, so. What's up, team? There we go. That's what I was missing. The hacking tool.
You gotta hold those things off.
You have 4 minutes to self-destruct.
There isn't much time. You better get moving. We got enough firepower to level a small
I said the escape lane, right? So we don't know.
You have 3 minutes to self-destruct.
Oh shit, 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 shit! Ah, god damn it. Ah. I'm missing some textures, so I think I gotta re-download the maps. That was the end of the map. So there's a couple. Custom maps. Electro Turd. I played this one before? That map loaded pretty quick. Wait, am I an alien? Oh, I think I'm an alien. No, I don't know what I am. Oh, I gotta run around. I don't have any weapons. No! Fuck! I don't have any weapons. What am I supposed to do here? I don't have any weapons. Oh, no, no, no! I don't have any weapons. I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do. Okay, that was weird. That was a weird map. The Astro Turd? Electro Turd. Figure out what to do. Can't believe they'd let you just take off without a weapon. Alright, it's kind of dumb because I can't do anything. Just run around. I don't have any. I think I'll die in here. Yeah, I'll die in the pits, so. Huh. Oh, can I change the weapon? Maybe? Maybe it's a. Yeah, it's not gonna let me change class. Oh. Weird. I don't understand this map at all. Makes no sense. There's like two ammo boxes. Just, yikes! I have no weapon. Okay. Just run around long enough to... No, 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 no! Oh, run, run! I don't know what to do on this map, and I don't know why it's not giving me class loadout. Okay, so we'll figure out another one. Oops, nope. Back custom. Electro. I need to go to bed. I think I've played this one before. I think I got lost in it. played this one before. Fuck up. Sorry, dog. Alright, so there's weapons down here, I think. Oh. So I drop down. Okay. That's a drop down. Oh, it's the fan. Okay. It's the fan below. Below. I feel like I'm crouching. Course. Nothing? Shit, I don't have the tool. It's went all the way and I don't have the fucking tool. Okay, so I'm back to where I was. All right, that's what I thought. So I'm betting that's not it. Well, poop. Don't have the tool I need. I gotta go back down and find it? No. That's gonna take me back there. Okay. Oh shit. But... oh, there we go. What is that? T? Torch? Shit, I don't have the torch either, do I? Let's see. Options, controls, green, torch. Yeah, it's T. It's T, but I don't have it. Okay. So I gotta get the torch, and then I gotta get this panel, which I don't have. Alright. Get back up here. Oh, from up there. Okay. So that means I gotta go back in here. Go. This way. Find the torch. I'll take that. Flares. Flares are nice. Okay. There's nothing in here, which I was hoping there was. Okay. I missed something. Spandeliers, right? Yep. Oh, there's that. So I still don't have a torch, though. This will take me up. Oh, seriously? Alright. I don't have a torch, so... So I guess that did what it was supposed to do. Fucking great. No, it's not. It was earlier. And we got into talking. We got into talking and doing shit, and then. Fuck.
Every time I see you play this, I get the urge to play it too.
Yeah. So that's a drop down. Napalm. God, napalm.
Is this the vanilla campaign? Cause I don't recognize.
No, no, this is a custom map. Or what I did. Yep, just a custom level. So that's gonna send me back down, isn't it? So then why the fuck? Well, that'll squish me.
Reg, you might like Deep Rock Galactic.
I've seen it. It's a little too cartoony for me, I think. Hang on a second. I can switch this.
It's pretty fun.
No more eggs for you. Oh yeah, pick up some weapons and some ammo. Fuck you. Damn it, I don't have any. I gotta have the torch. Fuck. Somewhere I missed the torch. Oh, god damn it! Fuck, I died by the fucking door! No! I don't think this one auto-saved either, did it? Fear 1, right? Yeah, fuck.
What's up, bro?
What's up? Nothing.
Man, I ain't caught you streaming forever.
Yep, just geeking out, playing little custom AVP2 maps. Ooh. What are you up to?
Oh, not much, man. You know, glad our boy's fucking not guilty.
Oh,
Thank
dude.
God justice prevails.
Fuck, man, I'm telling you. I was stressed the fuck out. Because I donated money to his campaign, to his defense fund. Yeah, I gave him $200 back, I don't know, last year.
So many people are pissed that he didn't get sentenced.
Well, those people are fucking retarded. Yeah, anybody that's pissed that he didn't get sentenced don't understand the law. For sure.
It's typical of leftists to try to protect fucking pedophiles and felons and criminals. That's their MO.
Oh, yeah. Well, that they just don't understand the fucking law. They don't understand self-defense, and they're just fucking ignorant.
Yeah, because I'm sure if it was their daughter or their kid or their fucking wife, they'd wanted them to shoot the fucking people attacking them with a gun held up to their fucking face.
Yeah, the level of just pure ignorance and stupidity is beyond belief. Alright, nothing here. I mean, dude, I knew that the trial was going to be bigger and more than, you know, more than what people thought it was going to be, you know, because it's like self-defense was definitely was an issue.
I'm not very involved with that story, but that skateboard hit to the head could have killed him alone. Didn't. The guy that tried to get his gun would have shot him.
Yes, and the thing is there was a guy in California yesterday that was killed by a skateboard. I swear to God. A guy was killed by a skateboard yesterday. You can look it up.
I heard about that.
Yeah. So, you know, the prosecution could suck my nuts.
Did you read the statement that the DCCC put out?
About what?
Oh, they just said it's disgusting and disturbing that someone was able to carry a loaded assault rifle into protests.
And let him get
Yeah.
his gun.
Well, just the whole idea that the prosecution was sitting there saying that just because of the fact that he brought a gun, he lost his right, to self-defense. I'm like, no, that's not how the law works, buddy.
Yeah. Because the other person had a fucking gun. Like, how high would you have to be to even believe that?
Also, how stupid do you gotta be to chase and attack an armed person and not expect to get shot?
You got to be really stupid to chase an arm. Exactly.
But still, that kid shouldn't have been there at first place.
That kid had every right to be there.
He had every right to be there, just like the fucking thugs did that were burning the place down.
Yep. Where the fuck is the goddamn... Alright, this is the one that's locked. Alright, so...
And if the governors hadn't have let the shit happen, guess what?
Yep.
None of that would have happened.
Correct. Governor, the city, the mayor, fucking everybody. The police.
We all know that the Democrats let those riots happen. They let them happen, bro.
Yep. No, not necessarily. So if you watched any of the trial, Rosenbaum, the reason why Rosenbaum got pissed at him was that Rosenbaum lit a dumpster. He lit a porta potty on fire, dumped it over, lit it on fire, and then he lit a.
With your gun law.
Dude, we've already gone through this. I'm not even going to talk to you anymore on this topic because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Rosenbaum lit a dumpster on fire, and he was pushing it towards a gas station with a bunch of people standing by the fucking gas pumps, right? And Kyle grabbed a fire extinguisher and put the fire out. That's why he was mad. And then he was confronted because there were several guys.
Actual mental problems.
Yeah. And he was like, shoot me, kill me, and he's like, the dude was fucking insane.
What about the child rapist that got killed?
What about him? I have no sympathy, no love lost for the child rapist.
That's one of the best parts.
That's one of the best parts.
Yeah. No sympathy. Sorry.
Fuck about rapists. They deserve to fucking die.
God damn it. Where the...
The left would have you believe he was a victim.
Yeah, they would.
Yep.
Oh, that poor child rapist. He got killed. Boo fucking who.
Yep. And he raped like 5 kids.
Just like in New York.
He had 11 charges.
How they let this teenager rape 3 girls at fucking school, and all the dude got was fucking probation. Man, that motherfucker should have been beat to death by those fucking girls' fucking parents. Yeah. That's fucking real justice. Probation for ruining 3 people's fucking lives.
Yeah, it's fucking insane.
Read who said it before you get wild, LOL.
It would have gone different. The left would have beat that shit to death.
Oh, they would already threaten to kill him. Fucking Rosenbaum threatened to kill him. He said, if I catch you alone, I'm going to kill you.
He admitted that he didn't. Remember, he admitted. He said he wished he would have emptied his clip into the kid.
Oh no, yeah. That was that whole
him.
fucking lie and bullshit too. Pretending like, oh yeah, nothing, that didn't happen. You lying sack of shit. It's like, you lucky you still have your fucking life, dude.
That too harsh, just castrate him. He and his legal team.
Yeah, like last year when Floyd was killed.
Oh yeah.
A couple weeks after that, when that black man walked right up to the fucking white kid and blew his brains out in his front fucking yard.
Yeah,
the media didn't even say nothing. All they said is, a man killed a fucking child. That's what they said.
I hope to God he does.
No mention of race whatsoever because it didn't fit their bullshit narrative.
Yeah.
Now, had that been the other way around, half of America would have been burned down, and they'd have let it happen. That's bullshit.
Yeah, there's a whole series of you could play Marine, Predator, and Alien levels. So like if you start with the Alien level, and you got different levels of difficulty, right? So if I play the Alien, and you play each story,
I just couldn't remember.
Yeah.
We
like
played the multiplayer
defense,
together.
Yeah.
Or the prosecution gave up his address several fucking times.
For sure.
Remember that?
Yeah.
They should all be in prison for that shit.
Yeah, it was such a shit show, and people still believe that he killed like 3 black people.
Well, that's because that's the way that they've been pushing that lie.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with race. The only that we even heard about any of it was because that black dude got killed that day.
Yep. Ooh.
White on white crime does not fucking sell.
Yeah, the level of lies from the media and just anybody that just believes the narrative is fuck. They're just lost.
Bro, all you gotta do is go to the grocery store or the gas station, and you can see how bad the country's being fucked over by Democrats right now. In less than 9 months, 10 months, they've ruined everything. Literally ruined everything, and they're talking about giving $500,000 to illegals who got caught breaking the fucking law and rewarding them for it.
Yeah.
Fuck out of here.
You also told us to expect 9 containers. We received 17.
That's literal fucking treason.
Yeah, they want the United States destroyed. That's all there is to it. They want us fighting against each other so we can be divided and easily conquered.
That's why they want to give everybody amnesty and open the borders, is because there'll be so many people here and they'll all vote Democrat for the free shit.
Yep.
The committee wants
Look what's happened for the last 60 years.
Instead, they hear stories
Democrats
of
prey on
unauthorized
weak
research.
fucking minds.
There's even a rumor you want to try to harness and control the hive.
I'm not responsible for what politicians choose to believe.
I would hate to see your attitude.
This is how bad of a
jeopardize your
job
future.
that the fucking, or how good of a job you can say that the left has done brainwashing kids. I have this 20-year-old kid that works with us and on the construction crew, and his whole life he was brought up to believe from the bullshit from the left that the leftists freed the slaves, bro, and right wingers were the ones pushing. Seriously, me and another dude who is a right winger on the crew said, no, bro, that's completely wrong. That's how fucking much bullshit that they are telling kids, dude. That is completely opposite of what fucking happened.
Yep. Corona's dividing people too, because there's
Corona, yeah,
because they're forcing people who either can't get the vaccine, refuse to get the vaccine, or just have natural immunity because they got COVID, and so they force the vaccine passports. Well, guess what? If you want to go to a certain country or you want to go on vacation, well, you can't because you don't have the papers. You don't have proof of vaccination of your many doses.
That's Nazi Germany all over again,
yeah,
bro.
but this time, they're drawing money from people because guess what? They can, the pharmaceutical companies are making nothing but money. And guess who's paying for it? Oh, the vaccine's free. No, it's not. It's never been free.
Ever free.
It's nuts free.
Nothing in life
billions
is free.
Of dollars,
It sucks.
billions of dollars of my tax money went to get paid for that shit. So,
the vaccine doesn't even fucking work, because if it did, COVID would have been gone a long fucking time ago, and you wouldn't be able to get it after fucking getting the vaccination. You wouldn't need a fucking
remember what the raw
booster
crawl
shot.
was. Yep.
Never in history have you, like remember that dumb statement? Wear a mask so that the unprotected can protect the protected. That's the dumbest fucking shit in the world. You couldn't even sell that shit to a 6-year-old. I mean,
yeah, there's some really retarded shit about it for sure.
That literally makes no fucking sense at all.
Yeah.
And the White House has been bragging for months that over 70% of the
what
population has been vaccinated.
Yeah.
And if that was true and it worked, guess what? COVID would be gone. Herd immunity would take over.
Would it work when half the people aren't vaccinated?
Sure does. It works for those people that are vaccinated. Why does the vaccinated have to worry about the unvaccinated? They
More
don't.
than 70% of the people have been vaccinated, though. The White House has been bragging about that for months.
That's what they say.
So, yeah. So they're getting the vaccination is redundant. 30% of the population cannot infect 70%.
Well, that's the thing, though.
Even if you could infect them, right?
No, but that's the thing.
More infections. There are laughing smiley.
But that's
I wonder if this will be over by end of 2000.
Of course it will. Of course it will not.
No, they're gonna milk this shit in climate change. They're talking about people are suffering from climate change now, like it's goddamn depression. Yeah.
No, sir.
It's crazy, dude. Oh my god.
I mean that what media says.
The best thing for everybody to do is to turn off social media, then turn off your fucking news and use your brain for once.
Somebody hacked the system. I'm serious.
Just drop it already.
Talk about permanent changes to the database, duty rosters, inventory, specimen samples.
There's no way that somebody who won the most votes in history could have the approval rating that they do now if they won legitly. That's a fact.
Yep.
What do you have against that guy anyway?
Do you trust him? You know he got kicked out of the military.
He didn't get kicked out. He was honorably discharged for medical reasons. One of the bears
Just cracks me up, the hypocrisy, man, and the double standard, right?
Yeah.
All this shit that they cried about Trump and they doing shit 100 times fucking worse. And they just getting away with it scot-free, dude.
Yep. Well, Biden is everything that they blame Trump of being, which is like the craziest thing ever.
You going on duty?
Yeah.
Hold up a sec. Let me grab my coat.
Yeah, I love how the cat was like, oh, only dictators fucking lead, by executive order. And how many executive orders did that fucking clown pump out?
Yeah.
Just
I was driving down the road about a month ago, and my fucking windshield got hit by a rock, and there was nobody ahead of me on the road at all. Fucking cracked my windshield, right? So I had SafeLight come out. Luckily, we had the fucking window replacement insurance because the fucking window on my truck would have been like $900.
Damn, that's a lot.
Yeah, it's a 2021, and this motherfucker said they did testing, right? At 70 miles an hour, the highest fling out of a rock from a tire was 2.5 fucking miles, bro. So that bitch literally did fall out of the sky.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've had that happen before too.
Who would have thought that? I wish that shit didn't have a governor on it, dude, because it'll do 102 in 8th gear at 2,300 RPMs, bro. It's got 10 gears, and it goes up to 6,500 RPMs before the red line starts.
That's crazy.
Oh, it's so goddamn fast, bro, with twin turbos.
Oh man.
It's a tiny little engine, bro, but that motherfucker is quick.
How's it going, Toby? Either of you remember the name of that auditor that was in here last week?
The one with the nice ass.
What the Democrats are doing is just creating so much chaos everywhere that people are just blindsided from every which way, and it's like you're so much chaos, almost like you can't think, right? And nobody's gonna do nothing because even though we're not in socialism, we basically are, because here's the thing. Most people don't have their own property where they could live off land if something happens, right? So you're pretty much reliant on the government for your food and your electricity and your water.
Yeah, it's fucked up. That's for sure. I don't know. I'm right now. I've been happy all day and all night because I was pretty invested in Rittenhouse and clearly it was self-defense and and I was very concerned because
well, that's a big part of our freedom. If he was found guilty, then that means that set the precedent for every fucking leftist criminal that can just attack you, and there's nothing that you can do because you can't even win in the court of law in defending yourself against a criminal.
Well, the fucking prosecutor even said that he should have just taken a beating. I'm like, no, that's not how it works. He was calling Kyle a coward and saying that he should just take a beating.
We all know who the true fucking cowards are.
I was like, you fucking fuckwads, man. I'm like, fuck off. It's just disgusting.
Leftists are the scum of the earth.
The prosecutor was a joke.
Yeah, oh shit. Yeah, prosecutor was a complete joke.
I'm very opposed to the way gun law works in America, but I completely agree it was self-defense.
No idea. He's 15 minutes late.
I don't know why you're opposed to gun laws.
He is the definition of buffoons.
I don't understand why people don't understand gun laws. They're very simple for the most part to understand.
And the thing is, people think that, there's not enough gun laws. Man, there's thousands of fucking gun laws.
There's too many gun
it's
laws.
Like, exactly. And yet, here's the thing. Gun laws don't stop criminals from getting guns. It only stops you from getting a gun to protect yourself against criminals.
Yep.
Do we have
do I think there should be gun laws that stop people who have mental disorders from getting a gun? Sure. Crazy people definitely shouldn't have guns. That's how a lot of people get killed. Some mental illness is a big problem in this country.
I would understand if you could
the left proves it every fucking day.
But it gets iffy when people walk around with guns in stores and in their cars.
Why? What's the problem with someone walking around with a gun? There's nothing illegal about it.
That's the thing. When everybody knows that people have guns, guess what? They don't fuck around.
Yeah, guess what? If you see someone with a gun on their holster, on their hip, are you gonna fuck around with them? No, you're not.
Good guys don't go around with their guns. This is another misconception. Good guys don't go around fucking around because they're good guys. Bad guys are the ones who use their guns against you in public. Not good guys. Good guys will never hurt you in public unless you accidentally get shot if he's trying to shoot a bad guy. That would be the only time you would get shot by a good guy in public, is if he fucking missed.
Yep.
And you know what? I'd be willing to take that chance to feel safer.
Yep. When you take guns away, only criminals have guns, and that includes the government. All right, I need to go to bed. It's like fucking 6 a.m. 6:30. Fuck. I stayed up way too late. Holy shit. I gotta go pass out. I've been on later. Way too long. Alright, man. I'll catch you later. Anybody we could raid at this point? Let's see. I am a quitter.
Good night, Fritz.
I've been streaming too long. Oh, Harold's streaming, and so's Nico. Do you guys want to watch Star Citizen or Shiv? Oh, he's playing Shiv 2. We should probably go hit up Shiv 2, just because. All the earlier discussions we had about Shiv and 2 and all that.
Later, Ritz and chat.
Yep. I will catch you later. We're gonna go raid the Herald. Yes, all 3 of us. There were 4 of us. Oh, that felt good. Oh, there's a few more. Okay. Alright, guys. I will catch y'all's later. Catch you on the flip side. Yeah.
wonder if I should have gone for a lunge there. Who that? Oh, Retston, how are you, bud? What's cracking? Rets, were you playing Mirage the whole time? I was kind of lurking in your chat earlier today, and you were kind of you were having a bit of a debate about how the demise of Mordhau came about. Bit of a back and forth there with a couple of the chaps. Like I think it was Sir DRB and a couple of other guys. Got into several debates tonight. Oh, mate, you got a fucking proper workout, Jesus Christ. Well, I've been playing Chivalry 2 all night, and I've had a 750 model, fuck's sake, a 750 ml bottle of spiced mead, 12.5%. So I'm definitely a bit of a baked potato at the moment. So please excuse the slurred speech. And I've just been playing a bit of Chivalry 2. Come on. Ah, shit. So, yeah, I'm a bit retarded at the moment, more than usual. Hey, Taurus, how's things, mate? So my ship 2 is more dead than Mordhau. Well, that's the thing, right? You can't check the concurrent players because it's Epic Games Store, not Steam.
I think it's fine to be honest.
What's that?
Or maybe the same. I think their population is about the same. I can only speak from.
I mean, if I was to take a guess, I would probably agree with the fact that Mordhau has probably got more concurrent players than Chivalry. But Chivalry, it's so hard to tell because the matchmaking player base does not come up in the server list, so you generally can't tell. It's weird.
Oh, well, from what I've seen, when we usually try and join in every time, there's usually about one server that's full. If you try and region win server, probably a choice of 2 servers. One
that's similar to Mordhau as well, right?
Exactly.
But the difference is that both games have consistent casual audiences. However, the
All right, we're out.
competitive audience is non-existent.